Apparently, we're live. I did want to talk about Dark Waters, which is this new movie. Well, not exactly new. I think it came out in November. And it's interesting. I think, first of all, the pragmatic political interpretation is it's essentially a way for Hollywood in general to address the Trumpian electoral strategy. That is, this movie is a very interesting movie. If we look at who directed it, this Dark Waters, let's look up the name of the guy, Dark Waters. So it's based on a true story. It is, in terms of its content, kind of a boring movie as it starts off. And it's directed by Todd Haynes. I've heard of Todd Haynes before. He sort of came, it says his feature directorial debut, I'm reading from Wikipedia here. Poison in 1991 is a provocative three-part exploration of AIDS-era queer perceptions and subversions, and established him as a talent of transgressive cinema. There is, then he has a film called Safe in 1995, a symbolic portrait of a housewife who develops allergic reactions to her suburban life. What else? I haven't really heard of these before, these films. So he's the director of this film. So I'm looking at this guy as a transgressive. AllMovie writes that Haynes is known for making provocative films that subvert narrative structure and resound with transgressive, complex eroticism. Although he doesn't characterize himself as a gay filmmaker who makes gay films, Haynes' name has become synonymous with the new queer cinema movement and its work to both explore and redefine the contours of queer culture in America and beyond. He's preoccupied with postmodernist ideas of identity and sexuality as socially constructed concepts and personal identity as fluid and changeable. His protagonists are social outsiders whose subversive identity and sexuality put them at odds with the norms of society. In the universe of Haynes, sexuality, especially deviant or unconventional sexuality, is a subversive and dangerous force that disrupts social norms and is often repressed brutally by dominant power structures. Haynes presents artists as the ultimate subversive force, since they must necessarily stand outside of societal norms, with an artist's creative output representing the greatest opportunity for freedom. Haynes' films feature formal cinematic or narrative devices that challenge preconceived notions of identity and sexuality, remind the audience of the artificiality of film as a medium. He favors formalism over naturalism. He's openly gay. So just reading the Wikipedia, just trying to speak the straight facts here. Apparently he is also Jewish. I'm just looking down at the bottom, Jewish American screenwriters, just has that note there. Didn't get that. Apparently grew up in Los Angeles, Jewish on his mother's side, which I couldn't tell. Looking at him, just looks like a normal guy to me. I didn't know he was so into the subversive stuff, but it creates an interesting question. It raises interesting questions when we look at this film called Dark Waters, because Dark Waters is implicitly racist in that there are almost no non-white characters in Dark Waters. There's no representation of people of color. If you watch the film, the only representation that's given is you have non-white people of color serving as waiters at a all-white banquet party. There is one non-white character with speaking roles in the film Dark Waters. And this character speaks out against the attacks on corporate America. Maybe we can even find the script, Dark Waters 2019. Sometimes the script is in the public domain and it's something we can just read through. I'm not sure it's going to be out there. I don't know if it's going to be that easy to find. But there was an article fact-checking Dark Waters, 2019, which talked about this invented or composite character. Let's see. Robert Bilott is a real guy. We've got American. Okay, here we go. While the character of the hand-wringing Taft lawyer James Ross, portrayed by The Good Place's William Jackson Harper, seems to have invented, along with the scene where Ross suggests that Billott's class action suit might read to the public as nothing more than a shakedown of an iconic American company. Okay, so I'm not sure about all the names, but I'm trying to look here and see if perhaps some of these invented characters among you have a firm of lawyers, right? And all of the lawyers are white. You have one non-white lawyer, one lawyer of color, and he is the one who defends corporations. He says, look, I like you. You're a nice guy. I get your intention. You're trying to be a good guy here, but this is a shakedown of a classic, iconic American company. So the non-white character is portrayed as someone who defends neoliberalism and defends corporate America. He's portrayed in a negative light. He's not a positive guy. So the question here is, why? Why does a director who is clearly of the left, clearly friendly, I think, to progressivism or associated ideologies, why would someone like that make a movie like this? Why would they make a movie that's so white and in fact is implicitly racist? Why would they do this? What is the political purpose of this movie? Did Mr. Haynes wake up one day and say, well, yes, I am gay, but I would like to make an implicitly racist movie? What is the purpose of this? And I think it relates to Trump's electoral strategy. I think we understand that in places like California, the vote doesn't matter effectively. At this point, if we're thinking about a chessboard, if we're thinking strategically about territories, California in electoral terms is a stone from which no blood can be drawn. That is, electorally, California is solidly blue. You can't turn it bluer. You can't make it bluer in terms of the presidential election. Now, on a local level, you can do things at the Congress. There's all kinds of internal politics of California. But on a national level, California is blue. It is Democrat. And it cannot be shifted further to the left. And there are many states like this which are blue. They are Democrat. And there's nothing you can do with them. You can't make them Republican. You can't make them more Democrat. In terms of the Electoral College, it's an all or nothing system, black or white. You're either for the Democrats or for the Republicans. And so because of that, in terms of the 2020 election, it doesn't matter how much you rile up the Californians. It doesn't matter if you shift them further to the left. It doesn't matter what you do with those Democrats in California. What really matters are the swing states and the swing voters in those swing states. And at this point, people have started to talk about Georgia as a swing state. People have started to talk about maybe Florida as a swing state. People have talked about Texas as a future swing state, not quite yet. Colorado, Arizona, some of these places as swing states. And people have started to talk about Virginia perhaps as a swing state. Virginia is now pretty blue. Virginia is now pretty Democrat. But these are the states, and a lot of times the conversation on the Republican side seems to be veering toward this mass immigration question, the idea that as mass immigration has progressed and spread throughout the voting populace of the United States, it has changed the political landscape. And that's not entirely false. But when we look at the long-term picture versus the short-term picture, there are different questions. There are different determinant factors. Yes, in the long term, if you introduced millions and tens of millions of people into the country who have a different lived experience, they're going to express themselves differently in the political realm. I think that is reasonable. But in the short term, in the next 4 years, in the next 2 years, in the next 1 year, in terms of elections, in terms of the ability to impact an election, which we saw with Hillary and Trump. It was very close. Hillary won the popular vote, didn't matter. What matters is the Electoral College. And so all that matters on the map. You can pretty much gray out and eliminate and black out and wipe out and erase California. You can erase Arkansas. You can erase solid strongholds of the Republicans and the Democrats. Those states electorally don't matter in terms of our deterministic calculation of how to impact the 2020 election. We know it was a close election in the past. It will be a close election, not in terms there's an interesting thing here where Hillary clearly won the popular vote and Trump clearly won the Electoral College. Overwhelmingly, he won the Electoral College. But in terms of the margins of voting within those swing states were very small, between 50,000 to 100,000 people. And the audience of something like Dark Waters, which apparently was released in a limited capacity November 22nd and went wide on December 6th, has grossed $6 million. So just to divide the number 6 with 6 zeros, 6 million, we'll divide that by 10. We'll say that's the average cost of a movie ticket. That means 600,000 people have gone to go see the film Dark Waters. Now, maybe I'm blowing that out of proportion. Maybe that's not entirely accurate. But we're going to say approximately 600,000 people have gone and seen this movie. Now, maybe not all of them are in the United States. Maybe not all of them are in swing states. Maybe a number of people of them are in California and so on. But where is the movie based? It was filmed in Cincinnati, Ohio. It features West Virginia as a prominent state. It's talking about the Rust Belt. It's appealing to Rust Belt culture if you go and watch the movie. And so when we're talking about 600,000 people watching a movie, if we split that evenly between 50 states, for instance, which is not entirely fair because the population is not evenly distributed between all 50 states, you're talking about on average 12,000 people per state. And again, that's not exactly, I mean, in multiple ways, maybe Midwesterners are going to be more attracted to this movie because it hits closer to home, especially West Virginians are probably going to want to go see this movie if they've heard about it because it deals with their own lived experience. People in California might not care as much, or they might care more because it talks about environmental issues. So I don't have the exact figures per state, but if we were to assume that there was an even distribution of watchers in each state, that means 12,000 people per state. When you're talking about an election in 2016, which was determined by swing states, which was determined by 50,000 to 100,000 voters, a film which is seen by 12,000 people within a state, that's a fifth of those quote unquote swing voters. If you can swing 12,000 of those with just one film, that has a huge impact on an election. If you can have 5 more films like that, or cultural events like that, which shift swing voters. And this is a film, I believe, that is targeted towards swing voters. As I said, the demographics of this film are atrocious. They're insulting. I was offended by the film. I was speechless. Okay. And you can go watch the film for yourself to confirm all of that. I think anyone can see that if you're being honest with yourself. This was purposeful. Okay. We live in an era, we live in an age where I think people are conscious of the problematic nature of exclusion of certain groups. This was a film more than anything that excluded groups. Okay. This was a film where we have to recognize, even if West Virginia is an overwhelmingly white state, there are still non-white people who live there. Maybe it's only 1%, but you would see crowds of hundreds of people, protests, people all the time. You see groups of people, they're driving down the street, they're seeing people. They couldn't include one person of color, not one person. So it was consciously, you have to understand the mind of the director, Haynes here. He's not doing this accidentally. Nothing is accidental for these people. It wasn't just, oh, well, I just went to West Virginia and it was an accident. No, these people were purposefully put in each scene. Each scene was carefully crafted to exclude certain groups. So that's a problem with the film. That is very problematic. But I think we have to understand in a context, is Haynes shifting politically? Is he going from a transgressive person to someone defending institutional systematized racism? No. I think he's looking at this as there is a greater evil, which is Donald Trump. In order to defeat Donald Trump, we have to mobilize art as a weapon, and we have to politicize art and wield it as a weapon. And we have to appeal to people who maybe on some level are implicitly racist. We have to target those people and find some narrative that will appeal to them, that will tear them away from Trump, and that will make them sympathetic to the Democrats and bring them in part of the Democrat coalition. So it is a targeted, in the same way that Black Lives Matter has a targeted message, La Raza has a targeted message, Dark Waters has a targeted message. And it's not just about race, okay? The film is extremely Christian. There is no one instance of an atheist, an a-religious person, a Jewish person, a Muslim person. There is no mention of any sort of religion in this film outside of Christianity. It is a normatively, that is to say, it establishes Christianity as the norm. There are Catholic masses, Episcopalian, Presbyterian, whatever. You're seeing Jesus all the time. There's like 5 different scenes in the film in which they're in a church and just listening to a mass or singing hymns or something. I mean, it's in your face. So it is an overwhelmingly white film. It is an overwhelmingly Christian film. His wife in the film, and, I don't know, we could read the book. I haven't read the book by Mr. Bilott, or Billet, however you want to pronounce it. He has an autobiography out in which he talks about his own experiences and his own perspectives. It's called Exposure. It was published October 8th, 2019. Isn't that interesting? He published the book October 8th, 2019. The film comes out in November. So we're talking about something that's been in the works for a while and now is only being pushed. And it seems to have been rushed out to coincide with this 2020 election cycle. That's not an evil thing. It's not wrong to try to influence an election. I think American citizens have the right to influence American elections. That's what democracy is all about. But I think clearly we can see a strategy that's going on here. So it'd be interesting. I've looked at this guy's Wikipedia, and I don't see any mention of him being hyper-religious or something, but his wife, who is played by Anne Hathaway, at one point turns to him and says, "You did the Christian thing. You did the Christian thing. We're going to church." They have a discussion about Catholic school. Can we afford Catholic school? Why are they sending their kids to Catholic school? Okay, it's portrayed as this normative thing. Not to say that there aren't feminist aspects in the film. Not to say that that doesn't exist. There is a woman who is pregnant. She's also a lawyer. And there's a subplot about her trying to get promoted, and he's encouraging her to get promoted. And there is a sort of some tacit sexism or reference toward lady lawyers, the derision that women suffer under, the bias, the stereotyping, and so on, that is implicitly there in the film. So it's not a film that that is about taking the all across the board, just the worst positions. But it is a film where once you read it with these critical eyes, when you apply critical theory to this film, you can see that it's meant to appeal to people who are Trump voters. It's meant to appeal to people maybe who are in West Virginia, people who are religiously Christian, people who are suspicious toward the government. There's a lot of subtext here where they say that DuPont is controlled by the government. There are many instances. There are many court scenes where, in this one instance, there's a woman who comes up as sort of a representative of the state, and DuPont says, "Oh, didn't you just pass a regulation?" "Yeah, we passed a regulation." "And what did the regulation say?" "Well, it says that you guys are going to go off scot-free." And so there's this implication that the government is in bed with the corporations. It's not a pro-government film. Now, maybe there are suggestions that government regulation would solve some of the problems that are brought up in the film. And I think it is a film. Mark Ruffalo in particular, let's check if he's a Bernie supporter, if that's going to say. In 2016, he supported Bernie Sanders. In November 2019, he also endorsed Bernie Sanders. So he's a pretty firm Sanders supporter. It's also interesting if you compare Mark Ruffalo with every other character in the film, he is the most, I would say, nebbish and nervous character of the film. I don't know how much we can talk about Mark Ruffalo as a person. He is a great person. I have nothing to say about Mark Ruffalo, but the character that he portrays is very different from the real Bilott. Mark Ruffalo looks, his character is portrayed as a very, Italian guy with these deep set dark eyes. And you actually look at the real life Mr. Bilott, and he is a much waspier guy with blue eyes, a much different phrenology, different demeanor, a different sense. You just looking at the back and forth, the pictures, Ruffalo, he's kind of like, please don't poison us. And then the actual Bilott guy, he kind of gives a different impression there. So you do have those two archetypes there. That's an interesting little juxtaposition if you want to look at that. But it is a very Bernie Sanders movie. It is a movie that is intended to appeal to a certain group of people. It is an exclusionary movie. There are a lot of things that are absent from the movie that are glaringly absent. There are things that are included that are glaringly included. But I want to say overall, with all the faults of the movie, and of course the agenda of the movie and the strategy of the movie, I just want to say I would watch this. I would encourage people to watch the movie. I think it's interesting. It starts very slow. It's a very boring start to the movie. It starts like in the 1950s. Kids are swimming in the water, and then a boat comes along that's spraying chemicals in the water, and it's ominous. And the movie drags on and drags on. It's a very boring start. The first 20 minutes of the movie, you could probably skip. But once you start to get into it, the Mark Ruffalo character becomes paranoid. He fears that DuPont is going to blow up his car. People's houses are being burned down, and they think they're trying to be assassinated. So there are all these implicit threats of violence. There's a scene where he wakes up at 3 a.m. He starts taking all the Teflon pans out of the kitchen, putting them in a garbage bag, and he says to his wife, she's pregnant, he says, they're poisoning our baby. And he really personalizes what I would say overall is a high-low versus the middle problem here, where DuPont is making $1 billion a year on Teflon. And yeah, a few people are getting cancer. And yeah, a few people are having facial deformities. And yeah, it's causing some problems for a couple of people in West Virginia, some hicks. They're having some problems. But ultimately, Teflon is benefiting the country. Ultimately, you have DuPont making a lot of money. And ultimately, no one really cares about these poor white people. No one really cares about them. They don't do anything significant. They're going to be made. Furthermore, this process of technological and chemical advance represented by DuPont is going to usher in a race of supermen, some artificial intelligence, some cyborg, genetic mutation. We're going to engineer people, and we're going to make all of these West Virginians obsolete. There's going to be no reason for their existence anymore. Their jobs will be outsourced to cheaper sources of labor. Automation will replace them. We don't need coal miners. We have coal robots. We don't need people to be cashiers. We can have robot cashiers. We don't need human fast food workers. We'll have robot fast food workers. These people are outmoded. The future of farming, agriculture, people who are tied to the land, manual labor, that's going to be done by robots. Or it's going to be done by third world immigrants who will do it for a tenth of the cost, a tenth of the wages. So these people are obsolete. They don't need to exist anymore. They're worthless in a way from the perspective of this high-low versus the middle dynamic. And, so these are like the traditional backbone of America. And Mark Ruffalo, the Mark Ruffalo character, Mr. Bilott, he is portrayed as having a tie to West Virginia via ancestry. His grandmother's from West Virginia. He grew up there in some capacity. He's sort of ashamed of his ancestry because all these WASPs have a much better or more Protestant or whatever it is. They're part of the elite. And his boss remarks to him at one point, don't worry, I won't tell them that you're from West Virginia. Your secret is safe for me. It's kind of tongue in cheek, but there's a reality to it. There's this class and ethnic difference within these supposed homogeneous white people, which is real. And he chooses ultimately not to go along with the WASPs. He fights against the WASPs on behalf of his people, the West Virginian people. He cares about the sickness, he cares about the death, and he cares about the deformity. And this is an interesting thing. There are several people who actually act in this film and participate in the film who are real people, who are part of this real story. And one of them has a facial deformity. And you can tell he has maybe 30 seconds in the film. He is a heartfelt guy. He is a nice guy. He's a smart guy. He has a Twitter account. You can go follow him on Twitter. And he is a really genuine guy. He just has a heart of gold, and you just want to go give him a big hug. And you look at him and you say, we're not going to judge the book by its cover, and we don't care that you have a facial deformity. We shouldn't even call it a deformity. We should call it, you're just facially different. You're just different, and that's okay. You're unique, and we accept you, and you're a beautiful human being. And what's on the surface doesn't matter. But there's a deeper question here that goes to a kind of philosophy of aesthetics of someone like Oscar Wilde or Friedrich Nietzsche. There's a question of, why do we oppose the deformities? And why is it that the Mark Ruffalo character goes up to the WASP CEO? He's like some descendant of the Normans, the 11th century conquerors or whatever. He's like, oh, yes, my name is William Blythe Jefferson Clinton III or whatever. I don't even remember what the name is, as he introduces himself. But he shows this picture of the facial deformities of a baby, and he says, this is what you did, this is what you caused. But we have to stop and sort of wonder, why is that a bad thing? Why is that a bad thing within the liberal context? The context of what matters is your heart, your empathy. Don't judge a book by its cover. What's underneath? What's the deeper meaning, the deeper message, the deeper humanity? We're all equal. Surface level beauty doesn't matter. Why is Anne Hathaway, by the way, playing the wife when physiologically she looks nothing like the wife? The real wife, beautiful woman, wonderful woman, I love her. But just in terms of her width to height facial ratio, it's just completely off, just a completely different phenotype. Very similar to the Mark Ruffalo, looks nothing like the guy he's supposed to be portraying. So why choose Anne Hathaway? Well, maybe it's because of these Eurocentric, what is the term? Dolichocephalic. I got to learn how to pronounce this word. Dolichocephalic. Let's see if this gives me
dolichocephalic.
Dolichocephalic. All right, very good. So dolichocephaly. Dolichocephaly just means you have a longer face than a wider face. So why do they choose Anne Hathaway? She has this dolichocephaly. She has a long face. She has these classic waspy Northern European white features, as opposed to the real wife, who's a little more maybe robust, Alpine, Germanic, whatever. She has this wider jaw, which is beautiful, and I love it. And she's just perfect in every way. But why do they choose Anne Hathaway? To appeal, to make the audience say, oh yeah, his wife is hot, and therefore I like him more. So there is this aesthetic supremacist subtext to the film that we see in the Anne Hathaway character, that we see in this fight against the facial deformity. Why should we oppose facial deformity? Why shouldn't we all just start, drinking C8 or whatever the chemical is, the PFOA? Why shouldn't we just drink PFOA, this polyfluoride? I forget the rest of it. Why shouldn't we just drink it and have deformities and have deformed children with deformed faces? Because it's not a deformity, it's just a difference. And what difference does it make how we look on the outside? What matters is the inside. And maybe if we all had these asymmetrical faces, we could get away from this Platonic, Pythagorean aesthetic supremacy, the supremacy of symmetry. What does it matter if one side of your face is up and the other side is down? So these are kind of deeper questions that don't really go answered, that overall contributes to the paradox of the film. This is not something particular to this film. This is something we could find all over. But it's an interesting question maybe to ask on a deeper level. Why is it a problem? Now, of course, there are other problems with the PFOA. There's problems with Teflon. There are kidney cancers, testicular cancer. All kinds of people are getting cancer. And that is a different sort of a problem. The idea of someone dying, that's not about their aesthetics or their symmetry. That's a different question entirely. But I do think this warrants a little bit of inquiry in our heads. How do we reconcile this? How do we reconcile, on the one hand, you're beautiful at any size, you're beautiful at any type, we have to reject Eurocentric beauty standards. How do you square that circle with then saying, yeah, but you guys are evil, and here's a picture of a deformed baby? Well, who cares if the baby's deformed? And who cares if there's a loss of IQ? Not saying that there was any evidence of loss of IQ in this film. They didn't talk about that at all. But let's say there was. What should we matter? What does IQ matter? Why should it matter? I mean, that's just, it's not that a person is disabled, it's that they're differently abled. So these are kind of some interesting questions and paradoxes that have to be in the film, because the film is not an ideological manifesto. The film is not meant to be internally consistent. The director, in some ways, is at odds with his creation. I think he's conscious of that. I think the entire construction of the film is artificial. And we read a little bit about that of the director opposes the organic creation, and he's in favor of a kind of artistic formalism. So why is this? So why is this way? It is a pragmatic film in many respects, and it does achieve its desired outcome. You watch the film and then you wonder, I wonder if my non-stick pans are safe. I wonder if they're healthy. I wonder if my kids are going to have problems. And one problem they don't talk about is endocrine disruptors and hormonal disruptors that are in plastics, that are everywhere, that are in the food we drink, the microplastics. Did I say the food we drink? Oh boy, implicitly, I'm already thinking I'm in the future of Soylent, that we're just drinking food. But no, the food we eat, the water we drink. And these microplastics, they don't cause facial deformities or cancers necessarily, although they can be a contributing factor. But endocrine disruptors in general, chemicals or aspects, chemicals is such a broad word, but anything that interacts with your hormonal system changes your psychology. Now, this is just a very odd coincidence with the fact that now 30% of young people approximately can name someone in their own life who uses alternate pronouns. That is, they do not use he and they do not use she, but they use some kind of alternate pronouns like they, them. So this massive shift we've had just coincidentally seems to coincide with the introduction of massive endocrine disruptors in our environment. It's just a coincidence. It's just a correlation. I can't draw any kind of causality out of this, but it is interesting. And there's a further level that we can go with this to say that maybe this is not just an accident, because the film is true. The film is real. Watch the film. The film is not lying to you in the facts that it presents. DuPont, as a company, took Teflon and put it in cigarettes and told their workers, here's some free cigarettes. You should smoke these. They're healthier for you. They're better for you. And they tracked those workers, and they all ended up hospitalized, throwing up, vomiting, fever, headache, developing cancer. Every single one of them had problems within like 6 months. And what did they do? They took all the women off the assembly line for Teflon. They said women shouldn't be anywhere near this, especially women who are pregnant, nursing, or maybe become pregnant. And so one of the women who worked on the Teflon line had a baby with facial deformity. She said, how could this have happened? Did this, and she's trying to connect the dots in her head. We were just taken off the Teflon line. Was there something dangerous about the Teflon line? They said, no, nothing to see here. And they put the women back on because they realized that what they did was too conspicuous. So they'd rather put the women back on and risk more of these deformities as a way to hush it up and hush it over and not have it be a big scandal. They'd rather risk it than care about the lives of the mothers and the unborn children. So what is the consequence of all this? What is What does this mean? This means DuPont as an organization, as an institution, which is above the state, which controls our government. I'm not saying that personally. I'm talking about the narrative of the film. This is all fiction, right? Based on a true story, but it's the fictional presentation of Todd Haynes. Like I said, I haven't read the biography. I haven't read the legal papers. I don't know. I'm simply talking about the art, the universe created within this artistic realm, that DuPont controls the government and essentially, what does that mean? That means our government is participating actively in poisoning us, knowingly poisoning us, and continuing to poison us. Now, you could describe this as, oh, well, they're so greedy that they don't care. But there's a step further we can go. It's not greed that's driving them necessarily. It's not just pure greed, but they actually want to poison us. They want to mutilate us. They want to introduce endocrine disruptors. It's not just a side effect. It's not a bug. It's a feature that they want to disrupt our hormonal system. They like it when some of these things break down. And I don't know how deeply I can go into this, because this is all just this is, after all, it is all a fictional artistic universe. It is just a work of art, and this is just art criticism. So we can't really go too far with it. But within the universe of the film, this is how it's depicted. And there's a suggestion there that they resent West Virginians. This is the element where, oh, I won't tell anyone you're from West Virginia. The boss says to the employee, I won't tell anyone, your secret's safe with me. There's a class distinction. There is a resentment of certain types of people. And so let's take that to the next level. Maybe it's not just that they were making so much money they didn't care about poisoning people, but maybe they wanted to poison people. Maybe they got some kind of thrill out of poisoning people. Maybe for them, it was a whole big experiment. They wanted to see how many people they could poison before they got caught. And they took control of the EPA. The EPA didn't protect the people. The EPA shut down the investigation because they're controlled by DuPont within the fiction of the film. Remember, this is still an ongoing legal case. I can't even believe, I was like, isn't this violating, because the dude is still a lawyer, he's still defending people. Isn't this violating some kind of, you're prejudicing the public in favor of one side of a politicized case? You know, isn't there some law against that or something? Not that I'm complaining. It was a good film. I'm glad it was made. I don't really care either way. But the fact that they were able to make it, the whole thing is questionable. And maybe they're able to make it because they are whatever they are. I don't know. Maybe they have some kind of ideological protection being entrenched in Hollywood that maybe I don't have. So the limits of these things, it is the opposite of the Wild West. See, the Wild West is a situation in which an individual content creator can say anything, can do anything, can be anything, and it doesn't matter. There are no consequences. I can be as offensive as I like. I can be as radical as I like. I can do anything. That's the Wild West. But what we have is the opposite of the Wild West, something that's been referred to as anarcho-tyranny, where I am constricted not by a series of very well-defined rules, like some kind of Chinese dictatorship or some kind of, Stalinist regime or whatever, where, you must not criticize communism or you must not criticize Stalinism or whatever it is. The rules are so ambiguous, and it's almost like having an abusive parent, where rather than, it's one thing if you have a parent who's like, you must go to church every Sunday and you have to wear these clothes, and kind of a dictatorial parent. When the rules are clear, children can follow the rules. But what if you have an alcoholic father, and sometimes he comes home and everything's all right, but other times he comes home and he just beats you. And why does he beat you? Well, he finds an excuse. He finds an excuse to beat you. He invents something. He tells you to do two different things. He says, go get me a beer, and you get him a beer, and you say, I don't know what he says. He starts beating you up. It's completely arbitrary. And in a sense, I would rather live under the Stalinist regime. Maybe this is just me. Maybe I'm just such a priestly type. I like rules. I'm autistic, whatever. Maybe there is maybe there is some sense in which my bourgeois mentality would rather have a rule-based society like North Korea. I'd rather live under that kind of dictatorship than live in a household in a quote unquote free society where, I have a abusive father who's coming home and he's just randomly beating. He's making up excuses to beating me. This is kind of this is how Susan makes me feel when there's this new TOS and it's not clear, it's not apparent. Sometimes Susan seems to just let people go on and use slurs in that are racially insensitive, that are sexually insensitive. And you see these slurs happening on these big channels with millions of views, with tens of thousands of subscribers. You see them, they're popular. You've got documentaries coming out. You've got a lot of media attention around these people. A lot of big conversation. The biggest conservative pundits in the country are doing 45-minute speeches about YouTube channels. You've got really big organizations like the ADL talking about YouTube channels, and they're still allowed to be up. And yet you've got some other people where it's like they do the slightest little thing. The YouTube channel is clean, but they do something in their personal life or private life that's unseemly, and so they get shut down. So it is this constant fear. It's like this Russian roulette that in some ways is more dictatorial than if you had clearly established rules, where it's like the smallest touch. If you've ever seen that film, oh geez, now I'm gonna have to do. There's a dude. Do you remember The Office? Office characters. So there's a Polish guy, a man of Polish heritage, John Krasinski. This is how my mind works. We're going to go from Jim Halpert. We're going to go to John Krasinski. And then we're going to go to one of his more recent films that I believe came out in the last couple of years, A Quiet Place. That's how my memory works. I was talking about A Quiet Place. A Quiet Place, if you ever watch this film, and I think it's a good film. I have talked about it before. A Quiet Place is a horror film in which aliens or extraterrestrials, or we don't know, they like demons, they live on Earth, and if you make a sound, they can hear you. They can't see you, but if they hear you, they will come and they will kill you. It's a very scary movie. It's a very good movie as well. I like the movie. But that's what it's like. And there were a lot of social commentary about it. But that is what it's like. Rather than having clear rules, you can do this or you can't do that. It's like there's this hair trigger. It's like I can walk in front of Susan. I can give Susan the middle finger, whatever. But if I do something soft, a little whisper, all of a sudden she's going to hear me and come running and eviscerate me and destroy me. And this happens to people. I mean, this has happened to the Budweiser guy. He put up a sign. He said, donate to whatever it was, PayPal. I don't remember what it was, Stripe or Zelle or whatever the company is. He said, donate to me to buy me a six-pack of beer. And he got like $1,000. And then he said, I'm not going to keep this. I'm going to give it to charity. So Budweiser hopped on. All these corporate sponsors hopped on to get $1 million. And then they had to shut it all down because he made some tweet that was like an insensitive joke 4 years ago. So that's what I mean when it's like you can be Justin Trudeau and you can do blackface and that's fine. But if you made a off-color tweet 4 years ago, now your whole life has to be destroyed. $1 million to charity has to be thrown out the window because it's sullied, it's tainted. So there's like this demoniacal, again, it's like an abusive drunken father where it's like sometimes you can just do whatever you want. And then other times it's like this vicious ferocity that comes bearing down on you. It is very Chthonian. It is very Dionysian. A couple of things I wanted to talk about in regards to the 2020 election, since we brought that topic up. I wanted to go into the 2024 election and talk about maybe the concept of someone like Elon Musk. Now, Elon, as a man, as a person, he's not a very good speaker. His appearance on Joe Rogan wasn't that impressive. He tends to get himself in trouble. He's not very inspiring, not very charismatic, kind of a nerd. His hair is fake. If you look at pictures of him from 10, 20 years ago, he's bald effectively, but he got hair transplants. His chin is fake. His jaw is fake. He's probably had testosterone injections, chin jaw surgery. He just looks morphologically a completely different human being than he was 10, 20 years ago because of all his wealth. And most of his wealth comes from grifting off the state. So the state of California in particular gives you all these kinds of rewards and benefits if you invest in quote unquote green energy or clean energy. So he's been grifting off the state. Not a very ingenious guy, not doing great things for the world, but he does have a certain popularity. And I compare him to someone like Donald Trump. Now we've got Michael Bloomberg entering the race. And so there's this idea within Spangler that we come to a period of the money men. And within our democratic system, we're now looking at this period, maybe, in similarity to like Bernie Sanders is Gracchus, the Gracchus brothers, or you have these fantastically rich people in this period in Rome where they rise up and use their money to project political power rather than the traditional system, like a pre-Henry VIII system, or where you have like a system of property and power based off ancestry, based off heroic deeds within the warrior class. Now we're talking about the liquefaction of class, and therefore, rather than a quality system, a system of quality, we have a system of quantity. So this kind of transition, we have to wonder if not just Trump and Bloomberg, but what other millionaires can enter the race? Because we had Ross Perot, was a millionaire, a billionaire who came in and challenged, it was Bush and Clinton. Where can this trend continue? How can we go further with this? And I'm thinking about people like Kanye West, and I'm thinking about people like Elon Musk. And it's like you have to combine the billionaire status with some kind of personal charisma. I think Mark Cuban fits the bill. But Mark Cuban, like Bloomberg, is this neoliberal who doesn't really appeal to the Democratic base nor the Republican base, because the Democratic base, frankly, hates rich people. And the Republican base, also sort of hates rich people. And so unless you have some kind of populist rhetoric like Trump was able to develop, you're going to have a problem. We're seeing the Bloomberg tape where he says things like, well, I think the poor should be taxed because they don't know how to use their money very well. They're just going to spend it on drugs. So we should tax them and control their financial situation, essentially. Tax them to death and then, basically put them in a controlled environment like a hamster. Give them a little hamster wheel. Give them a little drinking bowl. We'll give them free health care. I'm a Democrat. We'll give them free health care. But we have to tax them so they don't have any disposable income, so they can't, buy drugs. Which, hey, I'm not even going to say the guy's wrong because I don't know enough about the economics behind it. But as a political populist platform, not a good thing to be out there. So, billionaires in themselves are not really predisposed to being the face of a political movement by their nature. Billionaires often have a lot of resentment toward lower class people and don't really care about their feelings, not very empathetic to their situation, and kind of doesn't serve well. That attitude doesn't serve well in populist politics. So that's an issue, but I'm wondering what we're going to see in 2024, if we're going to see more and more of these billionaires entering into politics and dominating politics from the outside. It would be an interesting thing. You're seeing someone like Joe Biden, who essentially has all of the clout in the world as a tenured politician. And yet he would probably lose against Donald Trump. It's also funny to see the way that Trump started off as this ridiculously offensive person. We know all the things he said. And now he says, Jews need to learn to love Israel. We need more immigrants than ever before. And Black people built America. So the shift from what he was saying before, which I don't think is even allowable on YouTube, is so offensive. And now to what he's saying now, clearly Trump, yes, he is gregarious. He has a personality. He is likable in many respects to his base. But whoever's speaking to him, whether it's Kushner or whoever's giving him advice, he has been able to change his tone and tenor on policy issues and many different issues. He is now the most pro-LGBTQ president ever for the Republicans. Not in general. I mean, Obama was better in some respects, but in terms of integrating the LGBTQ community into the Republican Party, he's done more than anyone else. more than Obama could ever do. In fact, Obama polarized the country in some respects, whereas Trump is bringing them into the coalition in a way that no one else could ever do, and no one else has. A George Bush or someone. Trump has done way more. So Trump, in some sense, has the ability to have a self-control and to change what he says. He still says it in the same way. He still has a gregarious personality. He's still kind of over the top, repetitive, has his own idiosyncrasies about him. But he is able to listen to advice from smarter people and change his policies. You can agree with them or disagree, but he does have that ability for self-control, whereas Joe has no clue what he's saying. He's sucking on his wife's finger. He's just a weird guy. And, in some ways, there's a crossover appeal. I think Trump voters like that. I think they like Crazy Joe. I think they like the fact that he's a little eccentric. He's like your crazy uncle. He'll just say anything, do anything. But he's not on message. He's not presidential. I think Trump is more presidential than Biden at this point, which is pretty incredible to say. So to have a situation where someone like Biden can be so politically entrenched, and yet they're going to be beaten by a complete outsider like Donald Trump, tells us something about the nature of the inside versus the outside. Because Donald Trump, in reality, is not an outsider. Within the context of politics as a center of power, Donald Trump is an outsider. But if we understand that politics is not the center of power, but it's actually the periphery of power which interacts with the populace at large, then we have to ask ourselves, what's the real center of power? And that is media and money and military is the center of power. Politics is the intermediary priestly caste which transmits the doctrines and dogmas which are desired by the center of power to the rest of the populace. They are the face, they are the scapegoats if something goes wrong. So when the banks need to be bailed out, the politicians bail them out. The banks don't bail themselves out, at least not according to the populace. But we know the underlying process is essentially the banks do bail themselves out. So they are the real power players. In that sense, Trump, as a financier, as a media personality, he was already in the center. And in some ways, that makes Biden his lesser and Biden secondary. And Biden is the outsider compared to Trump, the insider. So this is an interesting inversion of the typical characterization of Donald Trump as an outsider, Biden as an insider. In terms of their relation to power, it's almost the complete opposite. Now, of course, Biden has his own financial connections or whatever. So it's not an absolute. It's relatively speaking, and not in absolute terms. But this is an interesting thing to consider. And if this trend continues of the supposed outside becoming the inside, this inversion goes on, 2024, we could expect to have more and more of these billionaires running for president. And the presidency and the billionaire class might continue to become more intertwined. And this could produce some really interesting results, especially for people who are Bernie Sanders supporters, and widen this divide between this more explicit nature of the billionaire establishment that we haven't really seen since America's founding. The American founders were the financial aristocrats of America. They were some of the richest people in America. And they were all bound together in fraternal organizations. It's very funny, people who will defend, the American revolutionaries would have hated all this globalism. They would have hated the Bilderbergs. No, the American revolutionaries were Bilderbergers. They were a collection of the richest people in the country got together to say, how can we further enrich ourselves? Okay, well, we need more classical liberalism, free market economics, in a sense, at least internally. Now, we're not speaking about internationally in terms of they did institute certain protectionist policies, but I'm speaking with respect to Britain coming in and taxing them. And they said, why should we allow ourselves to be taxed by Britain? We want low taxes internally to allow for business to explode. And it's also going to be beneficial for us to adopt our own protectionist policies to protect our business, our finance from the British externally. So it was a bunch of rich people getting together thinking how to make more money. So there's a lot of inversions to go on here. Let's see if have we done an hour yet. Trying new things. Where's the most K Brown videos? I don't know. Yes, I have learned to stream. I don't know. I don't know what these random comments are. Symbolism happens. Personal anecdote. Okay, the personal anecdote is everybody was white. Demographically, in comparison with it was an overwhelming shift from the usual moving going experience. It's a little bit demographically different from this one, and I think that shows it is a targeted film toward a specific group of people. Hollywood in general is always some time behind the culture. It makes white people think they're in a better spot demographically than they are. Not always, not necessarily. What was the Wakanda movie? Black Panther is an example. Crazy Rich Asians. Films where there was the one Last Christmas was that film with the Game of Thrones lady. So I mean, this is not necessarily the case, but I think certainly in this film, it definitely was the case. What politics are we talking about? Oh, okay, Orange Man Bad. I see the title. Okay, special blood. Okay, well, thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. Send it ducto or otkud t-dins. I have no clue what otkud t-dins means. Google's not telling me. What if I say send it ducto? Does that mean anything? Because it looks like you said something backwards. So I have no clue what that means. That is very cryptic. That is very secretive, 4th D. Looking good, loving the casual look. Well, yeah, that is how we do in this. Oh, I remind you of a Catholic priest. I need a little white thing over here. I don't know what that's called. Foxcatcher was about the DuPont heirs. Oh, let's check this out. Foxcatcher. I haven't heard about this before. 2014 American biographical sports true crime drama film, directed by Bennett Miller. Let's see, is he known for queer cinema? Let's see what he's famous for. He described himself as a tumbleweed. I don't have a company. I don't have a staff. I don't own anything. I've never owned a car or an apartment. Amazing, Bennett Miller. You're an amazing man. Okay, so the plot is loosely based on the DuPont family and wrestling enthusiast John DuPont's recruitment of 2 gold medal wrestlers, Mark Schultz and his older brother David, to help coach U.S. wrestlers, and the subsequent murder of David by DuPont. DuPont is murdering people? This is crazy. Tell me about this plot. So we have a wrestling champ in 1987, speaks at an elementary school in place of his older brother Dave. Both are Olympic gold medal winners in 1984, but Mark feels overshadowed by Dave. Mark is contacted by John E. DuPont, a convicted murderer. Okay, well, that happens after. I'm inserting future chronology here. An heir to the DuPont family fortune who arranges to fly Mark to his estate, where he has built a private wrestling training facility. DuPont invites Mark to join Team Foxcatcher to be paid to train for the World Championship. Mark accepts the offer, with DuPont urging him to enlist Dave as well. Dave declines for the sake of his wife and children, who are settled where they live, so Mark moves to Pennsylvania alone. Mark stays in a homey guest house and is greeted by DuPont. Mark excels, with Foxcatcher winning a gold medal in 1987. DuPont praises him and they develop a friendship. DuPont introduces Mark to cocaine, which he starts to use regularly. He confides in Mark, telling him how his mother, Jean DuPont, paid a boy to act as his friend. Oh, we're getting sort of existential here. This is really hitting into a deep emotional place now. John organizes and funds over 50 Masters Wrestling tournament, which he wins after his opponent is paid to lose the final match. Oh boy. Jean tells her son she believes wrestling is a low sport and does not like him seeming being low. One day, Mark and his teammates take the morning off from training to watch mixed martial arts. Angered by this, John verbally and physically rebuffs him, saying he will enlist Dave by any means necessary, while also demanding that Mark work out his differences with his brother. Dave decides to move his family to Pennsylvania to join Foxcatcher. His self-esteem is damaged by DuPont, or they're referring to Mark. He trains and works alone, pushing away John and Dave. They entered the 1988 Summer Olympics. John's mother escorted into the gym to watch him coach his team. He awkwardly demonstrates basic maneuvers for her. Jean leaves in disgust after seeing he gave his back to his student. So this is sad. This mother-son relationship is not going well. At the 1988 Olympic trials in Pensacola, where we just had a nice little incident with some people. Maybe you've heard about that recent incident, Pensacola, recent tragedy, one of those daily shootings that we have now. Mark performs poorly, losing his first match. Angered by the failure, Mark destroys his room, goes on an eating binge before Dave breaks into the room. They work feverishly so Mark can make his weight class. As Mark exercises, Dave prevents John from speaking with Mark. Mark competes well enough to win his match and make the Olympic team. Dave notices DuPont is absent, learning that he left for Pennsylvania after being told that his mother died. After returning, Mark tells Dave, "You and I both know that I can't stay at Foxcatcher once the Olympics are over," and asks Dave to leave with him. Documentary funded by John about his exploits with Foxcatcher is made, during which Dave is asked to praise him as coach and mentor. Mark loses his match in Seoul, after which he leaves Foxcatcher, while Dave continues to live at John's estate and train with Foxcatcher. As a condition for his remaining, he negotiates an arrangement to support Mark financially. John is seen sitting alone in his mansion's trophy room watching a documentary about Foxcatcher, which ends with Mark complimenting him at a ceremony. John calls his bodyguard and drives to Dave's house, where he finds him in the driveway working on his car radio. Dave approaches John's car to greet him. John shoots him 3 times at close range before driving off, and Dave's wife, Nancy, runs out to her husband, who dies in her arms. John is later arrested outside his own home, and the film ends showing Mark as he competes in a cage fighting match. Apparently, Steve Carell plays John DuPont. Let's see how similar Steve Carell looks to John DuPont. Youngest of 4 children of William DuPont, English born. Let's see, William DuPont Jr. The dolichocephaly on this guy. Would you take a look at this guy's dolichocephaly? I mean, come on, dude. We're reaching levels of dolichocephaly that shouldn't even be possible. So that's who he is. I'm trying to see where it's a French name, DuPont, but this guy John DuPont doesn't look like someone I would want to hang out with personally. He doesn't give me those vibes. Oh boy, we're looking at this guy. He certainly is a guy. He definitely is. He's a man. He's of the male gender. I don't know what to say. Oh, he grows a beard after getting in custody. So probably seems a little bit off his rocker. Oh, Steve Carell is portraying him, and they put like stuff on his face to make him look different. They give him this big old honking nose. They give him a big old honker, which really makes Steve Carell look different. Oh, Steve. This guy looks a lot taller than Steve. I think Steve is a short guy. They make Steve look tall. But that's not the case. Team Foxcatcher. What an amazing story. I love the story. I love the narrative. Dave Schultz. We're looking at Dave Schultz. He is half Ukrainian Jewish and half British descent, and he was a great wrestler. He did suffer from dyslexia. So he's got these two Olympian wrestlers. These two, does that have anything to do? What's that name? Israel. Israel means wrestle with God. So maybe there's something to that. Maybe there's something to the idea of wrestling with God. The Schultz brothers wrestling with God, represented by Mr. DuPont. I mean, you look at this guy. Is he not the pinnacle? This Dave Schultz, is he not the pinnacle of Hebrew masculinity? I mean, he's rivaling. I would say he rivals Mark Cuban. I could name some other people, but we'll leave it at that. He looks like a very masculine, athletic guy. Let's check out Mark Schultz, what Mark Schultz looks like. Mark Schultz seems to look more like a Joe Rogan character to me. And he looks a little bit stronger than his brother as well. The leotards that they're wearing, I don't know about the leotard sort of outfit where like there's two bands and they go inside of the nipples. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if that's right and proper. I don't know in terms of aesthetics and fashion if that's something I agree or consent to. But back to John DuPont, he did die in prison at age 72. So he was an erratic guy. He was a crazy guy. He was a weird guy. Apparently, a horse injured his testicles. Wow, that's interesting. In 2015, Mark Schultz revealed that John lost his testicles in a horse riding accident. That is amazing. So he was androgynous. When did that happen, dude? When did that happen? When John was 30 years old? When John was 30 years old, he lost his testicles in a horse riding accident, which caused psychological damage? That's incredible. He injured his hand in an auto accident. This was a risky guy. He was getting injured all the time. He was having some problems, this fox catcher guy. Oh boy, they're having some problems here. They lived together for less than 6 months. DuPont filed for divorce. He pointed a gun at her and tried to push her into a fireplace. This guy's crazy. This guy's incredible. He had a stamp collection. This guy's insane. He has a stamp collection. He was very into, there was a lawsuit in 1988. He made improper sexual advances to Andre Metzger. So this was a guy who allegedly was bisexual. Allegedly, we don't know. That's, for him to define his own sexuality. I won't do that for him. But this guy's all over the place. I mean, he's marrying women. He's sexually harassing men. He's losing his testicles. He's breaking his hand. He's horse riding. He's doing race car stuff. He's got a stamp collection. This is what happens when you're too rich to work. This is what happens. He is a paranoid schizophrenic who believed that Schultz was part of an international conspiracy to kill him. Oh, no. Oh, no. Don't accuse Schultz of being part of an international conspiracy, Mr. DuPont. That's not right. That's not true. That's just not factual. You are crazy. You're a paranoid schizophrenic, dude. Ah, son. What is going on? The Foxcatcher Farm. What is going on, Mr. DuPont? Some severe problems here. Thank you, Brian G. I appreciate you and your ability to introduce me to crazy, just opening up my eyes to the crazy reality of the world. The real life is crazier than the fiction. We know that. I have a pure Mormon phenotype. I disagree. I do not have the pure blonde hair of the pure Mormons who are racist, who are unfortunately do have a history of institutional racism. But thankfully they are diversifying. Thankfully they are diversifying. It's a slow process, but they're sending the missionaries. Teflon is benefiting the country. I don't think I said that necessarily. I mean, okay, yes, I probably did say those exact words, but it was within the context of two opposing arguments. On the one hand, yeah, it is clearly disrupting hormonal systems, endocrine systems, leading to cancer, all kinds of problems. On the other hand, you can cook your eggs in 5 minutes and you don't have to worry about cleaning the pan. And it's a no-stick surface. It's amazing. It's like magic. So there's always more than one perspective, right? On the high, low versus middle spectrum. The Soviet new man, but it's an obese man with 3 cancers. No, I don't think that's what the Soviets had in mind. See, this is why, Stalinism, say what you will, but obesity was not a problem. I'm not going to say there weren't fat people. And of course, if you watch old Soviet film, they are very discriminatory toward people. And I don't even think I should. I know Joe Biden calls people fat. I think that word should be banned. Like many other words, should just be censored, banned, bleeped out. People of girth. I don't know what to call it. People of wideness. You see these people in Soviet film. If you look back, they're lampooned. They are not embraced. They are not the norm. So, yeah, Stalinism is interesting, and I'm glad that we can still talk about that ideology because it's an interesting one. I don't endorse anything. I only endorse passive watching of YouTube videos that are approved personally by Susan, such as this one, because YouTube is no longer a platform. It is a publisher. I can say I'm a published author of films, 2-hour-long films, feature-length films, and my publisher is Susan herself. Don't we need consumers? Well, if you look into the tripartite nature of consumers, if we were to say that consumers are part of a larger system, what are the other 2 parts of that system? There are creators, replicators, and consumers. Creators are the people who create the original thing. They invent the original thing. They have the genius, the innovation. They tap into something, whether it's a mathematical problem, a chemical problem, a cultural problem, an artistic problem, whatever. The creators are there to introduce something which is somehow new and unique, not arbitrary, not like monkeys on typewriters, not just random, but it's something creative. And this is what when we look at nature is according to these certain forces, and we can see the forces of the universe, gravity, thermodynamics, all the forces of the universe are implicit in nature. So when we're seeing nature, we're not seeing something arbitrary. The sun is not arbitrary. It is constricted by gravity. The earth is not arbitrary. It is formed by gravitational forces. And it is then these interactions, chemical interactions, biochemical interactions, which create life, which create the winds and the sun and the cycles. And there's an ordering about it. And we see the complexity of it. And there is a newness about it, but it is not a chaos. We have to distinguish between the purely absurd and the purely arbitrary, which we now see in these Twitter comments and text strings and randomly generated numbers. We have to distinguish between that and like in Minecraft, you can put in a random seed, but that seed then results, it passes through these filters of ordering principles, which then produce a cohesive world. Like a Minecraft world where every single space, every single point in this, 3-dimensional, it's a Cartesian field with the depth. So it's a spatial field with 3 axes, up, down, left, right, forward, backward. And if you generate a Minecraft world where every single block, every single discrete block is completely random, no one wants to play that game. No one wants to play where, up in the sky, there's like a grass block, and then down there's a water block, and there's a lava block, and you'd be looking at a face of chaos. It would be a styrofoam construction. This foam construction with no meaning, no coherence. But at the same time, you don't want to just look at a flat plane where, sky is up there, this is the dirt, and there is the stone, and everything is just flat and leveled, because then it's really sort of one-dimensional in a way. There's a single axis up, down, sky, grass, stone. It's one-dimensional. There's no change. There's no difference. There's nothing introduced there. So it's kind of this balance of fire and ice, of order and chaos that creates the creative. It's a special balance that has to be attuned to the specific energies of the given ecology. And of course, we have a multi-layering of ecological system, culture, art, and so on and so forth, politics. Everything interacts with each other through these mediums, through these connecting series of tubes or vibrations or striations, or perhaps you could say a geometry of hyperdimensional ecology that interacts these things. By attuning ourselves to specific energies in these wavelengths, we can be creative. Now, once something is created, whether it's technological, linguistic, cultural, artistic, whatever it is, there then come a class of people who are called replicators. And these replicators are the priest class, as opposed to the shamans who are creators. These people then come in and they ossify, codify, and create archetypes out of these original forms, which they then replicate. So this would be like, I create Barney the dinosaur. I'm the guy inside the suit. I created the costume, whatever. There's a creative process that goes into Barney the dinosaur. Then you make toys and you sell them to a mass audience. So the replicators are people who are productively involved in economics, that is the quantitative reproduction of qualitative invention. And this is the priest who administers the mass. They're not Jesus. Jesus was creative. Jesus was inventive. He was doing something new. The priest doesn't deviate from the script. He sticks with the mass. He is not an exciting character. He's quite a boring character, but he's a necessary character in order to transmit the creativity of Christ to the lay people in the audience. So there's a hierarchy. There's only one Christ. There are then millions of priests, and then there are billions of Christians, right? So this is the hierarchy. It really gets small toward the top, toward who are the actual creative people. Now, I'm delineating three classes for you, but we can see the ways in which three parts of our brain, the conscious, the subconscious, the preconscious, whatever, you can see the way in which these mirror these three classes. Of course, we could somehow try to connect this to the tripartite Indo-European system of the warrior priest and the merchant, if we wanted to. But these are the three classes. I would say is there are many intermediate types and intermediate forms of confusion and mixing of these classes. One of these would be the critic. The critic does not authentically create something. So I am performing the function of a critic today. I'm not a replicator. I'm not reading from a script. I'm also not a consumer. You're the consumer. You're listening. Once you comment, you enter into this realm of the critic. The critic is not someone who authentically creates something in itself, a self-contained ecology, a universe of their own. The critic takes something, observes, and then criticizes and inverts and says, well, what if it was this way? You say it's like that, but what if it's like this? Or they give their thumbs up or they give their thumbs down. It's some kind of active interaction, which is not the mere replication. The replicative act would be to take my video, download it, and put it on BitChute. That would be a replicative act. A creative act would be to make your own video, which was unique in some way. And we can say that there are different levels of creativity, and we have a concept, an idealized form in our mind of pure creativity. But, everything is based off something else. Picasso talks about this intimation or the copying process, where often when you become an artist, first you copy, you observe other artists. So that's the act of consumption. You then replicate those artists, so you copy the artists. And then finally, once you've risen up the ladder from consumption to maybe the ability for art critique and then the ability for art replication, finally, you're ready to create your own art in your own style. But every style is based off a previous style, and we are not radical individuals. The concept of ecology, what I find so powerful about it, is that it necessitates not the negation of the individual, but the contextualization of the individual, that an individual exists at all times within an ecology, either past and imagined within the ecology of the mind, which is not an individual, it is an ecology. By thinking in this way, this ecological thinking allows us to escape this trap of individualism while not negating the agency of individual actors. To view things as purely collective negates free will, and it negates these creative energies. We have to have some conceptualization of an individualism in order to have creativity, and yet to take it to its furthest conclusion, we then negate creativity, because creativity is the interaction with an ecology. If we're to remove the collective aspect or the ecological aspect and think of a pure individual creativity, that would devolve into nothingness, which is synonymous with the styrofoam of the hypermodern, where you no longer rely on past traditions. We might not even call this the hypermodern, but the anti-modern in a way. Not a pre-modernism, but an anti-modernism maybe, because Ebert does say that hypermodernism is about taking past traditions and playing with them rather than canceling them. If we're to be anti-traditional in the strictest sense, then we cannot create, because creativity is not about, I mean, again, by understanding the brain itself as an ecology, we understand there are different parts of the brain that interact with themselves. So even the most solipsistic art has to have some level of tension, dynamism between two distinct poles of orientation. Let's see. The working class is not Anglo. That is true in some senses. There's a book called Albion's Seed, which goes into the different founding Anglo populations of the United States and the differences between them. Talking about himself, save for, I don't know what this sentence means, Brian. Kenneth talking about himself, save for the facial deformity. What? Wait, so are you saying I'm a victim of DuPont or something like this? Or I don't know what reference that is. You can always count on Brian to be saying things that are oddly critical and yet oddly sycophantic at the same time. It's a very strange dynamic, but that just characterizes people on the internet in general. Whoa. I feel like Kenneth is a fountain of humor, but he bottles it up inside to LARP as Plato. That could be legit. That could be true. That could be true. I can't tell if Kenneth is speaking sincerely. Well, I am sincere, and that is important. Unexpectedly funny, very goofy. It's true. It's the Wittgensteinian notion of play. I mean, do people not listen to me when I say I like the book club? Do people not listen to me when I say I like zaniness? I like things from the outside. I'm not, again, within myself, there is an attraction to the ordered world of Minecraft. I don't even know if we can talk about psychological ideas anymore, because, I don't know what people, again, I don't know what the standards are. I don't know what we can say, but there's a particular priestly ideal of things being perfect, things being ordered, that I do appreciate. I do appreciate the, like Ukrainian folk dress or something, like the Slavic folk dress, where it's like a pure white with like some flowery textures and everything is ordered. And, I do like that. And I guess how to say this, I think it's interesting to look at one's childhood with respect to ideology or metaphysics. How do we approach nature? Are you the kind of person who approaches nature, you don't care about nature? Because I think there are some people where for them, nature is like irrelevant or stupid or ugly or whatever. They'd rather be playing video games. They'd rather be winning sports. But people who are nature-centered, who love nature, who admire the beauty of nature, I don't think it's because they admire the chaos of nature, but I think it's because they admire the order of nature. The concept of pristine virgin forest, that you want to somehow, I've always had this sympathy toward the idea of like, can we all just like leave? Can we all just like leave the forest alone? Can we all just leave it alone? Just stop touching it. Just stop. It's almost like when I'm like a little kid, imagine I'm like a little kid, I'm in my room and I'm building up my Legos. And then someone comes into the room, let's say, it could be anyone comes into the room, and they talk to me and they distract my attention. I'm focused on my Legos, okay? You're distracting me. And what's worse, you come in when I'm not around, or it would be terrible if you were around, if I were to witness this, but you come in and you knock down my Legos. Or it could be anything, it could be my Lincoln Logs, my Legos, could be my Minecraft server. It doesn't matter, but I've built up my little particular thing just the way I want it. And you people come in who are so ignorant, you don't recognize the beauty of it and you want to smash it. And I see this tendency in people, these destructive, consumptive people. They want to come in and I build up my little thing and they want to destroy it and smash it. And at the end of the day, it is my love of the particular, specific, well-ordered, pristine, virgin, natural, organic forest, whatever, all these ideas that I think are somehow tied together, at least from my perception, that I want this thing. I want you to leave nature alone. I want you to leave my trees alone, man. I kind of have this guardian of the forest mentality, which was, I mean, you could say it's ideological. You can say I watched too much of the Animal Planet as a kid growing up. You could say I listened to Al Gore too much. You could say whatever, that's the way I was raised. You could say that has nothing to do with my prenatal orientation, if there is such a thing. You can say it's all the result of my upbringing or whatever. But I always have felt this kind of orientation of like, I want my little thing and you guys are coming along and you're messing with it. And I'm very sensitive to my little thing. And you people who do not have sensitivity to my little thing, you come along and you knock down my Legos and you make me very upset. And you make me kind of wish there was some higher power who could protect my virgin forest. I don't even know if these are the right words to be using. I'm not even intending to be comical. I'm like trying to describe in the most basic, primitive, childlike way. I'm trying to get back to that child psychology of my pre-ideological orientations before I add on any abstractions or post hoc arguments. I want to understand myself because people ask, who are you? Justify yourself. Why are you the way you are? I'm like, I don't know. But it seems that I have some kind of orientation where it's like, I want my Legos, I want my little my bonsai tree, whatever it is. I look at the forest and I'm like, can you please stop touching the forest? Can you please stop dumping your chemicals and building your parking lots and building your strip malls? And can you please stop bringing people into the country? Can you just stop? Can people stop? Do we have to do this? Do we have to have a consumer economy? Do we have to increase the GDP? Do we have to have more and more and more of this quantity? No, I like the quality of this natural system, which is so ordered and has all these interesting things going on. And there's something beautiful that resonates with me. So I like that. I like that on some level. And you can say that's a kind of a priestly thing. I just want to keep it. I don't want, whereas DuPont and these dynamic people and these captains of industry, these Anglos, these imperialists, these Vikings, they want to go out and they want to invade and they want to burn down the forest. They're kind of like the orcs. You know, Saruman is a Faustian man and he wants to go and he wants to burn down the Ents. And I'm like, no, I love the Ents. They're so good. They're so nice. I love the Ents. But people want to kill the Ents, and I'm trying to understand the people who want to kill the Ents here. Rather than just resent them and be angry, and go live in the woods and send people. I don't know what I would send people negative vibes. That's what I would do. I'd live in the woods and I would send out my negative vibes. But isn't there something self-destructive about that? I mean. Again, the creative process means being in tune with the present ecology, vibrating with the same energy. And so if I'm so oppositional, so resentful of people who want to destroy my little parochial forest, my hometown, the place I grew up, my West Virginia, whatever it is, symbolically, metaphorically, I'm so attached to these objects of beauty, these fetishes. Like I fetishize the forest, I fetishize nature. And I just want to preserve it. I want to preserve that Ukrainian folk dress. The wheat fields and these sort of things. I'm just like, oh yes, this is the perfect, beautiful thing. And we just have to replicate it and stop any change, stop any process. We don't like change. We don't want anything different. But then I have to kind of step outside that and say, is that really the way? Is that true? Is that real? Is that authentic? Or is the authentic mode of living the mode of living that understands that all this will pass away? And it's almost a confrontation with our own mortality. That, yeah, I'm going to die someday. And I can't protect the forest. And I can't protect the beauty of the things I love. So rather than fetishizing this stasis, this priestly stasis, perhaps I have to engage in a kind of self-criticism and say, you know what, maybe life is about change and evolution and striving and power. This is why I'm reading Nietzsche, because Nietzsche is in many respects the opposite of me. I think Nietzsche, in some ways has been taken. I don't know what his personal feelings on environmentalism are. I have no clue. But it seems to me the people who are authentically Nietzschean in this world are the type of people to burn down the rainforest and to build strip malls and quantify the world in order to overcome the world. And maybe that is, or maybe that's wrong. Maybe that's a bad interpretation of Nietzsche. Maybe it can be Nietzschean to join Extinction Rebellion. Because maybe Nietzsche was against the quantitative world. Maybe he thought the true aristocrat, was, I don't know what these people are doing. I don't know what Extinction Rebellion is doing that Nietzsche would. What would be the Nietzschean form of ecological protection? What would be the truly Nietzschean thing? Maybe like an Evolian practice of ecology that you cast magic spells, which is the equivalent of sending bad vibes. You send bad vibes to people who engage in deforestation, who engage in overpopulation, who invite more people into the country, who throw their litter. That's the thing. Throwing litter, throwing your big gulp on the sidewalk, throwing your cigarette out the car window. Oh boy. This is my Puritan instinct. That I see evidence of that, and oh boy, the fire and brimstone just clouds my vision, man. It's a thing. It's almost an instinctual thing for me, but I feel that I have to at least consider the other side, or understand what motivates the other side, what's the energy behind the other side. If this can be overcome, if this is part of a cycle, like what is this? What is this dynamic between myself and the external world, and what is the purpose? What is the telos of this? Where is this going? What are the patterns? What is the cycle? Streaming went live. Resentment or show of dominance. Yeah, you could view it either way. Protected class every time. Abusive parent analogy is good. Thank you. Okay, why is YouTube? I'm trying to look through the comments, and then YouTube, every time someone comments something, it skips, which is not cool. And I don't appreciate that, YouTube. You're not cool, and I don't like you. We have to scroll all the way. Message retracted. We're already getting messages which are retracted. So that's not good. That's not a good sign. I hope people respect me enough to be civil, because people who reject the TOS, people who do not control themselves, are directly attacking me. If you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. That is the law of YouTube. So if you respect me, you will abide by that law. If you do not respect me, then you will tear me down and you will destroy me as an anonymous deconstructor. The difference also between you must and if you were a loving child, you would do X, but it's up to you. Brian, where did you read about that? I think we're reading the same thing. There was an article. Oh, I think I retweeted someone on Twitter who was talking about that essentially the authoritarian parent is like, you must go to church. Whereas the liberal, like boomer Gen X parent is like, or now millennial parents even, they're like, oh, well, if you want to do this, you can, but it's up to you. You do whatever you want, sweetie. That is more abusive. And I think a lot of people are subject to that. Yes, many tangents. Well, dark waters. Yes, I go into many dark waters. The difference between the father and the mother. Well, in a way, but I think fathers are doing this too. Unfortunately, fathers are doing this, and it's quite disgusting. And I think, there used to be a time where mothers would say, you got to go to church. So I don't think it's. I get what you're saying, but I wouldn't just blame moms completely. I think dads are at fault. And I think moms who just tell you what to do, they're like, hey, you need to get good grades. You need to go to church. You need to do this or that, whether we agree or disagree or whatever. Psychologically, I think there's something less abusive. And I think there are still moms who are like that. And I think that part of being a good parent is not about, it's about providing a foundation for your child. It's not about saying, oh, just do whatever you want to do, because if a child does whatever they want to do, they're going to kill themselves. That there's something about the nature of humanity, the sinful, fallen nature of humanity, that we are at odds with ourselves, that our conscious mind is at war with our instincts in a fundamental way, that we are not natural men. I think that in order to provide a foundation for children, this is a legalist in terms of Chinese philosophy. This is like a legalist interpretation. Of course, this is very Christian, very Jewish way of thinking, that like, if you don't live by the law, you're going to die, because we're in this urban environment, and humans, the natural man is pre-urban. And so if you go live out in the farm, you don't need the Bible, you don't need laws, you don't need anything, you don't need parenting. You can just, live in harmony with nature. You can be a hippie. But once you transition to an urban environment, you need laws, or else you're not going to survive. And so I think within this context of urbanism, you got to have parents who tell their kids to do what's best. And if you just let your kids, kids on the internet, people talk about banning stuff on the internet. I think we need to ban the internet for children. I don't think children should be on the internet, period. I think we should possibly even I think we should ban I don't think that's a good, that's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. But let's say, look, if the internet exists, I'm going to be on the internet, at least for now, saying my stuff, right? But, it would probably, I'm just saying, even though I would lose my my internet hobby, it would probably be better for everyone involved if the internet just stopped existing at this point. It would probably be good if someone just shut down the internet. So I don't know, maybe that's going to come back to bite me at some point. Maybe I'm not fully thinking out that, but at least for kids, I really don't think kids should be on the internet. I really think it's a psychologically harmful thing. I really think people are being exposed to some really dissociative stuff that that causes a lot of self-harm at the end of the day. If you care about people being healthy, if it's a high, low versus mellow thing and you want to destroy the average person and destroy them psychologically, if you're a sadistic person, then by all means, let's push the internet to the next limit, People calling me an atheist. I definitely was an atheist, and definitely many of my thinking stems. I wouldn't be the person I am today if I did not go through a period of identifying as an atheist. I don't identify that way now, but I was thinking an interesting thing that essentially, a lot of people juxtapose religion and atheism. And what I was doing for a while is I was saying, no, atheism is a type of religion. But now I think we can go further than that. And we can say, actually, religion is a necessary prerequisite for atheism. You can't have atheism without first having religion. Now, in a direct analytical way, that is absolutely true, because atheism is a rejection of religion. So how could you have a rejection of religion if you did not first have religion? But what I want to say is that religion is about creating a priestly class, and secularism or atheism is about taking the priestly class and making it more powerful than God itself. And so you can't have, when we understand the secular society as a scientific society, as a quantized society, you can't get to a quantized atheistic materialist society. You can't have the metaphysics of materialism if you do not first have the metaphysics of religion. So an animal or a primitive human can never be an atheist, because an atheist is appealing to the authority of science. And you can't convince people to submit to the authority of science and materialism and atheism unless you first religify them, unless you first integrate them into a priestly system where they no longer trust their own animal instincts. Now they trust the authority of some weak priest, some priest. So in a way, atheism and secularism is not just religious, it's ultra religious. It is the logical conclusion of religious and priestly thought in general. So that is maybe a Nietzschean take in some way, that religion in general leads to atheism rather than the two being contradictory. They lead to, in the same way that Judaism led to Christianity, Christianity led to atheism. And to understand what came before this process, we have to look at animals, primitive peoples, so on and so forth, pre-literate peoples, pre-literate cultures, which is hard because how do you conduct a history of pre-literate cultures if they didn't write anything down? So it's very difficult. There's a lot of philological reconstruction that we have to engage with, and it's all very speculative. But it's an interesting thing to consider. Now, can we go back to this pre-literate time? That doesn't seem likely. It doesn't seem likely that we can go back to a pre-technological, pre-urban time. So we kind of have to work through atheism in a way. We have to almost, in the same way that the Christians regarded Judaism as their foundation, which they sprung off of, in the same way the atheists regarded Christianity as their foundation, which they sprung off of. Well, I think we now have to view atheism as our foundation with which to spring off of in this chronological sense. Maybe people don't like that. Maybe people would rather we just forget atheism ever happened and just, go back to the 1950s or go back to the 1750s or however long you want to go back to. I don't think that's possible, though. I think we have to understand the ecology we're working within. We have to address it. We have to confront it head on and not say, oh, let's just pretend it never happened, because then it's just going to happen again. And you see this in people's individual lives where they become hyper-Puritan and then they go off and do very un-Puritan things. A bit of, well, I disavow. Do I have to delete comments? I really hate deleting comments because, again, the publisher platform distinction. I don't want to delete comments because then people say, oh, you're singling me out, you're targeting me, and you are, and they take the resentment they have towards Susan and they put that on me. And it's like, from what I've heard, if I don't delete your comments, I'm going to be punished for it. So if you're using bad language, then as much as they're forcing me in this Stalinist tactics, they're forcing me to take on the role of a censor, which is never what I intended to do. I mean, isn't that the worst? It's like when the Germans go to Ukraine and they take the Ukrainians and they force the Ukrainians to dig their own ditches. And they force the Ukrainians to shoot their own fellow Ukrainians before then shooting those Ukrainians. It's like that concept. That's how I feel. I'm just talking about Ukrainians, okay? Whew, heavy stuff. One accepts responsibility for outcome when asked you to take responsibility. Interesting. So this is a response. Hard authority, soft authority. Oh, yeah, in regards to parents. One accepts responsibility. So the parent says, hey, my kid is good because I raised him well. And the other one says, oh, you're a child. You can make up your own mind. You have free will. You're a kid. No, kids don't know what the heck is going on. I know way too much. That's actually true. I do know too much. This is informational overload. And it creates a styrofoam, right? So you have too much information. Everything I say is exclusive of another thing. Every second you watch me is exclusive of something else that you could be watching. I am stealing your time with useless information and Wikipedia articles. This is a problem. How do I unlearn things? How do I forget things? Only through death can we forget, truly. And only through birth can we learn something new. The old ideas must literally die before new ideas can come to pass. So I must die before truth can be revealed. Brian, I don't think there are any super chats. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe there's an extra super chat. I see 23 people watching, 12 thumbs up. I don't see any super chats at all. Gandalf 2 and Yentafer. Are these people on Twitter? Hey, if you want me to talk to somebody, that person's gonna have to talk to me. I'm not out here begging people to talk to me. That's not. I would rather talk to myself. If you couldn't tell, I'd rather ramble on by myself than beg other people to talk to me. And I don't know if you've ever tried to, because all these people who say, "Oh, you should do this, you should do that, you should upload here, you should talk to these people." It's like, do you even have a YouTube channel, bro? You telling me what to do? Why don't you start telling yourself what to do? Why don't you start creating something rather than telling me what to do? It takes time and effort to schedule talks and participations. And frankly, I don't want to talk to a lot of people. Frankly, a lot of people have a lot of ghettoized ideas. And I don't want to go back into that ghetto. So, so if someone wants to talk to me, they can talk to me. I mean, people know how to contact me at this point. I'm not exactly someone who's hard to get in contact with. And if I ignore you, it's probably because I don't want to talk to you. So it's the underclass of the priest class or something. We don't even know what's going on. And yet the people see him as an idiot of sort. Who is the idiot here? The underclass of the priest class, and worse, much worse. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't want to bother you people with the plebs' worries. He certainly won't call himself that. You're too smart for that. In business, of course, I have no clue what you're talking about. Preparation for biblical prophecy. The gravity of Israel and the Middle East and U.S. culture is like a black hole at this point. I don't know about the black hole analogy, but I was thinking today about Keith Ellison, because I was thinking about the Democratic Party as being too white, with Bernie Sanders, Pete Buttigieg, Biden, Lizzie Warren. They're too white. And just to think, you start off with Kamala, you had Cory Booker, you had Tulsi, okay? So it wasn't like they didn't try. But obviously, those three candidates had glaring problems. Tulsi, her foreign policy just was really, really different from the DNC. Kamala was a cop who I thought in some ways was not as charismatic as Hillary Clinton, if you can believe that. And then you had Cory Booker, who I don't know what's going on with Cory Booker. I cannot say anything that does not regard Cory Booker's ideas. So I'll just say I felt like some of his ideas were going this way and some of his ideas were going that way. You know, I felt like he wasn't quite straight going down the middle with some of his ideas. So that was a problem. So why Keith Ellison almost became chairman of the DNC, if I remember correctly. But Keith Ellison was not on message on certain things. And so I'm kind of thinking about the Democrat Party has a lot of talented people of color, but these people are too real. They're too authentic. They're too genuine in a way. And these fake white people are the only people who can actually get the billionaire support necessary to become a presidential candidate. So I'm wondering the point at which not just a Kanye West, but there are some wealthy people out. Michael Jordan. What if Michael Jordan runs for president? What's going to happen then? And he funds himself. That would be interesting. Apparently, the British people just had some conservative blowout in their elections. So let's find out what happens with the conservatives. Does that mean the conservatives did well in the elections? Let's see what's going on. Oh, we've got Petey is on Twitter. Welcome to Twitter, Petey. Invasion of Britain is canceled. I want to get to the Twitter. Where's the thing on the Twitter where it tells you what's going on? The fate of Boris and Brexit. Okay, is Bear Exit? Why are people misspelling Bear Exit? Get Bear Exit done. The Bear Exit thing. Oh boy. Make no mistake, Bear Exit. Oh boy, that's funny. So we've got exit polls. Let's see how well the Conservatives did. Leader of the Labour Party. How did Jeremy Corbyn do? Proud of Scotland, stands alone in voting against the Tories and Brexit. There are a lot of selfish people living in England. I just want to see the exit polls. Conservatives got 368 versus Labor 191. It was 326 to win. So conservatives have a majority. Yeah, Corbyn was not very popular. There was just a huge amount of negative publicity surrounding Corbyn. I wonder how the SNP did do. I want to see the SNP. Maybe if I search SNP, it'll give me some. I just want the data, bro. Just give me the data. Boris Johnson got 368, Labour 191, Lib Dems 13, SNP 55. Okay, what's the difference between the SNP? Doesn't even show. Conservative, Labour, Lib Dem, Green, Brexit Party. I want to see the SNP. Is the SNP going up or going down? That's the only thing I care about right now. We're not going to find out. Plurality of Americans, but not of states, want Donald Trump impeached. This is economist.com. That's cool, Economist. Maybe Economist has a Twitter I should follow. We've got some stuff going on. Who knows? Who knows? The thing about Brexit, I've said this before, it's like if they renegotiate an economic and political treaty with, oh boy, the SNP. When they renegotiate those treaties, what if they're worse, or what if they're the same effectively? What if the United Kingdom is still tied to the EU? It's just not part of this organization called the EU. There's nothing in Brexit that prevents that. And so you're going to have a huge, quote unquote, symbolic victory. And it doesn't really matter. Apparently, the SNP, in terms of this chart, puts the Greens together with the SNP, which I don't know how accurate that is. But it says that the SNP rose from 35 seats to 55, which is pretty impressive and might mean that Scottish independence is a go-ahead. And then Labour went down from 262 to 191. The Conservatives went from 317 to 368. So that's the English elections. England is a very boring place where they care about, oh, are we going to do Brexit and be symbolically out of the EU and have a bunch of back channel, treaties that reorganize all the same economic relationships, all the same migration policy, everything will go in exactly the same direction. Oh, but we're moving the Overton window. And no, you're not. The advocates for Brexit are advocates for Brexit on behalf of excluding Polish people. And they're advocates for Brexit. I mean, have you seen the Brexit commercials? I can't even describe them. But look at how Brexit is being presented and pushed. And you'll see it's political theater. It's not something that's going to change anything. So I find it exceptionally boring. But it would be cool if Scotland was an independent country. After like 1,000 years, that would be cool. That would be awesome. Not that it really matters, but I think that's more fun. I think that's more interesting as like political theater. I find that more entertaining than this whole Brexit. Like aesthetically, Brexit just doesn't appeal to me. And the Anglo thing has never really appealed to me. Apparently the British people, oh, we already read that. Hey, no spoilers. Sorry for spoiling. Anyone watching this in December? Yeah, we are all watching in December. It's not for no reason that Trump was interviewed in the early 80s for the presidency. Why are you using the word duh instead of the? It's wrong. It's not right English. Burgers, it was there since the beginning. Why are people spelling things wrong? Use spell check. We need some rapping in here. Kidding, you fools. I don't appreciate if there was a way, what I like about DLive, I like a lot of things about DLive. I like the audience on DLive. I like the fact that you can give 0.1% of a penny on DLive. I like that. I like the symbolic gesture. It's like a thumbs up. You know what I'd like to see? I wish I could filter comments by if you thumbs up the video. If you thumbs up video, I will read your comment. But I can't do that. I have no way of knowing. You guys could be thumbs downing the video. Who knows? These aren't comments. This is chat, Ken. Yeah, well, of course, I don't know how to stream. I don't know what I'm doing. This is my first time. So if there are super chats, I will have to open up the video itself, I suppose, if that's how it works, to see how do I do that though? I have to go to my channel and then see what's going on my channel. So I go to my channel, Dark Waters, live now, and then I look at the chat. New, easier moderation, top chat. Okay, I see live chat and then top chat, and I don't see any function. If there is a place, it doesn't seem super chat. Oh, I probably haven't enabled super chat. So Brian was pranking me, and that's fine. What I like about DLive is also you don't need to set up. You don't need to be like, here's my credit card information. That people can just start donating the Lino. Whereas YouTube, it's like you have to be verified. You have to insert your credit card. Where do you live? What's your social security number? Are you authorized to work in the United States? Fill out this W-9. So those, I haven't gone through the process, but they basically require you to do something like that in order to start getting these $1 donations from people. So I'm not really bothered enough. If people, and again, I think on DLive, you have to be streaming in order for people to donate the Lino. So I don't know, folks. I don't know what you're going to do with all this spare money that people just have all this money lying around. They just don't know how to get rid of it fast enough. I'm sorry. I have not assisted you in getting rid of your money. These aren't comments. This is chat. Okay. Do us all a favor and tickle the ivories. I think that's a reference to playing the piano, but I can't really play the piano. I'm not a very good piano player. Low quality chat. It must pain you all, certainly. Let's get Epic in here. Don't know who that is. Fourth D, having chat scrutinized is part of the experience. I guess so. As long as there is no hip damage. Yeah, hip damage is that's a killer. Pro streamer mode. At this rate, he will never get to the part of chat where I'm talking. It's true. It's going to take me like 5 hours. I feel like I'm judged by my father. Oh no. I apologize for D. I will never judge anyone ever again. I'm a non-judgmental person. Drew the God. What is FMK? Oh, FMK. We're not going to do that. Sorry. Subverting the Enterprise. I have to stand. Okay. Live. Yes, I am live. What is this about? Didn't he say he'll bring some people on if they have good ideas? Yeah, I've individually spoken with people off of YouTube, and I've had a conversation. I will basically interview people and talk with them or rant to them. I mean, if you're one of these people, I'll be like, so, hey, how are you doing? Oh, by the way, I was having some thoughts today. Before you respond, I was having some thoughts, and I just want to get your take. And I will speak for like an hour. And then they'll be like, oh, cool. I have to go. And I didn't really have any time to talk. You just kind of talked the whole time. But it was good listening to you. And I'll be like, oh, yeah, hey, if you ever want to come on my YouTube show, just let me know and we'll set something up. And this is before I sort of got into streaming in OBS. So I think I'm on a better foot. I'm more confident that I could figure it out now than I was before, where I was like, well, theoretically, the technology exists. I don't understand, but I'm sure, if you want to create a YouTube channel, So I offered people this. I said, look, if I talk to you, we could have a dialogue. That's not open to everybody, of course. That's not, it's a membrane. It's not an open door policy. No one can just walk in the door. I'm not going to go on anybody's show just because they're like, oh, we'll give you subscribers. You'll be more popular. I don't know about that. Don't get it. A little bit of everything. Rewind if you want to find out. Originally a movie analysis. That's it. I came late. Kenneth is a nice guy reading the chat's comments without a super chat requirement. Appreciate that. See, he gives a criticism and then a compliment. All things in balance with Brian. Foxcatcher is just a euphemism for the ostensive. Oh boy, I don't know that. I don't even know what the point of the ostensive is. I don't even know what the distinction between the ostensive and the declarative is, besides the ostensive, I suppose, is immediate and imminent, whereas the declarative is removed from chronology in a way. I guess the declarative is the addition of abstraction to the ostensive. I guess that's how we understand it. So I don't understand. I mean, it's a funny joke. I don't understand. Now I know if you make a video response to Kenneth or show your face, you better have a good physiognomy. It's not necessarily true. If someone is a victim of DuPont and they make a YouTube video in response to me, I'm not going to bully. I don't think I'm a big bully. I don't think I'm one of these bullying people who's like sadistically attacking people for their weaknesses and faults. So, you know, I done that in the past? Has anyone made a video? As far as I can remember, there's been 3 people. There was the guy whose username was something like "I have no username." There was Petey, and then there was Finn Sterling. I don't think I said anything bad about any of these guys' appearances. And certainly, people can say things bad about my appearance, and they can be true things too. People can criticize me using the truth about my appearance if they want to do that. And sometimes it happens, and that's what it is. But that's not what I'm about. Fourth D says he looks like me, so maybe we're twins. Maybe we're related. Where can I get a link to the Quantum Father song? Ooh, the Quantum Father song. Yes, a good song indeed. Where should we put the Quantum Father song? Well, we could archive the Quantum Father song. That would be cool. That was a good song. We like that song. Why don't you make one up right now? Make one. Why are your comments always so non-referential? Like what is the ostensive to which you reference? Fetish for faces, guilty. Creativity, he is not a nipple guy. I don't know about that. A horse injured his testicles, but it was another guy. What does that mean? I know you're talking about you're talking about the DuPont guy. What do you mean it was another guy? I don't know. That sounds horrific. Howdy. Bold move to try to push someone into a fire. Yes, a bold move. DuPont, representing bold moves since 1864, or whenever the family was founded. Conservative majority in UK. Anglos. What a story. Boris wins in a landslide. Well, I don't think it's so much that Boris won. I think it's that Corbyn lost. I think what was proven is that people don't like Jeremy Corbyn. It's not that Jeremy Corbyn, he just seems like a nice guy, but ultimately his ideas were very dangerous. Jeremy Corbyn had very dangerous ideas, and the British establishment rejected those ideas. And that was reflected in the propaganda that led up. I mean, people have been bad-mouthing Jeremy Corbyn for years now. It's been like 4 years or something that he's been in the spotlight, and people have been maligning him. So I don't think anyone really has a positive view. I mean, again, it's hard for me to get into the mind of the average British voter, but on a personal level, when I try to look at these people as personalities, I look at Boris Johnson and I see like a Churchill ripoff, and I just never liked Churchill. And then I look at Corbyn and I see someone with backbone, and I see someone with moxie. And so the fact that he failed so spectacularly, I don't think says something bad about Corbyn. I think it says something about the British establishment, that they fear Corbyn and his radical revolutionary ideas much more than they fear Boris Johnson, who's just willing to stuff the pig, so to speak. That's a trope. Monsieur Dupont. We need those paranoid schizos. There is work. Yes, true. Monsieur Dupont could have been a great patron of the Kenneth Brown channel. Based old school Mormons, the horror. The Soviets wanted to create a half monkey, half human hybrid class to be workers. Yeah, Stalin was interested in that. I've heard of that. I mean, how could you not? If someone came up to you and they're like, "Okay, sir, I'm sorry to bother you," like, "Look, I'm in a meeting. Can this wait?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'll just leave this on your desk, okay? Okay, can you leave? Can you put a do not disturb sign on the door because I'm having a meeting right now?" Okay, so the meeting is over. It's not really, you say, "Oh, what's this?" Yes, you left something on my desk, and you pick up the file and you open it up, and it says, "Human monkey hybrid worker class." Oh, okay. Well, I mean, no one's here. No one's around. You kind of peer out the window shades. You're like, is anyone, who wrote this? Oh, it was, I don't know. What's a typical Russian name? What's a typical Russian last name? Oh, it was Grigoriev. Grigoriev. What is this? And you start flipping through it, and it shows like diagrams and pictures. So you've got an abstract, you've got theory, you've got research, and you're flipping through it. I mean, anyone who you're a leader of an empire and that gets thrown on your desk, you're going to tell me you're not interested. You're going to tell me you're not going to flip through it. You're going to tell me you don't pick up the phone and dial up and say, "Yeah, put me through to Grigoriev. I have a few questions for him regarding this." What is it? Human monkey hybrid. Yes. Привет, товарищ Grigoriev. I have a few questions for you. I mean, who wouldn't do that? Who wouldn't do that? And Grigoriev's like, "Well, товарищ Stalin, we could start project just 40 ruble, 40 ruble." I mean, who wouldn't throw 40 rubles at it? I mean, again, there's a difference between getting full on board with it, getting full on board with the human monkey hybrids. But if it's put on your desk, maybe you consider, maybe you throw the guy some change. Maybe you throw him a few rubles or something. I'm not, it's not an endorsement, okay? It's not an endorsement of this kind of homunculus, transhumanist, whatever. But I'm just saying, if you're in that position of power, maybe you just look, maybe you're just curious, okay? Maybe it's just a Faustian curiosity. What I find more interesting is there was a scientist who proposed that Stalin institute eugenics, and that scientist, I believe, was executed. But that would have been really interesting if Stalin had complete control over the country and he decided to do something like that. That would have been interesting. That would have been a real problem. Then we probably really would have gone to war with the Soviet Union. Oh, geez, dude. Nordisk nationalist is probably going to get banned. I like to see people's comments. I like audience interaction. I'm not offended by comments, but when you say things like that are directly in violation of the TOS, I don't know what else to tell you. Sorry, man. I wish I didn't have to do it, but let's read the official update to our harassment policy, December 11th. Over the last several years, we have worked to improve the way we manage content on YouTube by quickly removing it when it violates our community guidelines, reducing the spread of borderline content. So rather than saying they're producing mainstream content, they're reducing borderline content. So they're going to reduce my borderline content, raising up authoritative voices. So they're promoting authoritarianism when people are looking for breaking news and information, or rewarding trusted creators and artists that make YouTube a special place. Today, we're announcing a series of policy and product changes that update how we tackle harassment. We systematically review all our policies to make sure the same line between what we remove and what we allow is drawn down the right place. I recognized earlier this year that for harassment, there's more we can do to protect our creators and community. Harassment hurts our community by making people less inclined to share their opinions and engage with one another. We heard this time and time again from creators, including those who met us during the developmental process of this policy update. We met with a number of experts from the ADL, SPLC, Anti-Defamation League, superfluous, I already said that, who shared their perspective and informed our process, from organizers that study online bullying or advocate on behalf of journalists to free speech proponents and policy organizations from all sides of the political spectrum. We remain committed to our openness as a platform and to ensuring that spirited debate and a vigorous exchange of ideas continue to thrive here. However, we will not tolerate harassment, and we believe the steps outlined below will contribute to our mission by making YouTube a better place for anyone to share their story or opinion. A stronger stance against threats and personal attacks. We've removed videos that explicitly threaten someone, reveal confidential personal information, or encourage people to harass someone else. Moving forward, our policies will go a step further and not only prohibit explicit threats, but also veiled or implied threats. That includes content simulating violence toward an individual or language suggesting physical violence may occur. No individual should be subject to harassment that suggests violence. Beyond threatening someone, there's also demeaning language that goes too far. Okay, I have to read this because apparently Nordic Nationalist has not read this policy. When he says, he says, those bleeps need to be bleeped. When he says that, and then his next comment is that wrong to say? Yes, that is wrong to say. That is demeaning language that goes too far. To establish a consistent criteria for what type of content is not allowed on YouTube, we're building upon a framework we use for a hate speech policy. We will no longer allow content that maliciously insults someone based on protected attributes such as their race, gender expression, or sexual orientation. This applies to everyone from private individuals to YouTube creators to public officials. Consequences. Something we've heard from our creators is that harassment sometimes takes the shape of a pattern of repeated behavior across multiple videos or comments, not even of my video, but of the comments of my video, even if any individual video doesn't cross our policy line. To address this, we're tightening our policies for the YouTube Partner Program to get even tougher on those who engage in harassing behavior and to ensure we only reward trusted creators. Channels that repeatedly brush up against our harassment policy will be suspended from the YouTube Partner Program, eliminating their ability to make money on YouTube. So what's the point of me enabling super chats when I'm just going to get banned quite quickly here because of people making offensive comments? We also remove content from channels if they repeatedly harass someone. If this behavior continues, we'll take more severe action, including terminating the channel altogether. Addressing toxic comments. We know that the comment section is an important place for fans to engage with creators and each other. At the same time, we heard feedback that comments are often where creators and viewers encourage harassment. This behavior not only impacts the person targeted by the environment, but can also have a chilling effect on the entire conversation. You know, it's chilling, the fact that I have to read this, the fact that I have to become a censor of my own comments. That's chilling. I feel chilled and heated at the same time. It's like an icy hot pack. To combat this, we remove comments that clearly violate our policies. We've removed over 16 million in the third quarter of this year. So third quarter meaning in 3 months, we've deleted 16 million comments. That's something they're proud of. That is something they're happy to report. We've censored 16 million people over the last 3 months, specifically due to harassment. The policies updated will also apply to comments, so we expect this number to increase. Oh my goodness, is this not the most, this is the most frustrating thing that I am responsible for becoming the commissar of YouTube if I want to stay on this platform. This is why we probably will not be using this platform in the future and why we will be using DLive. But who's to say that in 6 months DLive won't, adopt these exact same criteria? And then you're forced onto yet another platform, which is even more obscure, which does not reach people because it's something like 90% of young people are on YouTube. How many people are on DLive? A fraction of that. And then you get to more obscure platforms that allow anything goes Wild West. The internet is headed in a direction. The internet's being shut down whether you like it or not. You're living in the last days of the internet. We are being squeezed out. We are being forced. It is again, we are being told, you're not being told don't do something offensive. You're being told, well, if you want to stay on YouTube, you have to censor your own comments. So this is how they do it. Beyond comments we remove, we also empower creators to further shape the conversation on their channels, have a variety of tools to help. When we're not sure a comment violates our policies but seems potentially inappropriate, we give creators the option to review it. This is what happens. People post comments on my videos and they are held for review. this is what happens. Let's see. Blocked words. Maybe this is the best way. I'm just going to have to block words because I don't want to be involved with, I don't want to have to censor this in real time if this is what YouTube is about. Where do I block word? Tell me, how do I censor people? How do I censor people on my channel? Blocked words. Okay, here we go. We're gonna add some words. And people, when I did it on DLive, people were like, oh, let's test it. Let's try to find something that he did not block. And I don't appreciate that. So we're blocking words like fat, fatness. Let's see, I think I already have a list up on DLive to reference. We're going to go through this in the real time, in the real way. This is what must be done. This is the internet. If you don't like it, well, this is what happens. So this is the ritual of humiliation that I am dragging you through with myself so that we are both participating actively in this tarring and this feathering. We are suffering together through this. How do I do this? I know it's somewhere in the DLive. Is it in clip management? Is it in my channel or settings? Bro, is it in Partner Center? Partner Center? Word. What if I search for a word? Oh, this is super annoying, DLive. You got me on the spot here. I am simply trying to fix some things. Simply trying to just make everyone's life easier. What if I... Okay, maybe the chat. As I say things, maybe people will provide solutions. Let's see what's happening. I'm going to highlight that so I don't lose my place. An easy solution is just to have mods. Yeah, but I don't know if I don't know if I trust anyone as mods. Because once you get all that power, what if you turn on me? These mods could have a moderator revolution. You know, you never know. Who can you trust? We've been turned against one another. It is like the game. Didn't the Knives Out movie? Isn't this kind of like the Knives Out? I haven't seen it yet. I might watch it. I heard it was extremely political. That's what I heard about the Knives Out movie. I heard the Knives Out movie is an extremely political movie. And I said, oh, well, maybe I'll watch it. Maybe we can analyze how extremely political it is. Okay, let's search banned words. No results were found. Thank you. Thank you, sirs. Okay, let's try here. Ban words. Let's try help. Help me, DLive. Ban words. Word filtering. Okay, click. I hate this. You have to click on the camera icon and go to stream setting and show the bad words list. That is very much annoying. Okay, so we'll copy that, paste that. Now we have a whole bunch of naughty words that we should not say under any circumstances. Okay, so let's, we've got a word here. We got a whole lot of words. Okay, we've got a whole lot of words. All right, we've got some F words here. Some of those F words, some of those D words. Got to make, if we don't put in the plural version, is that going to be a problem? Is the YouTube censorship system smart enough to recognize the problem of the plural form? Do I have to add on Do I have to add on the plural form? And if people try to circumvent the censorship system, what if they just do one letter at a time? How do I prevent that? YouTube is setting me up for a Sisyphean task here. I am like Sisyphus, King Sisyphus, and I'm trying to get this gosh darn, I don't even know what I'm typing anymore. Gosh darn stone up this hill of censorship. I'm trying to get to the promised land of total censorship. And it's impossible. No matter how much I do, people will always find a way to get me in trouble. Let's see. Oh boy, we're going hard. We're going hard in the paint today. So we'll see what happens. I don't know what it is because I don't comment on YouTube videos and I don't comment on live streams. So I don't know what happens. Does it say, sorry, that term is not allowed by the content creator? Or does it make it appear as if your comment went through and you think it went through, but actually it didn't? What happens? I don't want people to test. I don't want to find out. I don't want to discover. I think that's enough for now. I think that is sufficient. We'll save that. We'll see if it takes immediate effect. Okay, let's get back to this official policy. We saw a 75% reduction in user flags. This is okay. So that's pretty much the end of that. I'm done with that. I want to get back to these comments. Endorse podiums. Yes, podiums are excellent. Everyone should have a podium. If you don't have a podium, what is a priestly podium? The podium is a lectern. It's a lectern. So have a nice lectern in your home. Have the Bible on the lectern. I am reading these comments from a lectern. What do you think of metacognition? I don't know what that is. I believe you are a Gnostic, Roseman, because you have like some kind of a dark Christian inversion profile. Metacognition, cognition about cognition, thinking about thinking, knowing about knowing. What is this? Epistemology, becoming aware of one's own awareness, higher ordering thinking skills, meta memory, mnemonic structures. I like mnemonic structures. Definitions, content knowledge. This is all very analytical. Declarative knowledge, conditional knowledge. This sounds like a Bertrand Russell type thing. It sounds very analytic. This sounds like TESOL, theory of mind, obsessive compulsive spectrum, these implications, mind wandering. It serves to correct the wandering mind, suppressing spontaneous thoughts. Are you serious? Are you telling me that metacognition is an attack on my mind wandering? My mind wandering? Or my mind is like a garden and I'm watering my thoughts. But yeah, I think metacognition is like the opposite of how I present myself, right? My mind wandering. That is, I have created these, what do they call them? Like roads, these mind maps. Like my neural mapping is a mapping of wandering. I am a wanderer. I wander in the forest of my mind. I wander around, and I have no metacognition. Like my metacognition is zero. That's not entirely true. I'm sure I have some awareness of my awareness, thinking about thinking, knowing about knowing, or whatever. I'm sure I have that on some level. But it seems like an attack on me. Maybe that's good. Maybe I need to be destroyed and turned into a metacognitive machine. Maybe that's what needs to happen. Please stop explaining teleology. Oh, that's funny. Okay, what do you think of metacognition? I don't know, dude. I would have to read about it. Why don't you make a YouTube video about it and explain it to me? I don't know what it is. Gravity isn't real. Okay, I don't think we can read that. I don't think we can say that. I don't think we can talk about that, Mr. Goose. I know you're just being silly, but I I don't think we can engage in that kind of borderline content. Rhizomatic Minecraft. Yes, Minecraft is in a sense rhizomatic, but it's also arborescent in the sense that it's founded on these, like, when you actually program your Minecraft, you're going to get into some cool stuff. Explaining causality. Hito Styrol. I am a Minecraft redstone computer. Search it up. Farino, I like your videos, your nice Italian film school videos. Hito Styrol is a German filmmaker. I love all these Asians who move to Germany and become Germans. They're some of my favorite people. So we've got Hito Styrol, who writes about stuff, militarization, surveillance, migration. She does art. That's cool. I love art. The Factory of the Sun. Okay, let's search for Minecraft. Do you talk about? Nope, there's no Minecraft on the Wikipedia, therefore it doesn't exist. Search it up. I am a Minecraft. Oh gosh, I am a Minecraft redstone. I'm trying to search, but like every time I click on your thing here to copy paste it, it doesn't let me because YouTube is not good. I am a Minecraft redstone computer builder. May 12th, 19. Anon Army. This is interesting. Okay. I like Minecraft, though. Minecraft is like, oh, beautiful. Look at these shaders, bro. Look at this room. They have a cozy room which faces a dark, bleak Nordic scene of snow. That is beautiful, sir. I do love that. I do enjoy that. Circular build modes. Okay, that could be useful. Eggs. The 360 menu. Oh, new world generation update, since they showed us some amazing landscapes in the trailers. Agreed. Agreed, sir. Oh, this landscape, it is like a valley. It is so beautiful. These updates, which I haven't been keeping up with Minecraft, but they have fire. They have beautiful rivers, villages. Ah, there's some wonderful things going on. We've got a base which spans a chasm, and it's very architectural. There's a implicit cultural aspect to it. You've got shulkers, old and new texture packs for bookshelves. Boy, it could just go on and on and on. What I do, I played Minecraft. I started playing it back when it came out in beta, which is like between 2010 and 2012, I think, is when I started playing it. And then I stopped for like a few years, and then I started playing it a little bit. And then I stopped again. So it'll probably be like another 9 years or so until I pick it up again. I like to wait for a sufficient amount of updates to come out so I no longer understand the game, so it feels new again. I don't like to, I feel like you conquer it at some point. This kind of, or it just becomes boring, it becomes predictable. This kind of Cartesian randomness is microscopic. Macroscopically, it is homogeneous and therefore not random. One needs to consider randomness at various scales to get true randomness in this sense. All right, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. We are the replicators to shamanism. You know, you're not a replicator if you're not making videos. If you make a video in response to mine, you are a critic. In that sense, you're a replicator. But if you're just consuming this, then that's not good. That's consumption. Yes, ichthyology, the study of lizards. Approximately 25 priests. Okay, reproduction mimetically seeded the word. Christ gave us the world of God. Isn't that more like interpreting rather than creativity? You could say that. You could say God the Father is the creator and Christ is the priest, but there's obviously levels of priestliness. Maybe the worship of Christ represents the worship of the priest himself, which leads us towards atheism. So there's, okay, I think, Goose, you've gone too far. You've gone too far. You're going to have to be the next one to fall, Goose. I think you can still comment on my videos on my channel, just not in this this live stream. So that's what unfortunately happens to Goose. So we've got analyzation, gift. Can everyone just use good words? Can everyone just feel, I am like the librarian. We are back in 5th grade and I am the librarian. And you just, I'm like your grandmother. I am your grandmother. Would you use these words around your grandmother? Have you people no sense of decency? YouTube, Susan is the grandmother and she is watching us and she is aware and she is sensing her artificial intelligence. It's like in the, I need to add more blocked words. How do I do this? Copy all, delete all. No, I want to add a word. I can't add a word? Why is this so hard? Did I reach my word limit or something? No, that's a copy of another word. Okay. All right. Hopefully that's better. Where are we at? BitChute does not have, BitChute is ugly. Why has anyone figured out the mystery? No one understands any kind of mystery. I am beyond mystery. I'm the mystery of mysteries. I'm not sure how I sleep. Generally in a bed, sometimes. Ooh, I get it. Pretty sure his neighbor comes over and knocks him out. I don't think that's true. We are all schizos comprised of different personalities that are working in collaboration to create our identity, and we all have a little Z's in them. Actually, that's the way I'm going to permutate that comment. With the hierarchy of shamans, priests, Catholics, how does it work with art school teachers teaching creators? Yes, well, you can become a creator, but again, there are different layers of creation. Are you truly a creator or you're just replicating? Everyone should ask you good questions so I can have a 24-hour stream. Yeah, we could do that. I mean, if the questions are good. 24 hours though, is this live? Have you folks thought about that? Is this really live? Or am I just predicting all of your comments with my metacognition? I've read a book by, yeah, we've read books. Anyone hear of this negative XP band? Some interesting stuff there. I've heard of negative XP. But I haven't listened to negative XP. Oh, negative XP sounds like something we cannot do on this live stream, but it sounds like something we can investigate on our own computers in our own privacy. Let's see. This is the most open. Yeah, that's why I hate live streams, because I hate openness. We should all be closed. We should all have big walls around our personalities and never be open with one another, except in secret and private. Scott Pilgrim versus the World ruined a whole generation of people. Is that a negative XP song? Okay, we'll check this out. Those will be some tabs. Can you guys order my girlfriend's astrology service? Do it yourself, Roseman. She's Gnostic, esoteric, and quite based. Okay, well, Roseman, you don't even like me and you think I'm boring, so I don't know why you're here. Roseman. You should be taking care of your girlfriend, not cucking yourself. You need to take aggressive, assertive action. You should be the astrologer. You should learn astrology so that you can read your girlfriend's astrological signs. Don't put that off on somebody else. That's not good. Gnostic and esoteric. Yes, of course. Remember, this tangent was started by me saying he has a goofy personality. Yeah, possibly. We're far back in the chat, so that's possibly true. Baby Yoda comes into the room. Oh man, that was a good book club video. Remember when book club? He was like, today I will be stoic. Ooh, what's this? Baby Yoda! Yeah, I can't even do it, but it was perfect. I had to just keep watching it. Baby Yoda! Like I can't express, again, he is open. That's what makes him dangerous. That's what makes him scary. If you were ever in the same room with him, what would he do? Because he's so open, like any thought that he thinks, he will act it out. There is no medium, there's no priestly mediation between his thought and his action. So he could just do anything. It's kind of scary. It's kind of dangerous, you know? Whereas I try, even as I try to even copy like a similar, even as I try to replicate the shaman, even as I try to be the priest of the book club, of his shamanism, I cannot unleash his purity of emotion of the Baby Yoda. On some level, I'm still constricted. And I embrace this constriction. I embrace my priestly identity. Little thing is not too subtle metaphor. Yes, that is a problem. That is an issue there. Invoking my inner Greta. Yes, Greta is. You know what? She is a nice young woman with a nice personality. I stand Greta. He's got the Greta Thunberg eyes. Do I? I don't know. My eyes are they're kind of different though. They might not be good, but they are mine. And I cannot afford eye replacement surgery. Who wouldn't be a villain if he was called DuPont? Right, DuPont. Yeah, the perfect name for a villain. This reminds me of a Walmart story when the girl tries to take a look at his Nerf gun. Possibly. Negative vibes. Harmony versus cacophony. That is a dichotomy. You got it. Sacrality, harmonious creativity versus disruptive creativity. I don't know. I think pure creativity transcends or integrates harmony and disruption. I think that is true creativity. I think true creativity is neither purely chaotic nor purely harmonious. I think it somehow unites the two in a monism. That's what I believe. DuPonts were Calvinist Huguenots. Probably a minoritarian strategy there. The true Nietzscheans are those who burn down the forest. Ooh, edgy, very edgy. So metaphorically speaking, burning down like machines, like setting a fire, maybe buying like a chainsaw and setting the chainsaw on fire in your backyard with a permit from the fire department? ? Maybe. Pine Tree Twitter. No, I'm not on Pine Tree Twitter. I'm not really. My Twitter account is like bad. It's like not a good Twitter account. It's like not good. But that is, see, I don't like, someone just followed me who may be a perfectly nice person. And I just kind of like, when I see something, I just follow it. And then apparently when people unfollow you, people get upset. And that's like against the Twitter, like the rules of ethics or manners. Like it's bad manners to follow someone and unfollow someone. But I'm going to do it right now because when you post pretty pictures on Twitter, like I like pretty pictures, but only if they are like on one page of a 200-page book at this point. I've just seen too many pretty pictures in my life. I'm sorry. It's just I'm past the pretty pictures. Okay, I am not This is terrible. The internet is, I don't know how to say this, but this is a prison right now. This is a prison. This is like water torture. Watching these comments come in that I can't read, it is like water torture. Also, watching people retract their messages and not be able to read them, that is also a form of water torture. This is torturous. I'm in pain right now. Nietzsche said beauty is that which produces the arousal of the will. And this one expression has utterly altered the way I see the world. But this hierarchy with will to power at the top perplexes me. Well, I would say start with Schopenhauer if you want to understand the fundamental nature of the will, which Nietzsche calls the will to power. But I think we can just understand it as the will in general. I think will to power is just a fancier way of saying the will. So yeah, the arousal of the will. Beauty is the arousal of the will. Possibly, sure. Okay, yeah. Let's read. What if I say you have nice hair? It's possible. I don't know. Or I could have very bad hair. It's all just an opinion. It's all just an opinion. It seems inauthentic. Being a philosopher is hardly living by this sentiment. How much power does a philosopher have? Are philosophers not seekers of truth like map makers? Well, isn't a map powerful? Isn't a map technology? That seems powerful. I think philosophers are powerful within an ecology. Some advice, don't counter signal the chat. You have been officially counter signaled. I officially counter signal you. I counter signal the whole chat. That is what I do. So thank you for your advice. Nietzsche is shamanistic, and I think his aesthetic fixation will put him against the majority of ideologues or utilitarians. Probably true. Then you'll normally get it, but since it's you, for now, should write a book for expecting mothers. I don't think I should write a book for expecting mothers. I don't think I don't think I'm qualified. I think that'd be a good use of my time to become qualified. I think we'll just wish the best. I think that's all you can do is just be like, you can either be pessimistic and just be totally like I don't know. When I think about that term expectant mothers, I'm just like, hope you don't send your kids to public school. Hope you have a nice neighbor. You know, I'm stuck between two minds on this because on the one hand, I've seen people grow up in communes and cults. And I'm not joking here. I've met these people who then will integrate themselves into the real world. They go to college and they turn around and they hate their parents and they break up their family. And then I see other people who are born into the most, I don't know what to call it, they're born into very diverse circumstances. They're not in a cult. Maybe they're a broken family, but out of that, they become more resilient in a way. And so, you know, in some way, I think the love that a parents have for a child is instinctual. I don't think it necessarily needs to be taught. I think Christianity has a whole lot to say about it. Yeah, I would say like understanding that love is not about giving kids candy. It's about taking candy away from kids. That is love. So understanding what love is in a true sense, if you understand that on some level, it's like just empathy is not knowledge. It's not something I can like. The thing I want out of expecting mothers is I want them to love their kids. And you can't read a book and learn how to love. You can learn what love is, but you can't learn how to love. Like I could read books about empathy. It wouldn't make me a more empathetic person. It's like something you have. It is a spirit. So I'm not going to write a book, and I'm not going to ask women to read the book. I think we should send out positive vibes toward expectant mothers. I think that's what we should do. And we should wish the best. You know, clearly there's going to be a lot of people who are destroyed in the coming years. There are people who are going to kill themselves in the coming years. And that's something that is part of high-low versus the middle. And I'm still trying to orient myself within that. It's like, should you Should you oppose the whole thing? Should you try to integrate yourself into the whole thing? Is it useless to do one or the other? Is the spiritual path to be a rebel? Is the spiritual path to try to achieve some synthesis or to go to the next level? I'm not sure. Everyone talking about shamans these days. True. We can't explore open spaces without the spirit. Yes, well, I'm in favor of closed spirit. We shall all be nice, no struggle at all. Yes, true. That is the theme of the channel. That's why we're on YouTube and not out in the streets. You see, if you were not nice and you cared about struggle, you would be in the streets. You would not be here on YouTube. I don't know about the shaman priest distinction. Well, tell me what's the issue? What's the problem? It takes 10 seconds to write a comment. It takes kind of 10 minutes to respond. Now that is eogic. Yes, that is eogic. If only there were some way to use this to generate energy. It's true. If only I was like on an exercise bike and I was pumping away, I could power the world. So I don't know. If only there was something productive that could come out of this. Something cool. Farino, you have a video? Do you have a video? Is it a video of you shirtless, Farino? Is that what you're talking about? I'll take a look at it, Farino. We'll see what's going on. Farino, take me back to the Paradise City where the grass is green and the girls are pretty. Ooh, take me home. Whoa, whoa. I don't know how to get to your channel, Farino. When I search your name, I can't find you. What if I search by channel? Oh, I searched Farina. That is the feminine form of Farino. I'm sorry, Farino. I like the actors in your films, Farino. You have some very cool Italian actors. So apparently there's some kind of BAP video at some point. That happens at some point. Oh, it's the Spartan one. It's the 2-minute Spartan one. I've never read this one. Yeah. Look at these Italian aesthetics. Look at this guy. Is he not like just the goatee on this guy? You look at this guy and you think, man, the facial hair on this man. That is Farina. You look at him. He has, in his latest video, he takes out a comb. It's a switchblade comb. It's a comb where you take the comb out, you like flip the comb open. And he gracefully, oh, here he is. He's got his nice Christian Italian cross on. He's got a nice dress shirt. He's got his undershirt. He's got his, bro, you look at this guy's goatee. You look at his mustache, his hair. It's all there. Everything's there. His facial movements, everything. He whips out the comb. He begins to comb the facial out. He says, I have a little space for dessert. And then he raises the eyebrow. Bro, would you look at this guy? Is this not one of the most aesthetic individuals you've ever seen? Boy, that's my favorite video, the newest one. I'm not a big bapper, but I like that Farino latest video. Even as a materialist atheist, you can recognize that the priesthood class is powerless compared to the power of nature. I guess maybe, but with respect to human affairs in the current year, I don't know about that. Priest class who never toughened up sounds like privileged children to me. I reject the idea that atheism necessarily makes man into God. That's more like secular humanist atheism. What's the distinction, brah? Atheism is now leading to nihilism. Yeah, you're about 200 years late to say that. Throw off rather than spring off. Atheism doesn't necessitate egalitarian fantasies. That's my response to that. Atheism rejects quality and it engages with quantity. It says that everything's made of matter, and therefore nothing is privileged above anything else. Atheism rejects the sacred, and therefore atheism has a leveling effect. That is an egalitarian fantasy, and you can call it reality, but it is egalitarian. I don't know how you get around that. I don't know how that's not obvious. Maybe it's best not to name her in this chat right here. Literally watching this up from bed, stop popping up. Well, I'm sorry, dude. You're in the UK. What can I do? Yes, it's seen a resurgence as a dichotomy due to the resurgent distinction, but obviously as root in previous dialectics. Stealing my bedtime. I'm sorry, dude. Dude, don't watch the stream. Go to bed, wake up tomorrow, and watch it. There'll be a recording up on the channel. Let's see. I kind of get it rambling on while I try to sleep. I know. I am tortured, and so you must also be tortured. We must share. It's like boot camp. We're going to boot camp, and we're all getting hit by the drill master, and he's smacking us around with a bag of oranges because it doesn't leave bruises. And we're have you seen those videos? Have you seen the video? Frankly, I had to unfollow someone on Twitter because of this video. It was just too much for me. You've got two guys in the military of diverse backgrounds, and the one guy's on the other, he's choking him out. Okay, so it's like, dude, he's got you in a chokehold. You done for. Okay, he won the fight fair and square. Fair rules of fair fighting, won the fight fair and square. He's choking him out. So what does the other guy do? He grabs him. He grabs him. And I don't even want to say where he grabs him. Because this man grabbing this man where no man should ever be grabbed by another man in an aggressive sense. I have to put brackets on that sentence. He grabs him and he squeezes. Okay. And this produces like a visceral existential horror in me. I can watch a Hollywood movie where people are getting blown up and people are getting shot and people are getting cut and people are getting sliced open and there's organs on the floor. I can watch that and not like throw up and not vomit, and I can watch that. But this video, man, because the other guy's screaming, he says, "Let go!" He's like screaming. He's screaming. It's incredible. And you can viscerally feel your mind is transported into the Twitter video, and you can feel yourself being grabbed in that moment. You can hear him yelling, "Let go." And all of a sudden there's like this existential feeling of the life force being sapped away as the descendants that might have been are Thanos stat of existence as he grabs, as he squeezes your descendants. They're like, "No, help us, no." And your descendants are gone. They're vanishing as he grabs and he squeezes the blood. And this is more horrifying than seeing someone's head chopped off, the ISIS videos, the fire, burning alive, all of those things. We've seen them all, the internet, the gore, the violence. None of that compares to this video, little fight between two diverse American service members, and he grabs them and he squeezes. And it's not, because it's one thing to die, but it's another thing to live on and literally have your descendants squeezed out of you. There's something there that didn't sit right with me, that made me sick. And I don't know how we got to that, but it's a kind of a pain. It's a boot camp. It's a boot camp experience. It's a classic American experience. You go to boot camp and you get yourself squeezed and you lose your reproductive function. It's just a classic. So that's the kind of torture that we're going toward here. I'm stealing your sleep. It's very sadistic. When he reads comments, but they're all out of context because of how much time has elapsed. True. This is kind of insane. True. You should speak to Milo. Okay, dude. Yeah, when Milo invites me on his show, I will fly out to Milo and we'll have a great conversation. I'm sure it will be productive. I'm sure he's just been waiting for permission to invite me on his show. a big popular guy like me, a big relevant popular guy, a big guy. I'm sure it's going to happen probably next week. We'll see. We're going to have to put some details together. Thank you, Tame Impaler. Yeah, we respond 30 minutes later. If I ignore you, it's probably yeah, Mr. Cool Mug at this point. We've got a Fight Club thing going on. Who is Brad Pitt in this situation? That's the real question. Exactly, Brian. Well, you're responding to Brian, but Brian hasn't spoken in a long time. So there's some kind of weird thing going on with the comments. Not to mention the randomness of these rambling tangents. Oh, geez, Nordic Nationalist is a terrible, because I can see the comments, you can't see them. It's true. I won't elect mods. I hold the guns. I am a dictatorial with my power. This is titled Dark Waters for a reason. Bug-eyed Booker. I think you tricked me into saying that. I will clarify. When I read that sentence, I read it in the context of someone who reads a book with because they are a booker and they read the book with bug eyes. That's the context in which I read that comment, just to be clear. Heading for a skiing injury. Yeah, skiing injuries, they happen. Chad is the Dark Waters. I do agree about the left wing, people of color being more authentic. True. That's the funny part, or at least a reflection back to Ken. That was me, guys. Jordan would never. Neil deGrasse Tyson for president. True. Would support. Would definitely support. What is the worst word you can say? Toast. True. Yeah, toast is probably the worst word that you can say. Yeah, I don't know if we can say that, Mr. Gutem. I don't know, Aero Manrik Gutem. I don't know if we can say that. SNP got 55. Well, there's the answer I was looking for. I need Mr. Coolmug takes. Sargon is an NP. That's not true. Sargon is not an MP. Dude, if Sargon is an MP, that's not true. There's no way. What's today? Give me an update in the last. I need the last 24 hours. I need Britain is no longer a nation, so why vote? Salisbury Review? Conservative thought? Interesting. UKIP. Okay, UKIP is a fringe party that no one really cares about anymore. Oh boy. Amazing. This is what UKIP is. I can't even show the pictures. I can't even do it. You're just going to have to look into it yourself. So, yeah, that's a lie. Carl Benjamin is not an MP. That is a blatant lie. Conservatives look very strong, way stronger than even they could have hoped. Why does he care about the Scottish Nationalist Party? Because Scotland is cool. Have you ever listened to a Scottish person talk? Scottish people are more English than the English. Scottish people are more Anglo-Saxon than the English. England, the English accent has been influenced by the Normans, whereas the Scots were less influenced by the Normans, and therefore the Scottish accent is more authentic to the Anglo-Saxons, but they would never say that. And I'm getting a little bit Australian in there as I think about these authentic, Australia being founded by these like Irish and Scots and so on. So Scotland is cool. The Scottish people are cool, but I don't like Scottish people who betray their accent. The only Scottish people I like have a thick Scottish. Have you ever listened to a Scottish lass, a Scottish woman talk, and you can't even understand what she's saying? That's the stuff right there. Worst labor results in 100 years, I heard, since 1926. Ken, you're being too cynical. It at least shows that people are changing their minds to a degree. Okay, I don't know. That's like saying the election of Trump meant we're changing our mind. It's the same in the US. We have multiple choice questions without correct answers. Yeah, I know. But the thing is that the United States is actually important, whereas the United Kingdom just follows the United States or Germany. Like, the United Kingdom is not a great power anymore. Germany is a great power. Germany controls the EU. Russia is a great power. The United States is a great power. The United Kingdom's not a great power. The United Kingdom is like an old man. The United Kingdom is the sick man of Europe. It's like when the Ottoman Empire was in decline. So, the United Kingdom has people in the UK have a lot of arrogance, but the geographical United Kingdom is not very important. It's not to say Anglos are not important. Anglos are very important, but the geography of the United Kingdom and what goes on that little island, very parochial, not important. I like the nature. I like the natural geography. And I like the Scottish accent, and I like the history, and I like some of the things going on there. But the politics are mostly boring. I think probably the Scottish aspect is the most important. I just think English people are the most bourgeois people on the face of the planet. And it's really weird because Spangler differentiates the English from the Germans by saying, oh, the English are like Vikings, and the Germans, well, they're like knights. And so it's almost like saying that like the English are more shamanic and the Germans are more priestly. But English people, in my experience, are the most bourgeois, boring people, like down to the tea. Literally, that word tea, like they're sipping their tea and they're so proper. Like, I know I said I like nature and I like my Legos and I like particular things. So maybe I just don't respect that cultural form for whatever reason. I just think I don't know. I just think there's a lack of awareness amongst English people about who they are in the world. I think other peoples like understand their place a little bit better. Like, I feel like Americans feel like, yeah, DuPont screws us over. DuPont controls the government. We're screwed. Trump betrayed us. Like, I think Americans have a proper cynicism. And I think Germans on some level understand that they kind of lost. Like, they understand that they're losers on some level. And maybe this is not positive. Maybe it's not healthy. Maybe we shouldn't be cynical. Maybe we should be optimistic and self-promoting and arrogant. And that's kind of what I get from the English middle class, conservative voters, is that they don't understand what's going on. And they are very, like, if you tell them, hey, your country's kind of like going down, they're like, oh, yes, it's terrible. I think I might move to America or Australia or somewhere. I might move to Europe. It's like, well, what if you embrace some kind of radical solution to change things? Oh, no, that would just be dreadfully radical. So it's like, at least in other places in the world, if you kind of show them something's wrong, they will like react, at least like as if they're alive. Whereas if you show British people something's wrong with their country, they'll be like, yes, I might need to leave the country. Like, don't you want to save your country? Oh, no, I would never do that. So there's like a diaspora attitude, because ultimately the Normans are descended from the Norwegians, and there's this diaspora mentality that goes into it. And maybe that's the correct one, and maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should respect my Anglo masters, but that is my ressentiment, my impotent resentment against the English people. Scotland will be independent. Doesn't that mean people don't have the correct intuition? My people. We are getting into the good chat. Super chats. Keep dreaming. Yeah, we will keep dreaming. I guess it's the same, even worse. Super chatting is not possible. I would never take money. Well, so far I haven't, technically speaking. Have you seen the BAP recent podcast on the Indo-Greek kingdom? No, but I'm familiar with the Indo-Greek kingdom. And I don't like his fake Slavic accent. I find it to be a turnoff. For someone who describes himself as an erotic person, I find it a turnoff. Great historical stuff, talks about Greek Buddhists. Yeah, they were cool. I think you need 1,000 subs to even have the option. Oh, that's also true. So forget the whole thing. By the way, you don't have to read the whole chat. True. That is true. Oh, Sumner. Sumner is getting hidden. Sorry, Sumner, but you did it to yourself. Everyone knows. We all know. Man, it's like the majority of people in the chat now are gone. I am not a Sargonist liberalist because Sargon is an extremist. If you lie down with dogs, you get up with fleas. Be wary about which YouTubers you stream with. That is true. That has been the cautionary orientation of this channel for a long time, and people criticize me because, oh, you're not getting the message out. But I think that is a legitimate criticism. We'll talk about this in 45 minutes. In Norse mythology, Thor is challenged by Loki to drink from a horn, but it is attached to the sea. This is the challenge? Oh, no. Oh, no. I got to take the challenge. I got to show Loki that I can drink this whole thing. There is quite a revealing debate between Johnson and some bird on the relative merits of Greek versus Roman civilization. Well, that's interesting. I heard that Johnson is an educated man. He's also like Turkish, and some interesting things about Johnson. Like, I think ultimately politics makes people more boring than they have to be. I think he would probably be more interesting if you could. Let's see if we can pull this up. Boris Johnson. Let's see if we can pull up a little Greece versus Rome with Boris Johnson. Ooh, that would be fun. I could read. We could do a little bit of that. That would be cool. She was an academic. What did she say? Johnson is worthless. You're reading too much into it. He's a politician. Ruski Ken mad sign. Oh, yes. Yes, I did do that 45 minutes ago. That was cool. Johnson is a compelling orator, but I wasn't swayed by the subject matter. I prefer the Greeks, but my spirit is Roman. Weird. Okay. Johansson. Farina, don't retract your messages. I want to see your comments. Did the Germans really do that with the Ukrainians, dig their own ditches? I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm going to assume it did happen because I heard it. But in any case, whether it happened or not, it is a good metaphor for what's going on. So I'm just going to assume that it happened. Brutal. Ouch. Rip. Banned. It will be your voice from now on. Too long ago. Don't even know. I second that. He speaks through all of us. Lives on in our hearts. We have to develop a code language. True. Or a code philosophy, a code ontology, where all meaning that is a transvaluation of all meaning. I think that's necessary. I think it's necessary to just, oh boy, the everything just got scrolled away. Okay, code language, yeah. So really, you just have to change your morality. You have to, not a code language, code morality. You have to come up with a different morality. That's the good way to do it. Are there any articles, videos that expanded the last days of the internet? Probably. Why don't you just search the word last days of the internet? I don't have references for you. These are not the last days of the internet. There will be the consumer class of internet, which includes the likes of YouTube, Facebook, then the bizarre underbelly of the internet, which will include people like us. This is just another struggle session in the pseudo-communist state we have to dwell in. Yes, true. Don't be ignorant. The chat should know this. I'm a good moderator, says Gibson. I like your profile pic. Make me mod, Ken, please. I don't know you. Why don't you join Peer Academy and talk to me one-on-one so I can gain some trust in you? Welcome to this crypto cyber cult. Trust me, that's a bad idea. Mark Miller retracts his messages. I'm forever loyal. Knives Out is a good movie. Everyone being paranoid and distrustful was another facet of living under communism. True fact. Read the list so we know what not to say. See, now I don't trust you, Michael. Now you're definitely not going to be a moderator. Will this be his longest video ever? Anyone familiar with the Devil Lore? I don't know, Brian. What could happen? Anything is possible, Brian. Anything is possible if you believe in the future. In the future, oh, click accept. This is a good one. In the future, the banned words will become a new language for the Ubermensch. Imagine that. That is, well, I don't know why I find that so funny, but I find that it is extremely offensive. It is extremely offensive to consider a language, which is like, it's like civilization has collapsed. You know, if you've ever watched that Hungarian film, The Tragedy of Man, it's like we're back. We're like the earth is frozen over. We're all Eskimos, and the only people who have survived are these Ubermenschen who have survived beyond all odds. And you see this scene, you encounter them, and they come into contact with one another, and their language is purely offensive words, but it's like they're expressing them in these sophisticated ways. They're like, what? They're like talking like cavemen, but they're using banned words. Oh, that would be funny. That would be funny if like 5 years ago on 4chan or 5 years ago on YouTube or something. Maybe you could do that on BitChute. I don't even know if BitChute allows hate speech, to be honest. BitChute, do you have a hate speech policy? Yo, BitChute. Yo, BitChute. What's up, yo? Yo, BitChute, do you have a hate speech policy? Let's see. Content policy. What's the BitChute content policy? Community guidelines. Community guidelines is like the Bible at this point. BitChute is not about oppression or incitement, mob rule, censorship, illegal content. Okay. Respect and decency, terrorist material, credible threats, sexually explicit, malicious use. It says malicious use of the platform will not be tolerated. What does that mean, BitChute? It sounds like you can just shut me down by calling me, oh, you sound malicious. Yeah, that's ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This is not going to last. This is not a viable platform. This is not going to reach anybody. This is ghettoization. That is what that is. So where were we at? Oh, yeah. But just imagine that only banned words really tickles the funny bone. Strictly for educational purposes, yes. Charles says message redacted. Use leet speak. No, don't use leet speak. Jeez, don't use leet speak. Why are you saying I don't think I should read out these words? I think these are secret. See, it doesn't matter the word, because I could have a person of color come on here and he could say words that I cannot say. So it's not the word itself. It's the morality behind the word. It is the spirit behind the word. So someone wants me to say words here. They want me to say the word electric. I'm afraid to say this word at this point because I don't know what the meaning behind electric in this context is. You know, in itself, if a person of color wants to say the word electric, that's fine. But if I say it, there's something problematic. Read the next comment. I tried to derail it, but I made it worse. Okay, we've got Brian G redacted his comment. This will be the longest stream ever. Not true. But will the big birds approve? I don't know. The big birds, they're having like a theological conference somewhere. Comment section is taking advantage of Kenneth. Yeah, that's true. Kenneth is the embodiment of 4chan. Yes. He makes me so frustrated because he will literally read every comment and half of them are useless. Oh, it's true. This is why I don't do YouTube streams. This is why I don't do it. I'm not cut out for this line of work. This is not good. This is not good stuff. This is not good stuff. That's all we're gonna say. What is up with the big bird? What is the story? It's a mysterious thing. Okay, find yourself a girl as I gotta leave. I gotta stop. This is too funny. I don't know why. I think it's like people who have been following me long enough, they like attune themselves to my sense of humor. And then they say these things and I just find them way too funny. Okay, let's try. Find yourself a girl as loyal as Kenneth is to the comments on his stream. So true. So true. If I was a girl, I would be so loyal. If this comment stream was a husband, but it doesn't work, right? Because I am the primary mover here. I am saying the things and you're just reacting to it. So really, Brian, it's the opposite. It's the opposite in the genders there. But that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Censor the word ostensive. Ostensive is pretty offensive. That's a good pun. People coming home from work. That's how long this stream has been going on. Oh, no, I can't. I don't know. I'm getting... It's like after 3 hours, you get a bit giggly, you get a little silly, you get a little bit tired. I'm dehydrated. I haven't had my big water. I haven't had my big water yet, so I'm losing water in the brain. Everyone hydrate in the chat. Press H to hide. No, don't press H. I think that's a bad letter. Press W for water. Everyone press W for water. We'll see in about 45 minutes. If we see some W's, we'll read some W's. Oh boy, I really gotta hydrate here. My voice is getting hoarse, and losing my voice. Talking for 3 hours, Jesus. Excuse me. Okay, Kenneth, 0 per 7. I don't know. 0 per 27. What does that mean? ASMR stream to vibe sleep to. Played it as an alpha. We all need personal Kenneths to mentor us and to conversate with us. That's Plato's Republic, bro. That's ancient philosophy right there. Ostensive fanboys downvoting the video. Yeah, I'm sure people are downvoting the video, but I haven't checked the downvotes yet. I am indeed muting people. Worship in the Bible is given to people, not just God alone. Okay. Interesting take. Most people would disagree. You've been a naughty, naughty boy. You won't be forgotten. I will forget them. Ken, you can time people out and it deletes all their comments but doesn't ban them. Well, I think when I give people a little timeout, let's see if I don't want to do it to Mark Miller. What I've been doing is hiding the users. So but here's the thing about timing people out. If I time people out, they're just going to get angry. They're going to be like, oh, you trying to censor me? Oh, well, I'm just going to say more offensive stuff to get you in trouble. So I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, look, I said hide user on this. So I assume that means you're hidden for this stream. If you want to come back later, if you want to come onto it. But Nordic nationalist has always been like a Nordic nationalist, like it's in his name. You know what he's about. I've never vibed with the comments he leaves on my channel. They're always very ghettoizing comments. I've never appreciated his comments. So if I never saw him again, that would be fine. The only reason I haven't banned people is because I don't want to be a publisher of your comments. I don't want the responsibility of, oh, you banned me, but not this person. You banned this person, but not me. Because then, where do you go with that? I mean, that creates all kinds of problems for me that I don't want to have. I'd rather just let everybody say whatever they want. But with YouTube as it is, as I've explained, they forced me into this position. So let's see if I have any. I do ban regularly. There's this guy on YouTube called Roger Friddle, who I've never spoken about before because he is. And by the way, I'm unbanning Goose, and we'll see what they do now. We'll see if I'm correct. But there's all these Roger Friddles because he uploads. He is a bad person, and he has 10 different YouTube accounts he creates because he keeps getting banned because he keeps putting up videos of his naked body on YouTube. He is a Satanist. He is. Possibly, I don't want to say too much because I guess you never want to defame people. Maybe he's like DuPont. Maybe he's a crazy guy with a lot of money, and if I defame him, he will exact revenge on me. He will curse some evil spells on me. but he is an evil wizard who keeps following me, and it's very disturbing. So that's the only person I've banned up to this point. In fact, if you look back in the archive, people used to get automatically banned on my channel, like YouTube automatically bans people. So I actually approved some people. So I approved Michael Bosner, Real Brother Radio, Mr. Dalmatia, and Jada Williams. I approved those people because they were marked as spammers by YouTube. In your tripartite system, could you elaborate more on what exactly the genius or creator is? Well, the creator is someone who creates. I mean, I don't know what else to say. The creator makes something which is original. It is not merely a copy of something else. It is genuinely something new. Now you can say there's nothing new under the sun, but we can at least say there are degrees of newness. And so the more of a genius you are, the more creative you are, the more of a new thing you will create. Now, with all of that said, people think, oh, well, here's a random string of words I came up with, which has never been said before. So this is new. This is genius. This is creative. No. Creativity, newness, this concept of newness is not the same as arbitrary or randomness. Those are two different things. Arbitrary randomness has no meaning. It has no content. So in a way, maybe this is a Nietzschean concept of creativity where newness means you're creating new meaning, which is, I guess, the whole point of Nietzsche's project is to create new meaning. So it is a philosophy of creativity. And I think that's what creativity is. Now, you could say that creativity is fundamentally evil or it's not authentic because ultimately God created everything. We can't create things. We should simply replicate the Bible, read the prayers, go back and forth. You can say that, and that's very priestly, and you have the right to say that. But I think there is something authentically this role called a creator. And whether you want to ascribe the creator as God and say he's the only creator, or whether you're going to say that Nietzsche is a creator, or you're going to say that, there's a whole class of creators. But we have to understand that there is a creative force or energy, which either is monotheistically trapped in God and we cannot access it, or it is something which exists in all of us to a degree, or it is something which exists in certain social strata of society. So that is how I would elaborate on creativity and who the creator or genius is. Wolfgang Goethe actually wrote about creativity and the genius, I believe. Let's see if I can pull it up. I know people described him as a genius and one of the greatest geniuses. So, yeah, I don't know actually if he wrote about, I think I got that backwards. I think people write about Goethe as a genius rather than he explaining what genius is. So I'm going to try to think. I'm going to think back in my John David Eber archive. We are thinking about a certain dude who was involved with, he made the second Goetheum. What is it called? Let's search for genius. I'm going to pull up the Goetheum. The Goetheneum. This was made by Rudolf Steiner. And Rudolf Steiner, I thought it was Steiner who had the theory of genius. Gosh, theory of genius. Maybe if I search theory of genius, it'll come up. Gosh. I'm trying to find what it means to be a genius. So I thought Steiner was the one who talked about this. Maybe it's just not on the Wikipedia. Oh, man. Goethe and Felix Mendelssohn, dude. This painting of them, so aesthetic. And Goethe has a statue, which doesn't look like him at all. But that's okay, because it's a very aesthetic. Geez. Germans of Chicago really liked Goethe. They were a big fan of Goethe. That's cool. The initializer. How does one become the creator type? I don't know if you can become the creator type. Maybe meditate on creativity. I don't know. That's a $1 million question. If you can learn how to make yourself creative, it's like you're going to be a millionaire, dude. Thanks for watching my content. I wasn't referring to a Minecraft video. I was referring to a journal written by Hito Spiral, Too Much World is the Internet Dead, in which she references Minecraft. Okay, cool. We can read that. I have waited like 30 minutes and Ken is coming up to my first comment finally. What an excellent chat. Your Twitter is 90% Pew retweets, that there's nothing wrong with that. Yes, it is 90% Pew retweets, and there is nothing wrong with that. Kenneth tries to respond to people on his Twitter, but ends up posting his own comments to his own page. I don't know, dude. I just use it as I use it. I mean, I don't really necessarily want to respond to people. I kind of want to put things on my own page. Oh boy, the Twitter is hot. Twitter is hot right now. Things are going on, but we'll leave that to later. Hello, everyone. How's everyone tonight? What does it mean to counter signal? I don't know. It means to not accept ghettoization. Hi, welcome to our chat. Baby, don't hurt me. Oh, Sila's in the chat. Privyet, Sila. Kenneth has such a Oh, okay, Brian. Okay, the comments are getting weird. All right, we're not going to read that. Totally false. Learn to love and be loved in return. Making relationships last by Paul C. Burr. What is this about, dude? I almost just exited the live stream. I almost just hit Control R instead of Control T. Learn to love and be loved in return. Is this the book that's going to teach me to be empathetic? It goes beyond the simple laws of attraction. I love this book. 30% of people gave it a 2-star. Coaching druids need writing coaches when they start. The author who regularly reminds you he is a druid, no joke, is a life coach and a novice astrologist. Setting all that aside, there's some very valid and deep points that he touches, but moves on before addressing. I bought the book based on the title and what it claimed to cover. I will be rereading the book to write down the important parts. This is a train of thought book, meaning it follows the train of thought of a life coach, druid astrologist who has never written professionally. Not a book for a person who wants a clear explanation. It may not even be the book for a person who's willing to pick through the mental wanderings of another. Personally, I plan to go digging through the mental wanderings because there are nuggets that need to be dug out, examined, re-examined, and put into perspective on how to love and be loved in return. A good mind mapping program will help. Metacognition. Be warned, this book may work for you, but you will be doing all the heavy lifting. Okay, well, that's exactly my point. No one can teach you how to love. You have to do the work. You have to do the heavy lifting. Like, no, you can't read a book and, oh, well, I read the book cover to cover and now I'm a loving person. That's not how it works. I don't even know if you can become it's like creativity. Love is like creativity. I don't know if you can become loving in the same way. I don't know if you can become creative. Lithuanians are statistically interesting within the European Union. Jim retracted his message. Your eyebrows already told us where he grabbed them. Oh no, my eyebrows have revealed everything. Language extend upon the oral. Kenneth going Kenneth mode of his description of this video. I don't know what that means, but it sounds true. Ken is an accent wizard. Now, I think there's always a better. Why does YouTube does this thing where it scrolls down for random no reasons? I had an English boomer flash me his Rolex a couple days ago. Yeah, English boomers will do that. It's like they think if they act more posh, more civilized, they can retain their place as head of the Anglo Empire. Yeah, true. Americans are the true leaders of the Anglo Empire. The UK is a shadow of what it once was. While the reality is Americans took over the empire ages ago and looks at British cousins with embarrassment. They're the jock who peaked in high school. Very true, Proteus bound. Very true. 3 people gone. It's like Survivor, and we have to make more inane observations so as not to be banned. True. I am actively working with Susan to promote inane observations. That's what stream's all about. That's what these, rather than write a 3-paragraph essay in the comment section, you just write inane comments on a stream. Will you ever upload your old videos? It's a mystery. It's a mystery. I love hearing the chat back to me. So do I. If you're less than 5'12", you are a manlet. I'm 6'4", literally the perfect height. Yeah, I mean, I think following Greta, I think we should engineer human beings to be as short as possible, so as to have a smaller carbon footprint. Where I live, I'm tall. When I go to other areas, I'm height mogged. That's too bad. Height post when? It's a mystery. I'm clearly the tallest person in the chat. Oh, we've come to that stage of the chat, have we? But that's a rule. Like, if you wait long enough in any internet conversation, if you wait long enough, you will eventually get to the point where people are arguing on the internet. Anonymous people on the internet are arguing over who's the tallest. You will eventually get to that. You'll eventually get to that point. Will you watch my channel? Kenneth says Ultimate TV 9000. Okay, well, let's see if I can find your channel first of all. Let's see if it's even possible among the information overload that is the YouTube platform. Ultimate TV 9000 has 400 videos and 200 subscribers, which frankly does not impress me. If you have more videos than subscribers, that does not impress me, which is part of the reason why we like to... Apparently, he is premiering a video now. It looks like he is obsessed with triangles and the Illuminati. And he is promoting his Illuminati triangle videos. So hopefully this is all just a parody of Illuminati triangles. Hopefully this is not sincere Illuminati triangles. His most popular video has 969 views. He has been making videos since 11 months ago. So we'll subscribe and then unsubscribe later. That's what we'll do. Okay, yikes. Have you signed up for your Google Pleasure Pod yet? There is a 20% pre-order discount. I have not. I actually haven't seen... I have not yet seen those advertised. So put a link. Throw up a link and we'll go check out. Let's see. Google. Let's see if this is a bigger meme. Let's see. Google Pleasure Pod. Okay, this is coming up with... this is a bit lewd. This is a bit lewder than I imagined. This is a bit more lewd than I thought it would be. So we'll exit out of that. I prefer to call it aristocratic. You got an army of giants. Do you have any Hungarian ancestry? It's a mystery. Do you think we'll reach the singularity before the collapse of Western civilization? That's the big question. I tend to be more on the singularity side of things. Other people tend to be on the collapse of civilization side. That's where I personally lie, but you never know. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. We already are the singularity. That's true. Okay, why would you hate him? We need to come up with some good chats. Normies have hate in their hearts. True. It's been 3 hours. www. Thank you for the W's. See, I did that to remind myself that every 30 minutes you should hydrate. So let's see if we can get some more W's. By the time I see those next W's, I might be fully hydrated. My vocal cords, they're getting wasted by the time this time tomorrow. I won't even be able to speak. I will be mute. I will be unable to communicate. I will be reduced once again to a consumer of content rather than a creator. That's all the water in my vicinity. I'm going to have to go get more if I want more water. All right. Chad has been quiet. He's almost here. I'm getting close. I'm catching up to you guys. The best is a real-time chat where he is effectively current with the chat. Form a council of your most loyal subjects. I don't have loyal subjects, Brian. I'm sure that everyone thinks they are the most loyal subject. You're not loyal. You say weird things about my anatomy and what you would do, and it's just weird. It's weird. I don't consider that to be loyal. I don't trust your judgment. Okay, you think you're loyal, but you have bad judgment, and you're here to hurt me. And I don't trust you. I don't trust anybody. If they're still here, the master, the banhammer of doom. I'm supposed to be going to the gym right now. Why don't you plug in your earphones, go drive to the gym, and just start working out and listening? Why don't you just do the same at the same time? Geez, Michael. 3 hours of Kenneth. I don't know if we can use that word, Bob. I don't know what words you're using, but I don't know if we can use that word. Let's go to our banned words list. Back to the banned words list. Okay. Scroll to the bottom. Oh boy, and then we got to go to D Live and go add it over there. Oh boy, what a time to be alive, huh? What a wonderful, beautiful time to be alive that we have to continually do that. How can I comment? Life is about compromise. I guess I could. It's not the same. I notice the people you shame don't come back. Okay, Brian, you're wrong. You're wrong. This is why I don't trust you, because you have bad judgment. The guy who wanted me to talk about fringe political things is part of the big birds. And I successfully de-radicalized him. So, Brian, you have no clue what's going on. Your judgment is bad, and you will never be a mod. And frankly, I shame you plenty of times, and you still come back. So you're just wrong. You're just wrong. You're living in a fantasy. What muscle groups do you work? Okay, well, you start with your calves, get to your quads. You got to make sure the hamstrings as well. And I would do some hip flexors, do some of those. Maybe hit the core and the back. And probably also, you want to get some scapular retraction while you're doing some trap work. Maybe get like supraspinatus, front delt, middle delt, rear delt, and probably do some forearms, some triceps, biceps, and then a little bit of wrist training in there. Get a little grip strength, maybe. I think those are just some of the muscle groups I would suggest. Maybe you might want to work on those. If you're going to work out today, I'd suggest maybe hitting some of those, and then maybe the next time you work out, maybe just hit the neck. Just get the neck in, get some of those neck muscles in. You can tell I don't do those. All right, I need to read Goethe at some point. So many German writers reference him. I feel left out. Same. He's almost caught up. Chest and biceps. People love biceps and a wide chest. True, which is why you should never train them. You should only train your back. Only train your back and your triceps. Never your biceps, and never your chest. Train legs, back, and triceps. Those are the only muscle groups that you should train. Full body or upper lower body splits are good. Do you want to be loved or feared? Well, to be loved is good, but it kind of depends on your position of power. Like if you're a weak person, it's good to be loved because then someone will provide you food. But if you're a strong person, then to be loved does not protect you against those who resent you, whereas fear does protect you from those who resent you. So it's kind of a question of where are you in the power hierarchy. If you're a weak person, you want love. If you're a strong person, you want to be feared for reasons of power dynamics. So that is that. Tangents. You can't spell my name right, even though it's in my channel. That is sad. Okay, by the way, did you check out the New Age kooky stuff I posted in your comments at one point? Possibly. Sounds like a lot of different comments that a lot of people have made. So why don't you just go ahead and repost it? Kenneth is an infinite space doomed to read live chats for eternity. Possibly. somehow managed to write the one comment that Kenneth would decide to skip over. True, just repost it, bro. Haha, I have 100 plus unsubscribers. All right, 3 hours of this feels spiritually transformative. Oh man, yeah. Well, it like all things, it shall come to an end. Just keep that in mind. The more you attach yourself to this, the worse it's going to come to be. So just turn off now. Save yourself while you still can. What would Kenneth be if he were born during the medieval ages? A peasant, of course. I would be a peasant. I would farm the land. That is what I would do. And I would go to church. Oh boy. Standing here for 3 hours, I'm starting to have neck spasms. I'm like in pain. I'm a wine mom and Ken is my Oprah. Oh boy, that's too much. Thanks, dude. Communistic societies of the United States. I don't know who these people are, but the book was published in 1875. Charles Nordhoff. Utopian communities are within American tradition. Oh, this is cool. This is hot. I'm a fan of Charles Nordhoff. He is a cool guy. And I like his thesis and I like his feeling. Oh boy. Ojai. This is cool. Oh, Mr. Nordhoff, you had a town, spiritual retreats. This is just awesome. This whole thing, it's all good. It's all good, man. I'm a big fan. I'm into American utopias. I like utopias. They're cool. We should be for them. About to get jacked. WWWWW. So we got 5 W's. So I'm going to have to leave the stream and go get water. I'm sorry. It's 5 W's. What can I do? Where's my water here? All right. So we got some water. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm going to do my 5 W. For every W, I will take a swig of water, okay? That was a couple swigs. Water dehydrates you. Look it up. Okay. I'm kind of feeling dehydrated. Maybe I should be drinking honey. Maybe I should go get some honey and drink honey. Probably true. But it hydrates the brain, even if it doesn't hydrate the vocal cords. That's basically 5 swings, right? 5 swigs. What do you think of the raw meat diet? I think you're gonna get an infection and die because your immune system is weak because you are a civilized person, which means you've lost your primordial strength. You should look into Sverige. Who is Sverige? Please tell me. Is he is the carnivore diet man? Possibly. User Sverige. So he is a critic of vegans. All right, we'll check him out. Jeez. All right, I think actually drinking water all the time is not good for your health, but I just heard that. I think it's good. I think you should drink like a gallon of water a day, and I'm not joking. If you're exercising and sweating, there's literally nothing wrong with drinking a gallon of water as long as you get electrolytes. So put a bit of salt in it, put a little sugar in it, whatever. Obviously, eat food, take your multivitamins, whatever you do. There's literally nothing wrong with drinking water. And water fasting, very good. The Bible says to do it. It's a good thing to do. So press F if you don't like water. Yeah, I'm not going to press F. I pulled off a 5-hour stream, though I had to stop for a piss break in between. I'm curious to see how far you get. Well, Ivan, what you should do is you should Ivan, by the way, I don't appreciate you not being part of Peer Academy. I don't appreciate you dropping comments and watching videos and being a consumer and not putting out content, not getting on Discord and not talking to people. And Ivan the Heathen, you should join my stream and we should have a chat together. That's what we should do. This is like a job. The new workers are flooding to give things for Kenneth to read and ponder again. Congratulations for making it this far. Yes, thank you for the congratulations. Number of people watching is gradually increasing. I swear to God. I don't know. It was literally 3 hours ago. It was 23 people, and now it's 24 people. And we have 23 likes. And I've definitely seen more people comment than that. So that's where we're at. Man, he is naming everything I am not going to do. Eventually, we'll get a 24-hour stream. Kenneth needs to evangelize more. No, bro. That is your job. Why no glam training? Because training is about longevity, not glamming it up. If you want to glam it up, plastic surgery and steroids are the way to go. Don't even bother training. 24-hour solo talk show? I only trained the long head of the triceps. That's interesting. When will you link up with the good remnants? What good remnants are you talking about? I don't know about these remnants. Okay, this is epic. And by the way, once I reach the end of the comments, this stream is over. So just letting you know, we're getting pretty close here. Anders Verplat, Raw Meat Guru. Look into it. We only get to see this, Kenneth, once every year and a half. It seems we must cherish it. Are people justified in identifying with the historical traditions of their upper class? If you believe in upward mobility, if you want to become a part of that upper class, sure, if you think you can. If not, then maybe not. Maybe you're just a replicator. Is that a legitimate spiritual path? Is it authentic? Again, if you believe that the priesthood is authentic, then yes. But if not, then that's problematic. Is that some kind of Gnostic water? Yes, it is non-material. It is purely spiritual water. Eating food, not going to make it. Water fasting makes you more powerful. True. Water fasting is awesome. Eat food, YouTube fitness channels, BTFO. I would just say about water fasting, if you're fat and you stop eating, I'm sorry, I shouldn't use that word. If you feel like you have too many fat cells in your body, can we even say that? What's another term for fat? Let's see, fat cells. Let's get scientific up in this. Fat cells, adipocytes, lipocytes. If you feel like you have too many lipids in your body, stop eating. Stop eating. I don't understand why this is so hard. It's not that people are dumb. It's that they are morally perverted. And they'll say, I wish I could lose weight. Like, I just don't understand. I tried this diet, but I couldn't. And that diet, it's like, stop eating food. Stop eating food. How is this hard? I understand why it's hard, because you're a pervert and your sin is gluttony. I understand that. Like, but the self-pity, it's my genetics. I just can't stop. It's like, just stop eating food. How hard is this to do? You don't even have to exercise. You literally do not have to leave your couch. You can sit and watch TV, but stop eating food. It's that simple. There's nothing complex. You simply stop eating food. Now, as you stop eating food, you've got about a month before you're going to die, and you should probably take multivitamins and supplements or whatever. Maintain electrolytes, whatever. But at some point, you're going to lose fat. Your skin's going to get all stretchy. And then you're going to be at a point where you're like, okay, well, I'm in a better place. I want to start eating again. So what do? Well, you start eating food in smaller amounts. You eat maybe one meal a day. And what I would recommend to people really have a problem with this, I would say don't eat all day. And then right before you're going to go to bed, eat as much as you want. What happens is your stomach literally constricts. It's a muscle. It gets small. It's different from your other muscle fibers, but it's still musculature. And it gets small. And so you get fuller, easier, and quicker. And so you'll get really full. you're going to fall asleep, especially if you eat a lot of turkey or something. You fall asleep and you're going to wake up and you're going to be hungry, but don't eat. Just don't eat anything until bedtime. And by doing that, some people call that intermittent fasting. Whatever you want to call it, you can maintain yourself in that way. And then you can add on exercise if you want to start gaining muscle mass. And then you start adding more calories because you're exercising more. If you have a problem with this, it's because you hate yourself, you're self-destructive, or you just like to complain about it, or you're like your mind, like the fact that a majority of people have excessive lipids in their body just says that like we are evil, like we are evil people. This is just one symptom. It's maybe not the most evil thing about our society, but it's just one example. Do you do cardio? What scenery do you enjoy? Well, I enjoy scenery. I'm not a big cardio guy. Cardio is like, I'm going to go, it's just as bad to do cardio in a way as it is to like go do a 500-pound leg press, or maybe that's not even very impressive, like 1,000-pound leg press. Like, yeah, you can run a marathon, and yeah, technically you can do a 1,000-pound leg press or whatever. You can just throw a ridiculous amount of weight on the leg press, but it's not good for your joints and ligaments and tendons. And what you find with bodybuilders is when they get old, all their joints, like they're in a wheelchair. Like bodybuilders go in wheelchairs because they destroy their joints and ligaments. Now, I'm sure like Arnold Schwarzenegger, I don't know if he's specifically gotten hip replacement, knee replacement, but a lot of these people end up going down that route. And cardio does the same thing. It destroys joints and ligaments, and it puts you in a wheelchair. And if you don't care and you just want to like be awesome, then go ahead and do cardio. But I personally am not a big fan of it. I'm personally like, look at me. Do I look like some kind of Olympic athlete to you? I don't think so. But it's not bad. I would never discourage people from exercising. As long as you understand the risks and you don't care that at 70 you're going to be in a wheelchair, go ahead, do it. Take whatever risks you want to take. But I infinitely would prefer someone who's out running marathons or even unsafe bodybuilding stuff. I'd rather you do that than just do nothing. But we're not all genetically gifted out there in terms of the athletic department. More likes than people watching. Yeah, true. People drop in and then they drop out. Did you hear there were no floor? Oh my God, Ultimate TV. Dude, I don't even know who you are. This is the first time I've seen you on my channel. So I don't know who you are, bro. But I don't like conspiracy theories. I just got to tell you that. We got to scroll back up again because, okay. Don't drink it all day because you clean your system too much or the water's not alkaline enough. There's something, I don't know. Well, why not just put like a little calcium in the water and then you'll be fine? How often will you stream? It's a mystery. What do you think of the color blue? It's a good color. I like it. It's not my favorite color, but I like it. And I especially like I like baby blues. I'll say that. How long until we can expect it to happen? Is it possible to anchor yourself to dissolution? I think that's kind of what Nietzsche does, honestly. It all has something to do with the acidity of the body. Where is the best place? I don't know where the best place is. Maybe like, I don't know if I can even say where the best place is. Like the Arctic? Does free will exist? Why or why not? There's a perception that free will exists. Can I get outside of my perception into like some kind of determinism, some kind of super sovereignty of determinism? I could. Is that meaningful? Does it make sense? Is it productive? Should I keep doing that? I don't know. I don't know that I do. I don't know that I do. And I don't know. I guess I think free will exists as a social construct, whether it refers to something real or not. I think free will is a social construct, and I'm not really interested in destroying it. And I think it's useful to talk about. I think it's useful to say, like, he chose to commit a crime. oh, well, no, well, free will doesn't technically exist. So actually, it was a deterministic, like, environment genetics that came together to make it. No, I don't care. I don't want to hear that. And it actually gets on my nerves when people are like, oh, well, we can't put him in jail because he's crazy. No, but actually, he's not responsible for that crime because his brain was all messed up. It wasn't his fault. Actually, he was abused as a child and blah, blah, blah. It's like, that's useful to understand how to prevent future crime. But it doesn't mean we should stop like punishing people. It doesn't mean like, oh, well, he committed a crime, but actually he committed that crime only because like someone was mean to him or because like something in his past or whatever. I hear that and I'm like, well, he still committed a crime, So if we just remove agency, we remove free will, it has political implications. So maybe that's what I'll say. I don't understand. Like, there's obviously the free will debate. Like, you think I'm going to solve that question? You think all these smarter people have been talking about it back and forth for how long now? It's been like the biggest debate in philosophy, like ever. You think I'm just going to answer it for you? After 4 hours of streaming, you think I'm just going to pull out this amazing, oh, well, let me stop you right there, buddy, because I got 5 books on my bookshelf. I'm going to crack them open. If you see on page 35 here, we'll flip through, and actually this argument about the definition of free will really relates to quantum mechanics and our understanding of the universe. So, actually free will is a necessary part of blah, blah, blah. Like, you think I'm going to do that? Is that your expectation? I don't know. It's like that's above me. That's above my pay grade. I don't make enough money to be explaining that. Keep the comments going to make them past 5 hours. At this point, it's simply a way for me to gratify gratuitous sadism. He's being honest with us. How do we do? Oh no. Oh no. How do we do better? How do we do better at things? I don't know, man. I don't know how we do better at I don't know. It's too funny, though. It's too funny. How do we do better at things? How do we do better at things? I don't know how we do better at things. I don't know. Try harder. Maybe if you try harder, you will do better at things. Where do you... Sorry. Where do you get your ideas from? I get my ideas from my surrounding ecology. Okay. Do you play any sports? I have played sports, and sports are fun, and they involve teamwork and sociality, and they can be fun. So yeah, that's it's a cool thing. The live quarters have low impulse control. Probably true. We should stop torturing Kenneth so we can go back to more structured videos. Imagine implying that I make structured videos. It's more glandular, you bigot. Yeah, true. Chemotherapy, water fasting. Read Junger. You could do that. Who is the best between Federer, Nadal, and Djokovic? Bro. Federer. Dude, Roger Federer? Let me tell you something about Roger Federer. First of all, he's Swiss. Second of all, he wears cool watches. Third of all, he's not just Swiss, he's a Swiss German. His father's a Swiss German. His mother is an Afrikaner. He has one sister, Diana, who is the mother of a set of twins. He holds both Swiss and South African citizenship, dual citizenship. He grew up close to the French border. He speaks Swiss German, Standard German, English, and French fluently, as well as functional Italian and Swedish. He served as the ball boy. He was subject to compulsory military service. However, he was ruled unsuitable. And yet then he went back and he served in the Civil Protection Force and was required to pay 3% of his taxable income as an alternative. He grew up supporting FC Basel. He credits his hand-eye coordination to a range of sports he played, including badminton and basketball. Did you even know that? He's married to a woman called Miroslava Miroslava Federer, who is in the top 100 ranked tennis players, and you look at this woman. Oh, apparently her name is Mirka Federer. Maybe that's the short form of Miroslava. You look at this girl, and she's wearing frilly, lacy white dresses. And you look at Roger Federer, and he has a smile like a Paleolithic hunter-gatherer. And yet also clearly he has Neolithic agricultural DNA when you look at those. Dude, you look at this guy, you look at when he smiles, you look at who he is. He's clearly made to model watches. You look at this guy, you know he's going to model some watches for you. You know what he's about. You know what he's got going on. He has 2 twins. Bro, in 2009, Mirka gave birth to identical twin girls. In 2014, they had twin boys. Double twins, twice the twins. How is this guy not the best tennis player of all time? I'm being genuinely serious here. How can you not love Roger Federer? His philanthropy, his outreach, his legacy, his cultural impact, man. You look at his playing style. Let's see if we can get to personal. Is there a personal life section? Personal life. Okay, that's pretty much it. All right. So who else do we have? Who are the other contenders? Nadal. Well, Nadal is Spanish. And Nadal is more, what is it? Dalka. I always forget how to pronounce it. Dalkacephalic. Dolichocephalic. He is more dolichocephalic, in my opinion. He's definitely a Spanish man. I will say that about Nadal. He is a Spanish man. He is indeed born on the island of Mallorca. So he did play football, but then he played tennis. Let's see if there is a public image. I want to see personal life. He is an agnostic atheist. So I don't know about that. As a young boy, he would run home from school to watch Goku in his favorite Japanese anime, Dragon Ball Z. He is the Dragon Ball Z of tennis, owing to his unorthodox style from another planet. So he played poker, and he is in a relationship with Maria Francisca. Let's see if we can pull up Maria Francisca. Nadal. What's going on with her? Oh, dude, if you compare it to Mirka, no contest. Not even a contest. Like, why would I even bother? Why would I even bother, dude? So I don't know. His off the court, he does some things. He's got some popular culture around him. He's always screaming. Federer, he's kind of like, yes. Whereas Nadal's like, yeah. He's like Goku. So we can already tell Nadal is just not. Djokovic. Djokovic is probably even more dolichocephalic than Nadal, to be honest. You look at the dolichocephaly of a man like Djokovic, and, you know, you do have to hand it to him. He is the more dolichocephalic of the three of them. He married Sveti Stefan. No, he married in a place called Sveti Stefan. He met his wife, Yelena. Let's see, Yelena. Let's see if we can pull her up. Oh, boy. This woman, Yelena, she is the most, oh, boy. Now you're making me question Federer. But I don't know, Federer. We're not judging them by their wives. We are supposed to judge them by their own actions. He is reported to meditate for an up to hour a day at the Buddhist Templeton. He has spoken of the power of positive meditation. He is also a member of the Serbian Orthodox Church. Okay, so he is both Orthodox and Buddhist. He is he's not a perennialist, but Djokovic, probably the most aesthetic. If I had to choose just based off aesthetics, let's see. I want to get to. Can we get to like personal? Is there more personal life we can delve into with Djokovic? Now, here's the thing: Roger Federer, tennis. There's an American tennis player, American. There's some American guys. Let's see if we can pull up some guys. Roddick, dude. Does anyone remember Andy Roddick? Andy Roddick. All right. So out of all those, you've seen the Federer, and clearly he has this thing going on where he has the very wide Paleolithic structure, but then he also kind of has that Neolithic thing going on, if you know what I mean. And you got Nadal, very Spanish. Djokovic, he's Slavic. But Andy Roddick, bro. Okay, you gave me a choice of three. This is a false choice. Federer, Nadal, and Djokovic. You're going to say, oh, and then, by the way, Brooklyn Decker. Brooklyn Decker. Apparently, was she born... Or was she born? She was born in Ohio. Brooklyn Decker. So versus all those other wives, we're gonna then pull up Brooklyn Decker. Is it even fair? Is it even fair to pull up Brooklyn Decker, dude? Okay, she's like a better version of Avril Lavigne, bro. And you look at Andy Roddick. He was born in Omaha, Nebraska, son of a school teacher and a businessman. Okay, he has a son named John Roddick, who is also a professional tennis player. And you look at this guy, and he liked Andre Agassi. Does anyone remember that old guy, Andre Agassi? He had a bone spur. He suffered from sciatica, and he was apparently the son of a former boxer. He was of Armenian and Assyrian heritage. Pretty cool. He changed his surname to Agassi to avoid the Armenian genocide. Okay. So we're looking at this guy very, very based and minoritarian. Agassi. When you ask Andy Roddick, who is your personal mentor? Who do you like? He says Andre Agassi. Oh, Andre Agassi dated Barbra Streisand. We're good for each other. So what if she's 28 years older? Oh boy. Dating Barbra Streisand is like wearing hot lava. It makes our friendship feel forbidden and taboo. Another piece of my overall rebellion. This adds spice to our connection. Oh, man. He was married to Brooke Shields. Oh, my goodness. He married Steffi Graf, a German tennis player. This is crazy, dude. He's a crazy guy. But, you know, he's wild. I never understand this when they donate 100,000 Democratic candidates and 2,000 to Republicans. That's always weird. It's like, what's the 2,000 for, dude? What's that about? Okay, so we have all these people. But Andy Roddick, but back to Andy Roddick. I'm going to look up this guy's father for a moment. This boxer, Kirk. This is what happens when we get too much into the Wikipedia. But to get back to Andy Roddick, moved to Florida. I want the personal life for Andy Roddick. Did you ever see those Andy Roddick moves where Andy Roddick he's running because the tennis ball is soaring over his head? It's a nice lob, and he's running, and so Andy Roddick, what does he do? He runs ahead of the ball. He runs so fast, he runs ahead of the ball, and then he jumps in front of the ball, and he does a between the legs, and he takes it. He does a split, and he between the legs, and he hits it between the legs. I mean, have you seen some of the trick shots of Andy Roddick? I mean, I like those guys. I like the guys who are not the best. They're not like the coolest or whatever. But oh boy. But you look at some of these guys and they just have a personality on the court. You know, his serve is known for its power. Yeah, Andy Roddick, cool guy. Cool guy. Cool guy. So that's what I'll say. I think he deserves an honorable mention. I don't remember all that because I don't really watch him anymore. But I like guys who do trick shots. I like the guys who are not consistent, but they just have the craziest trick shots and they just surprise you. I love that. I love surprises on the court. That's what I'm a fan of. That's what I'm about. That's what I think is beautiful. So Brian is sated. We need a live book reading. Dude, I literally do that on D Live. I've been doing that forever. Stop eating food until thin, then only eat raw onion. I don't endorse that message. Honey, we got to eat raw honey. Well, that's sugar, dude. Raw honey is the most healthy thing. Nah, you can eat the honeycomb, which is true, although it's just wax. It's like candle wax. I promote bee pollen. Eat bee pollen, not honey. It's better. Weight loss seems more complex than that. No, it's really not. That's an excuse. And if you have too many lipids and you're complaining about how weight loss is complex, you have a moral problem. It's not a logistical problem. You are morally corrupt. Not to say I'm morally perfect or something, but I'm just saying this is one manifestation of moral corruption. Yep, obesity. Oh boy. Let's scroll back up. Scrolling. This always happens. Okay. Obesity is the physical manifestation of American cultural hedonism. True. Is apple pie healthy? Question mark. I don't know. It's tasty. I haven't had apple pie in a while. I just don't regularly. What I eat for sweet foods, I eat canned beets, some nice pickled beets and vinegar. I like kombucha as a little sweet treat. I like occasionally, what other kind of sweet thing? Bee pollen is a nice little sweet treat. So these are the kind of little sweet treats that I like, but they're all beneficial in some way. They're all good. Obsession with obesity is an American cultural phenomenon. Pogged up wife is trad. On some level, you might be correct. That might be correct. Depending on the lipid distribution, you might be correct. It's all, for different strokes for different folks, I guess. What do you think of the sauna? I go as long as possible to get cardio benefits. I think sauna is awesome. I've read studies that the sauna puts heat stress on your body, which basically initializes the body's almost an immunological response, not in the immune system, but just that as you introduce stress to your body becomes more resilient and actually helps prevent Alzheimer's. So there's a whole medical literature we could go into, but I just support the sauna. I don't really do it personally. Basically what I'll do is I'll lock myself in a hot car on a summer day. That's my version of the sauna. But getting in the sauna with other guys, it's just not something I have done before in other countries, but just not something. It's not a habit of mine, but I support it. I think it's good. Overweight people don't necessarily consume more calories per day than a skinny person. Okay. But that doesn't invalidate. You keep making up arguments that just avoid the point. Just stop eating food. The formula to weight gain loss isn't that simple. You're just wrong. Next, I like your comments. I like you as a person, but you're just wrong. It is that simple. And all of this abstraction and everything is just totally ridiculous. It is a moral problem. It is not a logistical problem. Oh, well, I eat less calories and blah, blah, blah. I mean, you're kind of outing yourself if you're really defending it this vigorously, you're probably part of the problem, which again, we all have problems. We're not perfect, whatever. But I think if someone says something like, porn is bad, and then you're like, well, no, actually this way and that way, and here's an excuse, and here's how technically, there's different kinds. And, if you hear that over and over again, it's like, maybe you have a problem, dude. And everybody's got problems, but I'm just saying, if you're whatever, if you're not willing to solve your problems, or it's not important to you, or you lack the willpower, that's one thing. Everybody's got their problems. But if you're going to go extensively and counter signal, it's like, it's one thing to, smoke a little weed now and then. Not that I do that, but it's one thing to, like, eat some cheesecake, smoke a little weed, maybe do some, there are other examples of things that we would find, kind of maybe not the healthiest behavior. It's one thing to do it, and then someone says, hey, that's not really perfect, that's not really healthy. It's like, yeah, man, you caught me. I have a vice. Yeah, I like to drink a little bit, whatever. It's one thing to say that, but it's another thing when someone is like, hey, excessive alcohol consumption isn't healthy. And you're like, oh, well, actually, it's not that simple. It's not as simple as like alcohol in, and that's an alcoholic, and everyone has different tolerances. And yeah, it is very simple, actually. Raw Tasmanian leatherbark honey, miraculous powers. I'll have to try that. The formula to wait, we already read that. Message retracted by Juan de la Lastra. I'll be a robot at 70, a 20-foot tall killing machine. Oh boy, Randy, I'll be, you're filling me with anticipation. What superfoods do you eat? Personally, I try to drink spinach daily and get blueberries when they're available. I do recall you mentioning the dangers of the chemicals farmers use. Yes, that is true. The DuPont thing is bigger than DuPont. Yeah, and I mean, what can you do? Even if you move to the middle of nowhere, it's like in the air, it's in the water, it's in the ocean, it's in the stratosphere, it's in our system, it's in 99% of all living organisms. So like you can't just exit this ecosystem, which is unfortunate. It's what they've done. And it's sort of irreversible at this point because these chemicals don't degrade. They don't break down in the biosphere. They're forever. So we're kind of screwed in that respect. But as far as spinach is good. Blueberries are good. They're just not something I eat very often. I obviously I could get better. I could get more fanatical with it. It's been a gradual process with me from, I remember I used to like wake up in the morning and drink a soda. Like I'd be like, oh, I'm tired and I like sweet soda, and caffeine helps you wake up in the morning. So I'll drink a soda. I had a soda next to my bedside table every morning. I would get a Sprite or whatever, or not a Dr. Pepper. What's the other? Mountain Dew? Not Mountain Dew. I think it was a Sprite. So I'd drink a Sprite like every morning. That was one of my habits. And gradually over time, and then I came to orange juice. I was like, I love orange juice, but I should probably be eating oranges. Orange juice is full of sugars. So I was like, I got to cut out the orange juice, and that took a while. If something is in front of me, I will eat it. Like if you like place something on a table and you leave me alone with it for long enough, I will probably eat it. There are very few things that I won't eat. So it's more about how do you shop and how do you organize the fridge and that sort of thing. But yeah, what do I eat? I eat like chicken and peppers and broccoli, and I could get more diverse. I've mentioned beets. I mean, I could could give you a whole laundry list of stuff. Maybe just ask her, do you eat this? Do you eat carrots? At times I was a huge carrot guy. I loved carrots. Kind of go through phases with foods where I'm like, the big thing is the carrots. I haven't eaten a carrot in quite a long time. I prefer raw carrots often over cooked carrots, although a good caramelized carrot, now that's good stuff. What can we put in water? We can put salt in water. We can put sugar in water. I tried putting bacon grease in coffee when I tried low carb. It was disgusting. Turned out to be a joke. I'm sorry that you fell for that prank, that epic prank. Yeah, I don't drink coffee. That's not for me. Not that I like the taste of a sweet mochaccino latte or whatever. It's a nice little candy confection, but and I can drink. I'm not gonna like throw up if I drink black coffee, but did you hear the buildings were not even real office buildings? They weren't even real. Okay, dude, no floors. You done, sir. I'm sorry, no floors, but that's not the kind of jokes that are entertaining to me. You failed to be funny, and therefore you've lost your commenting privileges. Were you a product of public schooling? The most quiet, studious people I've met were homeschooled. Do I strike you as a quiet, studious person? The whole world is fake. Okay. That is weird. Wooden floors. Have you ever noticed yourself unconsciously employing tactical boomerism? Probably. I haven't really noticed it, but it probably happens. Very lispy guy at the gym is singing Take Me Home Country Road on the bike. Oh no, what does that sound like? Take me home. But it's got to be lispy, so it's like, take me home, country roads. That song does feature in the film Dark Waters, so it all comes back, right? I want off Ken's wild ride. You got to have some self-control, man. You got to X out the screen. You got to turn away. I don't like conspiracy theories. Same. Does Kenneth have a limit to his patience? No, no limits. No limits to the patience. Absolutely. Ken only plays high-class sports such as chess. Yeah, Ken has a limit to his free speech. True. I don't have free speech. That's an illusion. You mentioned mixed martial arts. What are your thoughts about it? It's cool. I actually have, if you search my name, I actually put out a lot of videos about mixed martial arts. MK Ultra in my brain, probably. Although, if I do, then I will never become self-aware of it. I'm a Fed fan, but dull and jock. Oh, Federer. I'm a Federer fan. Jeez, I hate internet speak. I'm a Federer fan, but dull. Who is dull? Djokovic are catching up. I don't know who dull is. You mean Nadal? I need to utilize this opportunity to mine information from Kenneth's brain. Good luck. Good luck. You are the Minecraft player, and I'm the Minecraft world. Nadal's watch is more expensive, though. I don't know, but I think Federer wears it better. I think he has better commercials and entertainments. What am I watching? How do I stop? Turn off the thing. Like exit it all. Would you ever consider becoming a licensed ham radio operator? No, that's too boomer for me. Give me 50 years and then ask me again. Do you invest, and why should you use Charles Schwab? No, I don't. Everyone should, right? You all should do that. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. I grew up with too much Ron Paul propaganda. Oh, that's something I wanted to talk about at the beginning of this. Ron Paul, Donald Trump, and who's the third guy? Ron Paul, Donald Trump, Pat Buchanan. These three guys, what have they accomplished, right? And what's going to happen in 2024 when Elon Musk runs? What's going to happen? My brain is too burnt out at this point. You can hear I'm stuttering my words. I can't even get it out. I forget what I was going to talk about, but it was really important. Oh, yeah, Ron Paul has pictures with prominent, politically incorrect people. Trump has no pictures with those types of people. Pat Buchanan, I don't think, has really strong connections to those kinds of people. So Ron Paul, in a sense, was the furthest to the right that the Overton window would ever take us. And we're kind of backsliding now in a way, in certain respects. And the future is just going to be like more... Yeah, that's my cynicism. That's my cynicism about politics. And people who are like, well, I have a plan and I'm trying to get my ducks in a row. So I need Trump to keep things stable to get my ducks in a row. I don't know, bro. I don't know. If I was trying to get my ducks in a row, maybe I'd feel the same. But since I'm not, I'm ready for Bernie. That's what I'm ready for. We have a question. I bet he gets all psycho if he has to think about that too much. Do I get psycho? I don't think I'm a psycho. Alpha German, Alpha Spaniard, Alpha Serb. True. A real Federer fanboy over here. I don't know. I think I'm I think I'm a Roddick fanboy. I think he has the best name as well. You are incorrect. The two individuals I mentioned never commented on your channel. That's not true. The guy, I've spoken to him personally, and he just doesn't use that username anymore. So I am correct and you are wrong. And frankly, I don't care. And frankly, you are an example of someone who I shame on a continual basis, and you keep coming back. If you want to leave, you're more than welcome to leave. I'm not chaining you. Don't have some mystical power to make people watch this. But you're just wrong. You're just factually incorrect. What do you think of BAP, Nietzscheanism, and so on? I'm trying to read Nietzsche. I'm trying to understand Nietzsche. And as far as BAP, I don't find him that interesting. Like, maybe his book is interesting. But just, I don't know. It's like, hey, dude, if you want to make bodybuilding your political orientation, I'm not going to stop you. But it doesn't really appeal to me. I always think of Shakespeare and his discussion of the king going through the guts of the beggar and Hamlet. Oh, poor Yorick, I knew thee well. And I conceptualize, as I age, my skin will literally dissolve off my face and I will only be bones. And so no one will care how big my muscles were. And that's kind of what I think about bodybuilding fetishism. It's not like bad. I'm not like against it, but I'm not interested enough in it to like read a book or listen to these people very much. I don't think Nietzsche would have promoted bodybuilding in its current state. I think he would have viewed it as a kind of priestly replication of, Instagram posts, and I think he would have preferred the Greek aesthetic ideal over the current, like, get juicy, man, like these huge Z's, like steroid Arnold Schwarzenegger type things. So I think a return to a Greek form of aesthetics is preferable, like Q and his aesthetic, as opposed to what BAP seems to advocate for. I was a humble ball boy. Okay, well, we have to scroll all the way up now. Okay, I was a humble ball boy for Federer at a young age and even managed to stall his serve while tactically attempting to tie my shoelaces. Oh boy. Roddick rules his monster serve, born in Nebraska, Jack Sock. Andre Agassi hair progression from wild hair to bald is hilarious. Yes, it's definitely different. What Christian denomination would you join? Well, if I would join a Christian denomination, then I would already be in that denomination. So the fact that I'm not in a denomination means that I wouldn't join one. What about Steven Anderson? Steven Anderson is a biblical literalist, and I am not. He is a believer the earth is 6,000 years old. He thinks science is stupid and so on, and that's just not who I am. I think we can criticize science in a like I said, we can criticize science as being the ultimate culmination of religion and criticize it from a primordial aspect, but in like an anti-priestly aspect. But Anderson doesn't do that. Anderson is like you have a ressentiment. Anderson's like you feel an impotence in your life. So instead of joining a church, you listen to a guy rant on YouTube, and his alpha male energy is like screaming through the screen at you, and you feel like, oh yeah, this is energizing me. Like, this is really getting me going, rather than doing anything real. So Steven Anderson is pornographic. Okay, Steven Anderson is pornographic. You're not involved. If you're listening to his YouTube videos, you're probably not involved in a real church. You're probably not actually, it's one thing to start screaming about the Bible like he does, but his vast majority of his international audience all around the country and so on, it's very impotent. And the man himself and the people who actually attend his church seem to me to be a very different animal from the kind of people who fetishize him. Oh, he's so based, he's so awesome. No. a good demonstration of research and thought process, apt example of genius. I don't think so. Loving tennis talk. The buildings were not even real. Oh my God, dude. Why are these stupid people on my channel? They are promoting their stupid ideas, and I do not appreciate it. I don't want to hear about 9/11. This is boring. This is not funny. Cold showers. Oh, geez. Ananas is what our tax scholars go to. Yes, it's true. It is true. He is probably he is taxpayer funded. He's either on welfare or he's a direct employee. And technically, anyone who receives welfare is a government employee. That's an interesting thought. It really puts that high-low versus the middle in perspective. Extreme heat lowers sperm count. Be careful of saunas. True. That is true. That is absolutely true. But you can go from extreme heat to extreme cold as well. So there's all kinds of heat or cold therapy that are interesting. That definitely, you stress your body out, your body's going to respond to be stronger in general. We can't go to war unless you acknowledge me first. It's part of my being. I don't know what you're talking about. Why are these people flooding my chat? How do they coordinate? This is like a mass, like 4 different people coming in here talking about the most stupid stuff. This is an imposter account. Check sub count. That few just there. I don't know what you're saying. This all cap stuff is not good. People of girth are coping in the chat. True. Thorazine. What is Thorazine? Let's look up Thorazine. It is an antipsychotic. I am not on any medications whatsoever, to be honest with you. Not knowingly, at least. When I'm sleeping, anyone could come in and do anything they want. But what is Ken's vice? I'm a mysterious guy. I'll just say all of the above. I have all the vices. What you don't know is that I'm actually I store, some women store all of their lipids in their breasts. That is, they have a thin stomach and they have large breasts because genetically you store fat in different parts of the body. All my fat is in my legs. All of my fat. I'm actually a quite large man. I'm a man of girth, but it's all in the legs. It's all in the lower body. So I have all the vices. I'm the ultimate hypocrite. Someone check it. It is Ultimate TV. Okay, sounds likely. Bench press down onto lat pull down. We are rooting for you, Randy. Your comment didn't make it to top comments. Does Kenneth get angry? I can never imagine this. Yes, I do. I get passive aggressive. I get really passive aggressively angry and I start yelling. I start screaming. I'm like, they can't do this to me. We will come back here like 100 different times. And I start screaming and I'm like, people like me rule over people like you. And I start saying, that's how I get angry. I get really passive aggressive and my voice starts cracking. That's what happens when I get angry. It does happen, but only on secret recordings. I don't put that stuff out publicly because it's not very optical. But yes, I do get angry. I do indeed get angry, but it's just very passive aggressive. Rod James, more sock accounts, 4th D reading chat. Turtle 1, Turtle 2, Turtle 3, message retracted. Okay. Oh, now you're insulting me using Leet Speak. So I don't appreciate that. They paid $300 for every stream they destroy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, they're really earning their money. We believe you. 4th, who are you? What is your opinion on excessive anime consumption? Not a fan. Is anime nationalism a viable alternative to the dissident right? First of all, I am not dissident right. I disavow the term dissident. If you check out my Twitter, I put up a sentence or two about that. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people who I would like to communicate with, but they call themselves dissidents. And dissident is a self-fulfilling prophecy. It is a negative identity. I would never call myself a dissident, at least going forward. Of course, we've all made mistakes in the past, but I think it is so stupid. The number of people, oh, well, let's call ourselves the dissident right, because then like all these people who fundamentally disagree can work together because we're all dissidents. That is like the worst. I just cannot agree with that more or can't disagree with that more thoroughly. So I don't agree with anime consumption. I think, look, there's a difference between Naruto and like Toki Omagachi or whatever. Like, there are certain iconic animes which have a unique art style, which are interesting. I think like Naruto, Inuyasha, Ergo Proxy. There are some good animes out there that I watched as a child that probably made me like a more cynical, weird person. So probably just like not watching anime will probably make you a better person. But maybe it's important to understand anime and the anime phenomenon, or you could not, or you could just think people watch anime are weird. But yeah, excessive consumption, it's a problem. Once you exit a certain period, like once you're not a child anymore, I think it's probably inappropriate to watch anime. And like, yeah, it's a problem. It's weird. I think it's funny. I think it's funny sometimes when people use anime like as a funny joke. Oh, it's like silly anime, but I'm going to like link it to like something hardcore. And like, oh, that juxtaposition is so funny. Like, I think that's funny, but like unironically watching anime, like maybe you do it for nostalgia value or to understand the culture or what the kids are up to, but it really is a thing for children. So that's my opinion. Also, some of these people spend too much time, energy, concentrating on health statistics and diets. Their appetite is governed by hundreds of restrictions. I say take a break and eat without guilt. I mean, I disagree with the idea that you should do things without guilt. I mean, I'm a big fan of guilt, but yeah, health statistics and diets. Maybe just exercise and eat, like have an intuitive understanding. It's hard because the modern pharmaceutical industry is not just about pushing pills; it's about pushing foods. We have to understand that the pharmacy is not just about pills, it's about the food that we eat. And so there are chemicals in our food like corn syrup, which are designed to hijack our brain and make us think it's good when it's really unhealthy. So there is a problem here where it's hard to get an intuitive understanding of what is healthy and what is not healthy. Maybe it's possible to get to that point. But yeah, I think guilt is a healthy thing. Lane Iwakura, you need a license to, like, dude, I just hate typos more than anything. It makes it completely unreadable. This is an anime that I don't care about. Salt, yes. What prompted you to share personal information? I recall, yeah, I don't like sharing personal information. I think it's boring, but people keep asking the questions and I keep answering them. And it's been 4 hours, 30 minutes. I set a challenge for myself. I said I will not stop the stream until I get down to the bottom of the comments. And so it's a sport. It's between me and you who will last longer. Will people stop commenting? Will they give up? Will they stop watching the stream? Or will in fact the stream go on? I mean, it's the tension is killing me. Okay. Ken, why do you boil your chicken like a barbarian? I am not currently boiling my chicken. I'm currently roasting my chicken in the oven. Are you trying to embody the asceticism of the Mongols? Central Asians are famous for boiling all their food. The good thing I will say about boiling chicken is that I firmly advocate buying meat with bones so that you can eat the bones. That sounds a little bit crazy. But if you boil your chicken, the bones become virtually edible, at least the ends of the bones. There's so much collagen, minerals. There's good stuff in there. There's good stuff. There's calcium. So you want to eat the ends of the bones. It's not going to you're not going to get bone splinters. If you do it right, if you do it carefully, it's a good thing to do. So I recommend it. I encourage it. I'm in favor of it. Okay. And you can boil it, and then you can also roast it in the oven, and that's good too. And you can saute it on the pan. There's different styles of cooking we can get into, but sometimes it is good to be a Central Asian. Sometimes it's good to connect with my Central Asian roots. Do you know oh, dude, what is Barbus? I'm just gonna have to ban a whole number of people here. High class sports like Dota 2. Yeah, never got into that. 20 minutes behind. Jokes on you. Sock accounts. No floor. Why are we doing this? How do you find? I feel like there's a group of people who they're like, okay, if a stream goes for longer than 3 hours, then all four of us, like, we jump in the chat and we start talking about jokes that are not funny. This is very important, but this is very important. 32 people are watching. Okay, well, you're gone now. You're gone. You're gone. You're rejecting real events, and that's not allowed. So we are going to hide you, Barbus. Okay, rule of Kalel. What is the rule of Kalel? What does that mean? Gematria, the rule according to which one digit may be added or subtracted from the gematria rule. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. We're learning about gematria. That's awesome. Numerology. Okay. Keep exposing yourself. Bigfoot, Ron Paul, Donald Trump, Pat. I'm not going to do, I don't do FMKs. That's not going to happen. Not even mean. People here are asleep. It's the truth. Viewers are rising. Oh my God, we might rise to 40 viewers. Would that not be like amazing? I'm the Hydra, end boss. How do you beat a Hydra? I don't know. Probably shoot it in the heart with an arrow. I need you to be exactly where you are. Okay. Ken's stream of consciousness, more entertaining than anything else on YouTube. True. He can't even say the word. He just read over it. That's true. I can't say the word. I cannot say the word. There is an MK Ultra chip in me. I am part of the system. I am a replicator of the mainstream. Your chat is under psychological warfare attack. True. Okay, let's scroll back up because it scrolled down. Oh, geez. Oh, geez, we're far behind. We are far behind. Lat pull down done. Butterfly time. Okay, we're continuing to cheer on Randy. People how show off their health obsession are disappointing. See that you say nothing to anyone. Okay, I'm sorry I've disappointed you, Juan de la Lastra. One Kenneth Shame a day keeps moral corruption at bay. True. Bap's podcast is excellent. I don't like his fake Slavic accent. Wife, what did you do all day? Me, stuff. So true. So true. A comment, a question, which is a mysterious question, which receives mysteriosity. Yeah, there are some trolls from a troll base from a channel called Zero Infinity. That is too bad. Liar, liar, you satanic LARP on fire. Grinning face. How would you mate guard if you are scrawny? How would I mate guard? Well, what I would do is I'd create a priestly concept of monogamy in which the state would come in and kill people for committing adultery. That's how I would mate guard. The Greek aesthetic, otherwise known as otter mode, based. Opinion on, no, I don't think I will give my opinion on that. I'm the ultimate combination of religion. Chat room likes getting gaslit. Ultimate combination of religion. Okay, all right, we're done with that. Dude, floors are real. I will just say that I'm a firm floor believer. I'm a firm floor respecter. So you will be hidden. If you deny the existence of floors, you are unanchoring me. You are committing a kind of violence against me. Ken, please analyze us, your audience. I analyze you as a mixed bag. Steven Anderson is basically a radio shock jock who happens to stand behind a pulpit. Kind of true, though. What type of person listens to you? I don't know. It's a mixed bag. Do you think decentralized neo-feudalist techno-manorialism will become a more viable option as economic decline continues and automation and AI makes the majority of jobs and humans obsolete? This is an interesting question by Lane Iwakura. No, I think centralization will increase. Lane, it will be a total wipeout. Nice. Check the subscriber count. The one who commented in my name has only 4 subs. Oh, dude. Anon. Nice. Check the subscriber count. The one who commented in my name has only 4 subs. Oh, dude. Anonus. I think you believe. I hope you believe in floors, Anonus. Ultimate TV. It's not stupid, you banana slant. Oh, I don't know if we can use that word. I don't like violence against bananas. Check the subscriber count. Yes. No, you are. Oh boy. No floors. I've never heard this no floors meme before, and it infuriates me. I have over 100. The one that comments in the beginning of the day has 4 subs. Can be thick. True. How tall are you? You have nothing to say worth, again, that's a mysterious question with a mysterious answer. No mods in the chat? Nope, no mods. Kenneth becomes a gremlin when he's angry. True. This is a Nietzschean chat. Everyone is a mod. True. Grinning face. I've had some good burger. Oh boy, we're not going to read that. That is harassment, okay? That is harassment. We can't read that. You can get, okay, we're not going to read that either. Well, you have several side accounts. You're here to disrupt the chat. Disrupt, detract, distract, destroy. Yes, exactly, Ananas. You understand. Anime is the root of all evil. He has a troll channel. Oh, boy. I know. There's such a fight going on. What is Ken's Twitter I'm not going to let you know. That's a secret. Oh boy, Fourth D is Fourth D. How could you betray me? Fourth D, Kenneth, you seem like a normal guy. I thought you were a reserved, super disciplined guy. Yeah, wrong, false, not true. Whenever all those times I said in my videos, like I'm not this angel. People project their hopes and wishes onto me like this. I'm this ideal form of man. Like in the absence, in the vacuum of personal information, they just fill in goodness. It's not true. And I know people do this and it's unfortunate. But yeah, I'm not some super disciplined guy who only observes culture from a distance while practicing piano, German, and going to operas and orchestras. No, that is not me. I will work out as long as Ken speaks. Oh, God, Randy, what have I done? I'm going to kill Randy. Oh, jeez. Everyone needs to stop commenting for Randy's sake. He's going to do the shoulder press, one of the most dangerous and harmful to your shoulders of all the exercises. Yes, have fun with these trolls. Troll attempts. If Ken reads this comment, we're going to make it. Not true. That is false. We are not all going to make it. I advocate for rhizomatic grammar for this global empire. We need to be inclusive. I agree. Okay. The chat just automatically scrolled down again. Any other interesting microcosms like your example of meteorite, shower, sperm, and egg? Well, I don't know what you mean by microcosms. I certainly did talk about meteor, shower, sperms, and eggs, but I don't know what other microcosms I have up my sleeve. You can eat roasted bones too. True, but they're a little bit crispier, and sometimes they get so crispy they become too crunchy and they're not as soft. So I do like boiled bones a little more. Will you be more frank and open in the future? I think inevitably the audience interaction element of live streaming does lead to a greater psychological openness, which will ultimately destroy me if I take it to its logical conclusion. Every single person who ever went on the internet and was open and honest ultimately became destroyed by the anonymous detective that is the hacker 4chan. I will eventually be destroyed. I will be dissolved by the anonymous horde the Chthonian Dionysian Maenads who surround me. That is what will happen if I continue down this path. So I'm just stating it like it is. A Hydra has multiple heads. You just tie its heads into a bow tie. Job done. What genres of video games do you enjoy? I enjoy art games. I enjoy Amanita Design, which is a Czech game developer based out of the Czech Republic. I enjoy Samorost as one of their games. I enjoy Mateusz Skutnik, who is a Polish, and I know not everyone's going to be able to spell Mateusz Skutnik, so I'm just going to look up his website. Well, it's mateuszskutnik.com, but he is most famous for the Submachine game series. He is a university-trained architect who makes these click and point Flash games. So I like Mateusz Skutnik. I like Amanita Design Studios. I like certain horror games. I like Let's Plays like Amnesia Dark Descent was cool at the time. The Fear series. What if once I watched the Avatar series, trying to think of some games that pop into my head. Minecraft, of course. Never been a big fan of shooters like Call of Duty. I did play a little Halo. I did play a little Star Wars Battlefront. I'm trying to think of some other video games at this point, some armor games type stuff. Flash games back in the day, just simple Flash games. Warlords was a good game. Art games, experimental games. What's some other games? Pikmin was a good game. That's some other games that we could, I like these quirky artsy games that have a kind of photorealism. It combines cartoonish graphics with photorealistic graphics. That's what I like about some of these games. Oh boy, what else do I really like? It would be hard. RuneScape was a pretty good game. Never really got into World of Warcraft. No, what else can I say? What other kind of games out there are good games that I enjoyed playing in the past? Didn't have a whole lot of games. Played Super Mario Sunshine was a pretty beautiful game, pretty aesthetic paradise game. I played some Pokemon in the day. Trying to think of some other games that I played. It's a hard question because I just really don't engage with it much anymore. But I'm trying to think back to the old childhood, what I used to do. Congratulations, you've banned the real account, made a fool out of yourself. Interesting. Okay. Barbell row time, message retracted. There he is, the troll-based channel. Don't go in his chat, guys. You can't check the number of subs and thus have given the trolls what they want. So why did you switch from LG to Apple? Okay, you are a stalker, my friend. That's what I got to say to you. By the way, smile. I need more than a mixed bag. Who am I? I don't know. Randy, you're a bodybuilder. You are a future big man. You are harassing bully channel. There are two of them. Harassing. I am Lithuanian. Okay, that explains a lot. Slam bananas. True. Do not do that. Do you have your video somewhere like BitChute? No. Or maybe I do. It's mysterious. Maybe you have to find me. Maybe I'm hidden. Maybe I'm hidden out in the open. Maybe all my videos exist out there already, and you just haven't found them yet. You just haven't tried hard enough. You just haven't been dedicated enough. You've just been lazy. Mike from Secular Corianism, tell that I'm Zero Infinity. You are harassing other YouTube channels with your troll friends. You are engaging in deceptive warfare. I don't know how much I can... Honestly, I don't want to read this anymore. I'm done. I'm done, sir. I'm done. Oh, boy. Look, if you're going to respond to trolls, you're feeding the trolls, and you're gone. You're going to be gone. I hate to do it, but we're done. I'm done with this. Incorrect. Over the course of the 20th century, he wrote the whole plan out point by point. Who is he? Who are we talking about? Oh, I skipped in the chat. The chat skipped again. Man, all of the people I've banned literally take up the majority of the chat. Okay. We have to get back to where we were. We have to find where we once were. We have to get back to the motherland. Mixed bag. Do you have all your videos somewhere? Will you be linking back up? Could think about how he misses his time. I don't know. I actually like him, not gonna lie. What is your chess rating? I don't know. I haven't played in a while. I am better than the average person. This got a bit repetitive. What do you think about arguments for moral realism? I've already talked about that. I think morality is real in the same way that DNA is real. I don't know how you could say, to me, saying morality is not real is just an attack on morality. It's like, oh, you're a Christian? Don't you know that morality isn't real? BTFO. No, that's stupid. That is very stupid. Morality is just as real as DNA. Just as real. Now, what does that mean in terms of anchoring? Does that mean that there is one true morality that is superior above all other moralities? Well, that's kind of like saying there's one code of DNA that's superior to all other codes of DNA. So, yeah, I would describe myself as a moral realist in the same way I describe myself as a DNA realist. But insofar as like the concept of the idea of like there is one holy book that will give us all the answers to moral questions, and it won't change over time. It's not dynamic, it's static. That sola scriptura attitude, that's not me, bro. I'm not going to say I believe in a context. I believe that a different ecology demands different behavior. That if I'm in Stalinist Russia, then calling myself a communist and acting all communist is probably a different thing morally from if I go around America doing that. So I think there's a huge contextual element, but realism, what's the story about my hair? Okay, you've done this to yourself, Brian. If you didn't bring up the fact that I'm being open and talking about personal aspects of my life, you might have tricked me into answering more of these questions in my weakened state. I've been going for 5 hours. You might have tricked me. But now, because you gave me awareness, you gave me metacognition, I'm going to say that's a mysterious question with a mysterious answer. What kind of music do you like? A lot of different kind of music. Depends on the context, depends on my mood. There's a whole lot of music. If I was to name all the music, we'd have a problem. We'd be here forever. And on us, I've literally never heard of any of those games. Good, because they are indie games that only really cool people know about. And you should check them out. Have you read Julian Huxley's UNESCO, Its Purpose and Philosophy? It's more or less the strategy of the Atlanticist elite laid bare every grand trend of socio-cultural engineering we've observed. I don't think I have to read that to understand it, but I could read it if I wanted to. Let's see. Oh, we don't want to leave the site. I almost just left the site. I just want to copy and paste something, bro. Don't get crazy on me. UNESCO, its plan and purpose. Okay, I haven't read this book. Seems like, I forget, my brain is turning to mush here. Dude, 5 hours? My brain is turning to mush. I am dying. I can't think about questions anymore. Let's see. Looking at hidden comments. Over the course of the 20th century, he literally wrote out the whole plan, point by point, mass demoralization, cultural anarchy, so as to affect global depopulation. Okay. All right, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't know. I haven't read the book. Tricep pull down. Randy's getting huge. Macrocosm refers to a part. Sperm fertilizing egg reflects the whole. Meteorite bringing life to the planet. You brought up in a D live stream, wondering if you have others. Not at this moment. I am completely brain dead. And Enonas is threatening to strike my channel. Thank you, Enonas. What prompted you to start making videos? Mystery. What made you continue even after getting strikes? It's a mystery. Currently studying coital noise posture and sculpturing post electrovivisection via Merzbow. Okay. Why is Kenneth so band happy after being pro-speech? Well, I've explained it for the last 5 hours that in order for me to do a YouTube stream, YouTube has said that either we're going to ban you and we're going to ban your channel because your comments are bad, or you can ban commenters who make bad comments. So that is what has happened. That is what has happened, Brian. Thank you for not listening. Speech is never free. Cult of action. Hello, cult of action. Post-electrovivisection. Brian retracts his message. I would love to play you in chess. I'm not very good. 1,300 to 1,400. That probably sounds... I know 2,000 is high, and I know that 1,000 is low, or like you start at 1,000. So 1,300 to 400, 1,400 sounds like my range. Maybe we can figure out how to coordinate that. Ban everyone in chat and you can end this. True. Even if it was made up, morality would still be real. Is language not real? Thank you, Cult of Action. Thank you for understanding. Which faction will be most influential in the right? I don't know, dude. Probably whichever faction rides the waves, rides this careful balance between you want establishment support, but you also want populist support. So whoever can crack that code right now, or at least in 2016, the man to do it was Donald Trump. He had the establishment. People, oh, he's so anti-establishment. No, he's not. He cracked the code combining the establishment support with populist support. The faction that's going to be most influential is going to be whichever faction repeats that success. Now, Donald Trump can't do that, at least not into the future, because everyone sees he's establishment. He's kind of pulled the wool off our eyes. Everyone sees what's going on. So it's going to be someone else who's like, oh, I'm anti-establishment, guys. Trust me. Trust the plan. And then you find out at the end of the day, you give him a little power and you say, oh, wait a second. You said you were anti-establishment and all you're doing is establishment stuff. Wait, how could this happen? I have been tricked. I have been fooled. This is crazy. People are posting W's in the chat. We've got about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 W's. Thank you for the W break. Oh boy, we might need a little pee break soon. We might need some peas in the chat for a pee break at some point. Just hit the 5-hour mark. I think it's a question of whether or not you think morality has a prior existence, or that depending on its instantiation among human beings. So I think morality is a behavior, and I think it's a thinking process. So if you're going to tell me, okay, we're going to eliminate human beings from the universe, but we're still going to have morality, how does that make sense? Okay, the idea that there is an a priori existence to morality before humans even exist, that goes to a deeper question of Platonic idealism. That would imply that, well, you could technically say that, well, if there was to be something like a human race or a human species, then that something would be best served by following this moral code. And therefore, in some potentiality, morality has some kind of idealist Platonic realism prefiguring the actual existence of humanity. So that's kind of presupposed on your concept of Platonic idealism and other related concepts. And to that, I'm like, well, that's kind of your understanding of free will and chronology and potentialities and multi-universes. And I just don't get that deep. I just don't go that far with it. Those are not the questions that keep me up at night. So I'll just leave it there. If you want to investigate further, you can look at arguments in favor and against Platonic idealism, like before humanity ever existed. You can look into that. I mean, I would say, look, the laws of logic seem to have existed before materiality ever existed. So in that sense, I'm an idealist. Whether you can say that morality itself, like the idea of reciprocity, coherence, love your neighbor as yourself, or a Nietzschean morality, like be excellent or something like that. The idea that that is derived purely from God or purely from the laws of logic or purely from like a priori before existence, that's contentious. And it requires a kind of logical determinism that A follows from B, B follows from C, C follows from D. I don't have the ability to calculate that. And that's something I think would have to be taken on faith. And do I think it's really important? I mean, it is probably if you're trying to promote a morality, you probably want to presuppose that that morality is a priori, because that's going to give psychologically going to give people bigger anchoring. So by me attacking a priori morality, I'm in a sense attacking, religious people in a way. And so I don't necessarily want to do that, but do I personally believe that? I believe that morality is contingent upon context, and I don't view everything as deterministic. I don't say, well, everything had to be this way. I think it could have been another way, and therefore I don't think that, the morality of the Bible, to take an example, or the morality of the Bhagavad Gita, or the morality of Friedrich Nietzsche, I don't think any of these moralities was like destined to be necessarily. Maybe I'm wrong. Merzbow is a Japanese noise project. Merzbow is best known for a style of harsh confrontational noise. Don't really like that. Do you like Negative XP? Just heard them yesterday. I've never heard of them before. Or, well, I've never listened to them. So I cannot tell you what my opinion is yet because I don't know what they sound like. Brian Nugent with a personal question. Thank you for your personal question. Bigfoot is real. Incline bench. Man, Randy Lentz is a powerhouse. Did I have enough water break here? I'm getting so confused. I am so dazed and confused. I don't know where the W's are at. Why have I not made more videos? It's a mystery. Okay, Ivan the Heathen has joined the mystery gang. I can appreciate that answer. I can respect that answer. Oh boy. Okay, so we're done with Zero Infinity. We're done with him. Goodbye, Zero Infinity. Objects subjected to electric surgical devices re-accentuating timbral nuances. Hello, Maldoror. Do you think we should terraform Earth's deserts before we terraform Mars? Possibly, but deserts also absorb a lot of, how do I say this? Basically, there are weather patterns that move over the Earth. So when a cloud enters into a desert, it essentially destroys the cloud. I'm really oversimplifying things. I don't know about climatology. But I think there is a reciprocal relation. If we destroy a desert, we might cause desertification somewhere else. If basically, if you mess with the environment too much, the environment starts to mess with you. It would be cool to terraform deserts like in the American Southwest. That would be cool. But it might have unintended consequences, and I don't know what those consequences would be. Like when we drain swamps, there are certain problems that come about when we drain a swamp, like in ecological terms. Okay, is your streaming a sign of your move away from more structured videos into more of a conversation? It's possible. It's possible. It's also like I never wanted to stream in my life. And then YouTube told me, Susan called me up and Susan said, yo, you should go on DLive. And I was like, but why? I love you, Susan. Why would you say that? And she's like, well, I'm thinking I might ban you. And I'm like, but Susan, what do you mean? Why are you telling me to go on DLive? What is this about? Oh, well, yeah, your friend PewDiePie's on DLive. So why don't you just go with all your friends on DLive? I'm like, Susan, come on. Can we be reasonable here? What's the problem? What have I ever done to you? Oh, shut up. You've never liked me anyway. Susan, come on, be reasonable. And she hangs up on me. And I'm like, oh, God, what do I do? Susan doesn't like me. She doesn't want me on her platform. Maybe I should give DLive a try. And I had never done it before. I'd never streamed. I'd never gone on OBS. I've gone on other people's streams, but, and I was like, I did this streaming thing and I was like, streaming. All right. And I kind of slept on it and I thought about it and I was like, I could do a DLive stream today. And then my YouTube channel called me up and he was like, hey, bro, I heard about what happened with you and Susan. And I was like, yeah. He was like, yeah, I understand. But hey, if you ever want to come back to the channel just for something low key, I'm always up for it. And I was like, hey, thanks, channel. You understand me, not like Susan. We've always been good friends. Yeah, man, I'll always be there for you. Just chill. You got to censor some people. I'm like, I don't like to do that. I'm a big free speech. I know, dude, but we could do a stream together, man. It's like, yeah, man, it's not really fair. It's not fair. I've just been neglecting the YouTube. And hey, man, yeah, you not only been neglecting it, but look at DLive. They delete your stream after 3 days. And yeah, you're so right, man. I tried to download these streams and the audio is all out of sync. It's terrible. Yeah, just come back to YouTube. You just have to censor a few people. It's okay. I said, all right, I'll see you. I'll see you later, man. Okay. All right. Bye-bye. So that's how the conversation went. So that is how me got to there. Oh, pee in the empty bottle. No time for breaks. That is not happening. So we did get one pee in the chat. I don't have to pee right now. Randy with a personal question about my personal life. And I will say thank you. Thank you for the personal question. Pee in the empty milk jug. Oh boy, Admiral Murat. Come on, dude. This is problematic. Brian says, why do you not promote yourself more? Brian, why don't you promote me more, Brian? What's your problem, Brian? Why are you so lazy? I've noticed you got the attention of some influential people with whom you could have collaborated. Well, a lot of these quote-unquote influential people with whom I could have collaborated seem like they're about to get banned off YouTube. These people who come onto my channel and they're like, come on my channel, dude, do a collab with me. And now, a year later, they're being banned. In some cases, they're cringe. In some cases, they've lied to me. In some cases, I've had repeated cases where I will directly ask a person a question. And I will say, dude, you're asking me to be on your channel. I think you're a little suspect. Can you alleviate my concerns? Can you tell me, is this true about you? And they say, no, man, it's not true at all. I am such a good person. And then you find out like a couple months later, they were lying to you. They were lying to you about who they were. And it's not okay. And then you have people who invite you on the show. Oh, you're a genius. Please come on my channel. You're the best guy ever. And then I don't want to go on your channel. That's my choice. Maybe you should respect my choice. And maybe if you respect my choice, maybe someday I'll change my mind. And maybe someday I'll come on your channel. But instead of respecting my choice and letting bygones be bygones, they say, oh, you didn't come on my channel. Oh, you're a coward. Oh, you're stupid. Oh, you're weak. You're whatever. So no, I'm not going to go on your channel. And so, no, I don't want to collaborate with people because people on the internet are not moral. That is the Ring of Gyges, folks. People on the internet have no integrity. People on the internet are bad people because of the principle of contextual morality. The people who get attention on the internet are not good. You shouldn't trust them. They will crash and burn, and you will go down with the ship. So obviously, getting more involved, promoting myself is going to lead to a synthesis with a very dangerous system. So there's a lot of traps we got to watch out for. And if we don't watch out for those traps, we gonna die. That's what's gonna happen. So is morality materialistic? Well, is reality materialistic? That's a bigger question. And to that I say, is the force of gravity, is the force of attraction material or is it immaterial? It seems to me that objects move through space propelled by inertia. Inertia is not material. When I push a box across an ice, when I push the box across the ice, the box moves. It moves and moves and moves. And eventually friction slows it down. And you can say friction is a material force. But the concept of inertia, the concept I push the box and it continues to move, the concept that gravity acts over, or even that photons move in space, or even that the electron is attracted to the proton, and the concept of space-time and a fabric to space-time, all of these things to me seem to be non-material. And maybe you have a broader concept of what the material, oh no, space-time fabric, that's really material. It's an ether, it's a materialistic ether, and inertia is like a material particle, and blah, blah, blah. It seems to me at some point, logic is not material. I can't search in the universe and get on my spaceship and drive around and like look around in the galaxies and, oh, here's logic. Here's where the logic particle is. And here's how the logic particle distributes itself throughout the universe. I don't see that. I don't observe it. There is no empirical evidence of a material particle called logic. Therefore, it seems to me that logic is immaterial. If logic is immaterial, then that means the universe is founded by something non-material. You could even call it spiritual if you wanted to. Now, of course, that's kind of a weird thing to say because most people think of logic and spiritualism as being opposites to each other. But I think there's something spiritual about logic. And therefore, if the universe is not material, and it's, of course, we can identify material particles and whatsoever, but I think in their most fundamental form, this materiality is Maya. It's an illusion. Underneath all this is a pure spirituality, and therefore morality is not materialistic. We don't need a ton of people. True. Every single moral statement involves human at some point, all of them, which seems to be true to me. We barely even know each other right now. I've just met you. Do you believe in the idea of order out of chaos? Well, again, the universe was founded by order, not chaos. So fundamentally, all the chaos seems to come out of order. Now, temporarily, we engage in cycles of order and chaos. So it's true that you can get order out of chaos in some respects. But in a more fundamental metaphysical sense, probably not. Definitely people would disagree with me, and I want to understand their arguments and engage with them because it's an interesting question. But not at this time. Will you ever read books? Possibly. I'm reading Nietzsche. If you check out my DLive, I read Nietzsche, bruh. Canaanites need to meet up IRL. No, they don't. Most Canaanites are weird people, and they don't need to meet each other. What they need to do is meet normal people. What Canaanites need to do is get off YouTube and meet real people. Go to a mixed martial arts class, go to a tennis class, go to some kind of class, go to a book club, go to I don't know. Meet normal people. Interact with people who are normal. Don't talk to Canaanites. Don't create an insular little cult out of the Canaanites because you take some weird, erratic people, you take some off-the-wall people, you take people who, frankly, might not all be there, people who might be a little bit extra, and you kind of put them all together in an IRL setting. And by the way, have you not seen all the trolling of the chat? Have you not seen the no floors people? These are the types of people who are going to infiltrate your little IRL meetups. So no, I don't suggest that at all. I don't support that at all. If you already know people in your real life and you want to introduce my channel to those people, that's different. That's expansive. That's colonial. But if you want to take this insular ghetto and further ghettoize people and open it up to instigators and open it up to people who are deceptive because they always will infiltrate these things, then I think you're attaching me to something that is bad, and I do not agree. I like the part of the Bible where nobody comes to the party, and then he has a party with the homeless. True, I like that part of the Bible. Who foe you prefer? Okay, Brian, use spell check. Christian or secular people, depends on the person. Bicep curls. Randy is getting quite strong. Maybe global warming would stop if we didn't drink all the water every 30 minutes. True. Message retracted. Someone get Ken from Thorazine. From Thorazine, he's talking to himself. True. I mean, maybe that would help, right? Why did you get striked? Do they not expire? No, they don't expire as far as I know. They didn't say, oh, hey, you're striked. And by the way, don't worry, because in 90 days, you can go back to your old ways. All the strikes will go away. No, I don't believe so. I don't know. I watched the videos in question. I don't know, honestly. Couldn't tell you. I think I just was not mainstream enough. That's it. I used insanity instead of sanity. Okay. I don't know where you used that. DLive deleted your stream. Have they justified why? No, I'm not talking about DLive. DLive automatically deletes my streams every 3 days because I'm not a partner. If I get like 3,000 followers on DLive, DLive will make me a partner. I don't know, maybe it's 300, I don't remember. But if I get a large following, they will allow me to keep my videos up for a longer period and eventually indefinitely. But right now, because I'm just a nobody, they don't care. They delete my streams after 3 days. If you want to download them, do whatever you want. But when I try to download them, the audio sync is off. I don't see any value in downloading them. So right now, I'm just kind of using DLive because if YouTube gets shut down, I want to move over and continue the conversation. Promote you everywhere. Thank you, Randy. Why no BitChute? Because BitChute is a ghetto, and I don't want to live in that. This is one of the marathons I've witnessed. We see a slow degradation of Kenneth's sanity. That's true. Have I done well with these questions? Do you enjoy them? Well, you ask a lot of personal questions, and Menthol says, Brian, relax. I think that's true. No, you have to keep going. You must be a masochist. True. Chad, thank you. Can't always watch out. Oh no. Oh no, that is a trap. That is a punny trap. I don't know how often we'll get these. Mysterious. I'm getting worried he will outlast me. Yes, Randy, I here's the thing. I don't think anyone should ever exercise more than 2 hours. If you're exercising more than 2 hours, you probably have a problem or you're like some Olympic athlete. I think it's better to like exercise 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour in the night. Take breaks. Don't exercise for 2 hours. That's too much. Either I have to slurp or he has to sleep. Yes, I do have to slurp some water. But on the subject of exercise, a lot of people waste time. If you do things like CrossFit or HIIT training or whatever it's called, if you go fast, if no one should ever rest longer than 30 seconds. That's a waste of time. Like in terms of your musculature, if you're doing some bicep curls and you wait 5 minutes versus 30 seconds, virtually identical, and it's going to increase the intensity that is weight lifted per time. And you want to up your intensity. So if you're exercising more than 2 hours, you probably have a low intensity workout. So you're not going to make as good gains. You're not going to be as efficient. Closed grip dumbbell press. That is cool. I'm in favor of that. Although I don't know what, I don't think I do open grip pretty much anything. Who is this Kenneth guys? This guy's a genius. I am what I am. Spirituality and logic sounds Pythagorean. True. Were you at any point something like a cringe person? I think everyone has had stupid ideas. That's what I'll say. But Brian is still asking questions. That's all we need. Okay, scroll back up. We are quirky. Morality is similar in flavor to the concept of pride. It is to do with how we define ourselves. Kennenites sounds perfect. What's a Kennenite? Kenneth, do you seem to attract broken people? I don't know, dude. Ken has officially invited everyone in the chat to his home. Oh, no, I'm just chuckling to myself as the gym getting juicy. He's getting juicy, folks. Well, all you folks are sitting in your couch, in your bed, you're comfy, you got your little cocoa with your marshmallows. Randy is getting juicy at the gym. So I would say, who cares about meetups? You should be at the gym. Who cares? You should be at the gym. He advertised his vids. I have never posted, nor have I ever advertised my videos on 4chan. I know that other people have, because if you do a quick Google search for my name and 4chan, you see that people indeed have posted my videos on 4chan or mentioned me. I have never done that. I don't like 4chan. I never would want to attract viewers from 4chan. I have talked to people. I say, hey, how'd you hear about me? And they say, oh, 4chan. I'm like, oh, God, why is this happening? I can't control what people do. Maybe Brian has done that before. I don't know. Will you move to a commune? Oh, wait, before we're going to read that, we're going to read something else. How does chaos exist if everything is cause and effect? Yeah, I'm not sure everything is deterministically cause and effect. I think there is a quantum probability field that creates a gray area that allows for things like chaos. Now, chaos is a little bit different from arbitrariness and randomness. And so there's a whole field called chaos theory, dude. It has to do with mathematics. And do I look like a PhD in mathematics to you? So I'm not the right person to answer that question. But in general, I think that I don't believe everything is cause and effect in a deterministic Newtonian sense. Will you move to a commune? Did you go into these projects with optimism? It seems to burn out. Yes, it does. Yes, everything burns out, Brian. That is true. And we will see. If I see something successful, I might join it. On the other hand, I'm a nomad. I'm a wandering spirit. I'm quirky. Could I ever actually fit in with like a commune? I think I'd get sick of it. I think I would say, this is boring. I want to move on. I want something new and exciting. Maybe that's bad. Maybe that's immoral. Maybe that makes me a bad person. But it just is what I seem to have experienced in the past. Let's see. If you get banned from YouTube, you can buy a new computer. I don't know. I don't know about that. Disavow. You can't have a group that is individuals who only have internet philosophy, metapolitics in common. Thank you, staff of Raw. Thank you, staff of Raw. Unstable dynamical systems, like many body systems with more than 3 particles. Think of double-jointed pendulum. Okay, so I guess he's talking about chaos theory there. Did you not say you wanted to help people as a project in fantasy and importance? Am I not helping you, Brian? Do you not feel helped? Like, bruh, how is this not the most helpful stream you've ever envisioned? In the last episode of episode 16, Bap discusses some stuff and explains how he plans on handling it. If you don't listen to him, that part might interest you. Probably not. I think probably not. Unless you want to build strength, in which case you need longer time between sets. Kenneth is Vince. Ooh, who is this guy? I always like people who look like me. That's I love people who look like me. Vince Gironda. I don't think I am the grandson of Vince Gironda. Vince Gironda looks like a bodybuilder. I don't think I'm Vince Gironda's grandson. But maybe he has some kind of personal he likes vitamin C tablets, kelp tablets, low carb dieting, 80%, 85% nutrition. He likes fertile eggs. So he likes drinking little baby chickens. He would fertilize 3 dozen. Oh, dude, you got to have that chicken sperm in your eggs. Oh, boy. Unhomogenized, unpasteurized cream, raw milk, it's equal to anabolic steroids. Oh, bro, maybe this is what we need to do. Maybe we need to start a farm so that we can drink fertilized egg juices. Maybe just drink directly from the chicken itself. And many unorthodox training ideas. Okay, maybe this guy was my grandfather. We are not weightlifters. We are bodybuilders. Okay. Full range of motion. Okay. He sounds smart. He sounds like a smart guy. Okay. Let's go Safarah, but I don't have friends. Okay, well, change yourself to get friends or just accept being lonely. Those are your 2 options. Your little internet friends are like, there are 2 things you can do. Become a more social person. That's number 1. Number 2, be lonely. Those are the 2 choices. There are no other choices. There's no third option where it's like, well, I'm not going to be social, but I'm going to have some quirky internet friends who are going to be my friends. That's not an option. That's a fake option. You're kidding yourself. You're going to get yourself in trouble. Those are the 2 options. Be more social and change yourself, or be lonely. 2 options. There's no other thing. When you say, oh, no, but I'm going to have quirky internet friends, those are not real friends. You don't have real friends. That's like saying, okay, become more sociable to get a girlfriend, or be lonely. Oh, well, actually, no, I'm going to watch porn. Well, you're not getting a girlfriend. Okay, do you understand what I'm saying? Internet friends are pornographic friends. They're not real friends. They're not going to help you when you're in trouble. They're not going to help you. You may think that, oh, well, they donate to my Patreon, so they care about me. No, they don't. No one cares about each other on the internet. You think you care about somebody and you meet them in real life and everything changes. And vice versa as well. People you might like in real life, you might not like on the internet. It's a completely different sphere. Are you training to build strength or maintain strength? What was your ideological? You've asked that question before in my comments, ideological progression. I went from bad ideas to good ideas. That's what I did. Pravada, message retracted. So mysterious. I wish I could see those, dude. It's so mysterious. I love the mystery. If what made you want to start making videos weren't such a mystery, what would you... Bro, I love Ivan the Heathen. He is my favorite. He is my internet friend. Disregard everything I said before. He is my friend. So why would I start doing it? So I've explained this before. I like to put my ideas out through my mouth. I don't want to keep them up here. I want to get them out through my mouth because every time I do this, I seem to discover weaknesses in my ideas. When I keep them up in my head, it's like, oh, my perfect world of ideas and everything I think is so smart and I'm such an awesome guy. But when I speak them out, I'm like, as I'm saying it, I'm like, oh, this is kind of stupid. Oh, wait, doesn't that contradict with something I said? So that is why I started. And I've said it many times before. But because he asked it in a funny way, I decided to answer the question. Why do you dislike 4chan? There was a board of you laughing at posts on a Christian board. Well, send me a link, Brian, so I can marvel at the beauty of 4chan. So, help me out here. I have never seen this thread before. Maybe you should screen cap it and send it to me or something. Why do you dislike? Okay, I'm trying to build strength while building muscle. Awesome. What type of music do you listen to? A lot of kinds. I was 6'4" and 145 pounds. Wow, Randy's made a lot of progress. Video is clearly doctored. I don't know what video we're talking about. 205 hours. The stated requirements to be a DLive verified partner are 200 plus followers, 2,000 plus locked Lino points at all times, minimum of 1 month streaming, minimum of 15 streams. So I don't think I'm going to get 200 plus followers, but anything is possible, right? Maybe if people follow me on DLive, that'll be possible. I have to prepare for bed. I think I've asked all the questions I want to ask. Glad we got to see natural habitat. Good night. Good night, sir. Get swole. Operating at 85%. Okay, we can say that, no, you can't say anything bad. If you say something bad, you will get banned. If you even say a bad letter, you will be banned. The only letters that are allowed right now are W's. My 1600 PR in high school was 431, so I'm guessing that is a runtime. Bro, no way you did that. Kenneth is my internet friend is the equivalent. Yeah, that, well, okay. Well, I can't affirm that, but that's an interesting take. That's insane. I really only know jokes or denial of real offense. That also cracks me up. I'm doing my best to think of a normal comment. Don't worry, I'll get there someday. Oh, Ultimate TV 9000. You're I think you're part of the troll group, but I don't think you're as bad as the others. Some people with options prefer loneliness to having a girlfriend or friends, and no, this is not an excuse. Yeah, some people legitimately prefer to be alone. I think that is true. Our message retractors, Joe message retracted, Pravada message retracted. Oh, one more. There was a time that you seemed discontent. Now you seem more happier. Is this true? Well, bro, cycles happen. There is no God but God. How many lemons would it take to turn you to a Fed? Basically enough. Let's say what's average. Let me see. Average rent cost America. See what the average rent cost. Can you just give me an answer here? I want U.S. housing rents hit record high of $1,400 per month. Okay, $1,400 per month, and then let's say I want to spend $100 per week, like in food and entertainment or whatever. So there's another. So if $1,800, and then Lino is typically around that. Oh boy, no, I need to do some division here to figure this out mathematically. I would need about 150,000 Lino a month to become a Fed. So that is my buying rate. More happier Brian is truly Vietnamese. Oh, well, I maybe shouldn't have read that, but look, everyone makes spelling mistakes, so I disavow. He's about to finish. Hope you're able to have a healthy dinner. Here comes the last message. Chad is just waiting to be put out of its misery. Eat Brussels sprouts. Almost last one in the gym. Man, dude, Randy and I are synchronicity tonight, just doing bicep curl burnouts, not trolling really great channel. I'm sorry for mentioning things. Okay, well, I'll accept your apology for this time, but we've reached the end of the stream. Thanks for watching. And we got to 40 viewers. If we keep going, we'd probably get to 50. That's true. If I went another 3 hours and I went all the way, we've got, have you ever been in a fist fight? Well, bye-bye. Congratulations. Okay, there we go. See you next time. Go follow me on DLive. Okay, bye-bye.